Introduction of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. LibriVox.org into the Public Domain. Introduction by George Meredith. The letters of Lady Duff Gordon are an introduction to her in person. She wrote as she talked, and that is not always the note of private correspondence, the pen being such an official instrument. Readers growing familiar with her voice will soon have assurance that, addressing the public, she would not have blotted a passage or affected a tone for the applause of all Europe. Yet she could own to a liking for flattery, and say of the consequent vanity, that an insensibility to it is inhuman. Her humour was a mouthpiece of nature. She inherited from her father the judicial mind, and her fine conscience brought it to bear on herself as well as on the world, so that she would ask, "Are we so much better?" when some one supremely erratic was dangled before the popular eye. She had not studied her Goethe to no purpose. Nor did the very ridiculous creature who is commonly the outcast of all compassion miss having the tolerant word from her, however much she might be of necessity in the laugh, for Molière also was of her repertory. Hers was the charity which is perceptive and embracing. We may feel certain that she was never a dupe of the poor souls, Christian and Moslem, whose tales of simple misery or injustice moved her to friendly service. Egyptians, Consul Junio, would have met the human interpreter in her, for a picture to set beside that of the vexed satirist. She saw clearly into the later Nile products, though her view of them was affectionate; but, had they been exponents of original sin, her charitableness would have found the philosophical word on their behalf, for the reason that they were not in the place of vantage. The service she did to them was a greater service done to her country, by giving these quivering creatures of the baked land proof that a Christian Englishwoman could be companionable, tender, beneficently motherly with them, despite the reputed insurmountable barriers of alien race and religion. Sympathy was quick in her breast for all the divers victims of mischance; a shade of it that was not indulgence, but knowledge of the roots of evil, for malefactors and for the fool. Against the cruelty of despotic rulers and the harshness of society she was openly at war, at a time when championship of the lowly or the fallen was not common. Still, in this, as in everything controversial, it was the way with her. That singular union of the balanced intellect with the lively heart arrested even in advocacy the floods pressing for pathos. Her aim was at practical measures of help; she doubted the uses of sentimentality in moving tyrants or multitudes to do the thing needed. Moreover, she distrusted eloquence, parliamentary, forensic, literary, thinking that the plain facts are the persuasive speakers in a good cause, and that rhetoric is to be suspected as the flourish over a weak one. Does it soften the obdurate, kindle the tardily inflammable? Only for a day, and only in cases of extreme urgency, is an appeal to emotion of value for the gain of a day. Thus it was that she never forced her voice, though her feelings might be at heat and she possessed the literary art. She writes from her home on the Upper Nile. In this country one gets to see how much more beautiful a perfectly natural expression is than any degree of the mystical expression of the best painters. It is by her banishing of literary colouring matter that she brings the Arab and Copt home to us as none other has done, by her unlaboured pleadings that she touches to the heart. She was not one to spread gold leaf over her acquaintances and make them shine, as Horace Walpole says of Madame de Sévigné; they would have been set shining from within, perhaps with a mild lustre, sensibly to the observant, more creditably of the golden sort. Her dislike of superlatives, when the marked effect had to be produced, and it was not the literary performance she could relish as well as any of us, renders hard the task of portraying a woman whose character calls them forth. To him knowing her, they would not fit; her individuality passes between epithets. The reading of a sentence of panegyric, commonly a thing of extension, deadened her countenance; if it failed to quicken the corners of her lips, the distended truth in it exhibited the comic shadow on the wall behind. That haunting demon of human elegy is quashed by the manner she adopted, from instinct and training. Of her it was known to all intimate with her that she could not speak falsely in praise, nor unkindly in deprecation, however much the constant play of her humour might tempt her to exalt or diminish beyond the bounds. But when, for the dispersion of nonsense about men or things, and daintiness held up the veil against rational eyesight, the gross mode was demanded, she could utter it, as from the bench, with a like authority and composure. In her youth she was radiantly beautiful, with dark brows on a brilliant complexion, the head of a Roman man, and the features of Grecian line, save for the classic Greek wall of the nose off the forehead. Women, not enthusiasts, inclined rather to criticise, and to criticise so independent a member of their sex particularly, have said that her entry into a ball-room took the breath. Poetical comparisons run under heavy weights in prose, but it would seem in truth, from the reports of her, that wherever she appeared she could be likened to a Selene breaking through cloud, and, further, the splendid vessel was richly freighted. Trained by a scholar, much in the society of scholarly men, having an innate bent to exactitude, and with a ready tongue docile to the curb, she stepped into the world armed to be a match for it. She cut her way through the accustomed troops of adorers, like what you will that is buoyant and swims gallantly. Her quality of the philosophical humour carried her easily over the shoals or the deeps in the way of a woman claiming her right to an independent judgment upon the minor rules of conduct, as well as upon matters of the mind. An illustrious foreigner, in tête-à-tête with her over some abstract theme, drops abruptly on a knee to protest, overpowered, and in that posture he is patted on the head, while the subject of conversation is continued by the benevolent lady, until the form of ointment she administers for his beseeching expression and his pain compels him to rise and resume his allotted part with a mouth of acknowledging laughter. Humour, as a beautiful woman's defensive weapon, is probably the best that can be called in aid for the bringing of suppliant men to their senses. And so manageable are they when the idea of comedy and the chord of chivalry are made to vibrate, that they, supposing them of the impressionable race which is overpowered by Aphrodite's favourites, will be withdrawn from their great aims, and transformed into happy crust-munching devotees, in other words, fast friends. Lady Duff Gordon had many, and the truest of all lands. She had, on the other hand, her number of detractors, whom she excused. What woman is without them, if she offends the conventions, is a step in advance of her day, and, in this instance, never hesitates upon the needed occasion to dub things with their right names? She could appreciate their disapproval of her in giving herself the airs of a man, pronouncing verdicts on affairs in the style of a man, preferring association with men. So it was, and, besides, she smoked. Her physician had hinted at the soothing for an irritated throat that might come of some whiffs of tobacco. She tried a cigar, and liked it, and smoked from that day, in her library chair and on horseback. Where she saw no harm in an act, opinion had no greater effect on her than summer flies to one with a fan. The country people, sorely tried by the spectacle at first, remembered the gentle deeds and homely chat of an eccentric lady, and pardoned her, who was often to be seen discoursing familiarly with the tramp on the road, incapable of denying her house door to the lost dog attached by some instinct to her heels. In the circles named Upper there was mention of women unsexing themselves. She preferred the society of men, on the plain ground that they discuss matters of weight, and are, the pick of them, of open speech, more liberal, more genial, better comrades. Was it wonderful to hear them, knowing her as they did, unite in calling her Cœur d'Or? And women could say it of her, for the reasons known to women. Her intimate friendships were with women as with men. The closest friend of this most manfully minded of women was one of her own sex, little resembling her, except in downright truthfulness, lovingness, and heroic fortitude. The hospitable house at Esher gave its welcome not merely to men and women of distinction. The humble undistinguished were made joyous guests there, whether commonplace or counting among the hopeful. Their hostess knew how to shelter the sensitively silent at table, if they were unable to take encouragement and join the flow. Their faces at least responded to her bright look on one or the other of them when something worthy of memory sparked flying. She had the laugh that rocks the frame, but it was usually with a triumphant smile that she greeted things good to the ear, and her own manner of telling was concise, on the lines of the running subject, to carry it along, not to produce an effect, which is like the horrid gap in air after a blast of powder. Quotation came when it sprang to the lips, and was native. She was shrewd and cogent, invariably calm in argument, sitting over it, not making it a duel, as the argumentative are prone to do, and a strong point scored against her received the honours due a noble enemy. No pose as mistress of a salon, shuffling the guests marked her treatment of them. She was their comrade, one of the pack. This can be the case only when a governing lady is at all points their equal, more than a player of trump cards. In England, in her day, while health was with her, there was one house where men and women conversed. When that house perforce was closed, a light had gone out in our country. The fatal brilliancy of skin indicated the fell disease which ultimately drove her into exile, to die in exile. Lucie Duff Gordon was of the order of women, of whom a man of many years may say that their like is to be met with but once or twice in a lifetime. End of introduction. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoir of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Memoir by Janet Ross. Lucie Duff Gordon, born on June 24, 1821, was the only child of John and Sarah Austen, and inherited the beauty and the intellect of her parents. The wisdom, learning, and vehement eloquence of John Austen, author of the Province of Jurisprudence Determined, were celebrated, and Lord Brougham used to say, "If John Austen had had health, neither Lyndhurst nor I should have been Chancellor." He entered the army, and was in Sicily under Lord William Bentinck, but soon quitted an uncongenial service, and was called to the bar. In 1819 he married Sarah, the youngest daughter of John Taylor of Norwich. When they took a house in Queen Square, Westminster, close to James Mill, the historian of British India, and next door to Jeremy Bentham, whose pupil Mr. Austen was. Here, it may be said, the utilitarian philosophy of the 19th century was born. Jeremy Bentham's garden became the playground of the young Mills and of Lucie Austen. His coach-house was converted into a gymnasium, and his flower-beds were intersected by tapes and threads, to represent the passages of a panopticon prison. The girl grew in vigour and in sense, with a strong tinge of originality and independence and an extreme love of animals. About 1826 the Austens went to Germany, Mr. Austen having been nominated Professor of Civil Law in the new London University, and wishing to study Roman law under Niebuhr and Schlegel at Bonn. "Our dear child," writes Mrs. Austen to Mrs. Grote, "is a great joy to us. She grows wonderfully, and is the happiest thing in the world. Her German is very pretty. She interprets for her father with great joy and naïveté. God forbid that I should bring up a daughter here. But at her present age I am most glad to have her here, and to send her to a school where she learns, well, writing, arithmetic, geography, and, as a matter of course, German." Lucie returned to England and transformed into a little German maiden, with long braids of hair down her back, speaking German like her own language, and well grounded in Latin. Her mother, writing to Mrs. Reeve, her sister, says, "John Mill is ever my dearest child and friend, and he really dotes on Lucie, and can do anything with her. She is too wild, undisciplined, and independent, and though she knows a great deal, it is in a strange, wild way. She reads everything, composes German verses, has imagined and put together a fairy world, dress, language, music, everything, and talks to them in the garden, but she is sadly negligent of her own appearance, and is, as Sterling calls her, Miss Orson." Lucie now goes to Dr. Biber, who has 5 other pupils, boys, and his own little child. She seems to take to Greek, with which her father is very anxious to have her thoroughly imbued. As this scheme, even if we stay in England, cannot last many years, I am quite willing to forego all the feminine parts of her education for the present. The main thing is to secure her independence, both with relation to her own mind and outward circumstances. She is handsome, striking, and full of vigour and animation. From the very first, Lucie Austen possessed a correct and vigorous style, and a nice sense of language, which were hereditary rather than implanted, and to these qualities was added a delightful strain of humour, shedding a current of original thought through all her writings. That her unusual gifts should have been so early developed is hardly surprising with one of her sympathetic temperament, when we remember the throng of remarkable men and women who frequented the Austens' house. The Mills, the Groats, the Bullers, the Carlyles, the Stirlings, Sydney Smith, Luttrell, Rogers, Jeremy Bentham, and Lord Jeffrey, were among the most intimate friends of her parents, and Tooty, as they called her, was a universal favourite with them. Once, staying at a friend's house, and hearing their little girl rebuked for asking questions, she said, "My mamma never says, 'I don't know,' or 'don't ask questions.'" In 1834 Mr. Austen's health, always delicate, broke down, and with his wife and daughter he went to Bologna. Mrs. Austen made many friends among the fishermen and their wives, but La Belle Anglaise, as they called her, became quite a heroine on the occasion of the wreck of the Amphitrite, a ship carrying female convicts to Botany Bay. She stood the whole night on the beach, in the howling storm, saved the lives of 3 sailors who were washed up by the breakers, and dashed into the sea and pulled one woman to shore. Lucie was with her mother, and showed the same cool courage that distinguished her in after life. It was during their stay at Bologna that she first met Heinrich Heine. He sat next to her at the table d'hôte, and soon finding out that she spoke German perfectly, told her when she returned to England she could tell her friend she had met Heinrich Heine. He was much amused when she said, "And who is Heinrich Heine?" The poet and the child used to lounge on the pier together. She sang him old English ballads, and he told her stories in which fish, mermaids, water sprites, and a very funny old French fiddler with a poodle, who was diligently taking 3 sea baths a day, were mixed up in a fanciful manner, sometimes humorous, often very pathetic, especially when the water sprites brought him greetings from the North Sea. He afterwards told her that one of his most charming poems, "Wenn ich an deinem Haus des Morgens vorübergehe, so freut's mich, da liebe Kleine, wenn ich dich am Fenster sehe," etc., was meant for her whose magnificent eyes he never forgot. 2 years later Mr. Austen was appointed Royal Commissioner to inquire into the grievances of the Maltese. His wife accompanied him, but so hot a climate was not considered good for a young girl, and Lucie was sent to a school at Bromley. She must have been as great a novelty to the school as the school life was to her, for with a great deal of desultory knowledge she was singularly deficient in many rudiments of ordinary knowledge. She wrote well already at 15, and corresponded often with Mrs. Grote and other friends of her parents. At 16 she determined to be baptized and confirmed as a member of the Church of England. Her parents and relations were Unitarians. Lord Monteagle was her sponsor, and it was chiefly owing, I believe, to the influence of himself and his family, with whom she was very intimate in spite of her radical ideas, that she took this step. When the Austens returned from Malta in 1838, Lucie began to appear in the world. All the old friends flocked round them, and many new friends were made, among them Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, whom she first met at Lansdowne House. Left much alone, as her mother was always hard at work translating, writing for various periodicals, and nursing her husband, the 2 young people were thrown much together, and often walked out alone. One day Sir Alexander said to her, "Miss Austen, do you know people say we are going to be married?" Annoyed at being talked of, and hurt at his brusque way of mentioning it, she was just going to give a sharp answer, when he added, "Shall we make it true?" With characteristic straightforwardness she replied by the monosyllable, "Yes," and so they were engaged. Before her marriage she translated Niebuhr's Greek legends, which were published under her mother's name. On the 16th of May, 1840, Lucie Austen and Sir Alexander Duff Gordon were married in Kensington Old Church, and the few eye witnesses left still speak with enthusiasm of the beauty of the bridegroom and bride. They took a house in Queen's Square, Westminster, No. 8, with a statue of Queen Anne at one corner, and the talent, beauty, and originality, joined with a complete absence of affectation of Lady Duff Gordon, soon attracted a remarkable circle of friends. Lord Lansdowne, Lord Monteagle, Mrs. Norton, Thackeray, Dickens, Eliot Warburton, Tennyson, Tom Taylor, Kinglake, Henry Taylor, and many more were habitués, and every foreigner of distinction sought an introduction to the Duff Gordons. I remember, as a little child, seeing Leopold Rank walking up and down the drawing room, and talking vehemently in an olla podrida of English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish, with now and then a Latin quotation in between. I thought he was a madman. When Monsieur Guizot escaped from France on the outbreak of the Revolution, his first welcome and dinner was in Queen Square. The first child was born in 1842, and soon afterwards Lady Duff Gordon began her translation of The Amber Witch, The French in Algiers, by Lamping, and Feuerbach's remarkable criminal trials, followed in quick succession, and together my father and mother translated Rank's Memoirs of the House of Brandenburg, and Sketches of German Life. A remarkable novel by Léon de Wailly, Stella and Vanessa, had remained absolutely unnoticed in France until my mother's English version appeared, when it suddenly had a great success, which he always declared he owed entirely to Lady Duff Gordon. In a letter written to Mrs. Austen from Lord Lansdowne's beautiful villa at Richmond, which he lent to the Duff Gordons after a severe illness of my father's, my mother mentions Hassan el Bakit, a black boy. He is an inch taller for our grandeur, Pusenfo. He thinks me a great lady and himself a great butler. Hassan was a personage in the establishment. One night, on returning from a theatrical party at Dickens's, my mother found the little boy crouching on the doorstep. His master had turned him out of doors because he was threatened with blindness, and having come now and then with messages to Queen Square, he found his way, as he explained, to die on the threshold of the beautiful pale lady. His eyes were cured, and he became my mother's devoted slave and my playmate, to the horror of Mr. Hilliard, the American author. I perfectly recollect how angry I was when he asked how Lady Duff Gordon could let a negro touch her child, whereupon she called us to her, and kissed me first and Hassan afterwards. Some years ago I asked our dear friend Kingslake about my mother and Hassan, and received the following letter. Can I, my dear Janet, how can I trust myself to speak of your dear mother's beauty in the phase it had reached when I first saw her? The classic form of her features, the noble poise of her head and neck, her stately height, her uncoloured yet pure complexion, caused some of the beholders at first to call her beauty statuesque, and others to call it majestic, some pronouncing it to be even imperious; but she was so intellectual, so keen, so autocratic, sometimes even so impassioned in speech, that nobody feeling her powers could go on feebly comparing her to a statue or a mere queen or empress. All this touches only the beauteous surface; the stories, which were told me by your dear mother herself, are incidentally illustrative of her kindness to fellow creatures in trouble or suffering. Hassan, it is supposed, was a Nubian, and originally, as his name implies, a Mohammedan. He came into the possession of English missionaries, who had probably delivered him from slavery, and it resulted that he not only spoke English well and without foreign accent, but he was always ready with phrases in use amongst pious Christians, and liked, when he could, to apply them as a means of giving honour and glory to his beloved master and mistress; so that if, for example, it happened that, when they were not at home, a visitor called on a Sunday, he was sure to be told by Hassan that Sir Alexander and Lady Duff Gordon were at church, or even, for his diction was equal to this, that they were attending divine service. Your mother had valour enough to practise true Christian kindness under conditions from which the bulk of good people might too often shrink. When on hearing that a Mary, once known to the household, had brought herself into trouble by omitting the precaution of marriage, my lady determined to secure the girl a good refuge by taking her as a servant. Before taking this step, however, she assembled the household, declared her resolve to the servants, and ordered that, on pain of instant dismissal, no one of them should ever dare to say a single unkind word to Mary. Poor Hassan, small, black as jet, but possessed with an idea of the dignity of his sex, conceived it his duty to become the spokesman of the household, and accordingly, advancing a little in front of the neat-aproned, tall, wholesome maidservants, he promised in his and their name a full and careful obedience to the mistress's order; but then, wringing his hands and raising them over his head, he added these words: "What a lesson to us all, my lady!" On the birth of a little son, Hassan triumphantly announced to all callers, "We have got a boy." Another of his delightful speeches was made one evening when Prince Louis Napoleon, the late Emperor of the French, dropped in unexpectedly to dinner. "Please, my lady," said he, on announcing that dinner was ready, "I ran out and bought 2 pennyworth of sprats for the honour of the house." Though I was only 6, I distinctly remember the Chartist riots in 1848. William Bridges Adams, the engineer, an old friend of my great uncle Philip Taylor, had a workshop at Bow, and my mother helped to start a library for the men, and sometimes attended meetings and discussed politics with them. They adored her, and when people talked of possible danger she would smile and say, "My men will look after me." On the evening of April 9 a large party of stalwart men in fustian jackets arrived at our house and had supper. Tom Taylor made speeches and proposed toasts, which were cheered to the echo, and at last my mother made a speech too, and wound up by calling the men her Gordon Volunteers. The hip hip hurrah with which it was greeted startled the neighbours, who for a moment thought the Chartists had invaded the quiet precincts of the square. To Mrs. Austen, who was then in Paris, her daughter wrote, on April 10th: "Dearest Mother, I had only time to write once yesterday, as all hands were full of bustle in entertaining our guests. I never wish to see 40 better gentlemen than we had here last night. As all was quiet, we had supper, cold beef, bread and beer, with songs, sentiments and toasts, such as success to the roof we are under, liberty, brotherhood and order. Then they bivouacked in the different houses till 5 this morning, when they started home. Among the party was a stray policeman, who looked rather wonderstruck. Tom Taylor was capital, made short speeches, told stories, and kept all in good high humour, and Alick came home from patrolling as a special constable, and was received with great glee and affection. All agreed that the fright, to us at least, was well made up by the kindly and pleasant evening. As no one would take a penny, we shall send books to the library, or a contribution to the school, all our neighbours being quite anxious to pay, though not willing to fraternize. I shall send cravats as a badge to the Gordon Volunteers. I enclose a letter from Ethan Kinglake about Paris, which will interest you. My friends of yesterday unanimously decided that Louis Blanc would just suit the lazy set. We had one row, which, however, ceased on the appearance of our stalwart troop. Indeed, I think one Birmingham Smith, a handsome fellow 6 feet high, whose vehement disinterestedness would neither allow to eat, drink, or sleep in the house, would have scattered them. Mr. and Mrs. Austen established themselves at Weybridge in a low, rambling cottage, and we spent some summers with them. The house was cold and damp, and our dear Hassan died in 1850 from congestion of the lungs. I always attributed my mother's bad health to the incessant colds she caught there. I can see before me now her beautiful, pale face bending over poor Hassan as she applied leeches to his chest, which a new maid refused to do, saying, with a toss of her head, "Lor, my lady, I couldn't touch either of 'em." The flash of scorn with which she regarded the girl softened into deep affection and pity when she looked down on her faithful Nubian servant. In 1851 my father took a house at Esher, which was known as the Gordon Arms, and much frequented by our friends. In a letter, written about that time to C.J. Bailey, then Secretary to the Governor of the Mauritius, Lady Duff Gordon gives the first note of alarm as to her health. "I fear you would think me very much altered since my illness. I look thin, ill, and old, and my hair is growing grey. This I consider hard upon a woman just over her 30th birthday. I continue to like Esher very much. I don't think we could have placed ourselves better. Kinglake has given Alick a great handsome chestnut mare, so he is well mounted, and we ride merrily. I expressed such exultation at the idea of your return that my friends, all but Alick, refused to sympathize. Phillips, Malays, and Dicky Doyle talked of jealousy, and Tom Taylor muttered something about a hated rival. Meanwhile, I'll send friendly greetings to you." One summer Macaulay was often at Esher, his brother-in-law having taken a house near ours. He shared my mother's admiration for Miss Austen's novels, and they used to talk of her personages as though they were living friends. If, perchance, my grandfather Austen was there, the talk grew indeed fast and furious, as all three were vehement, eloquent, and enthusiastic talkers. When my mother went to Paris in the summer of 1857 she saw Heine again. As she entered the room he exclaimed, "Oh, Lucie still has the great brown eyes!" He remembered every little incident and all the people who had been in the inn at Bologna. "I, for my part, could hardly speak to him," my mother wrote to Lord Houghton, who asked her to give him some recollections of the poet for his monographs, "so shocked was I by his appearance. He lay on a pile of mattresses, his body wasted, so that it seemed no bigger than a child's under the sheet that covered him, the eyes closed, and the face altogether like the most painful and wasted Ecce Homo ever painted by some old German painter. His voice was very weak, and I was astonished at the animation with which he talked; evidently his mind had wholly survived his body. He wished to give my mother the copyright of all his works, made out lists how to arrange them, and gave her carte blanche to cut out what she pleased, and was especially eager that she should do a prose translation of his songs against her opinion of its practicability. To please him she translated Almanzor and several short poems into verse, the best translations I know. After trying Ventnor for 2 winters, my mother went out to the Cape of Good Hope in a sailing vessel, but on her return was unfortunately persuaded to go to Eusebon in the autumn of 1862, which did her great harm. Thence she went to Egypt, where the dry, hot climate seemed to arrest the malady for a short time. The following memoir, written by Mrs. Norton in the Times, gives a better picture of her than could any words of mine. The 2 talented and beautiful women were intimate friends, and few mourned more deeply for Lucie Duff Gordon than Caroline Norton. In Memoriam, the brief phrase whose solemnity prefaced millions of commonplace epithets before Tennyson taught grief to speak, lamenting his dead friend in every phrase and variety of regret. With such gradation and difference of sorrow will the recent death of a very remarkable woman, Lucie, Lady Duff Gordon, be mourned for by all who knew her, and with such a sense of blank loss will they long continue to lament one whose public success as an author was only commensurate with the charm of her private companionship. Inheriting from both parents the intellectual faculties which she so nobly exercised, her work has been ended in the very noontide of life by premature failure of health, and the long exile she endured for the sake of a better climate has failed to arrest, though it delayed, the doom foretold by her physicians. To that exile we owe the most popular, perhaps, of her contributions to the literature of her country, Letters from the Cape, and Letters from Egypt, the latter more especially interesting from the vivid, lifelike descriptions of the people among whom she dwelt, her aspirations for their better destiny, and the complete amalgamation of her own pursuits and interests with theirs. She was a settler, not a traveller, among them. Unlike Lady Hester Stanhope, whose fantastic and half insane notions of rulership and superiority have been so often recorded for our amazement, Lady Duff Gordon kept the simple frankness of heart and desire to be of service to her fellow creatures without a thought of self or a taint of vanity in her intercourse with them. Not for a lack of flattery or of real enthusiastic gratitude on their part. It is known that when at Thebes, on more than one of her journeys, the women raised the cry of joy as she passed along, and the people flung branches and raiment on her path, as in the old biblical descriptions of Eastern life. The source of her popularity was in the liberal kindliness of spirit with which she acted on all occasions, more especially towards those she considered the victims of bad government and oppressive laws. She says of herself, "One's pity becomes a perfect passion when one sits among the people as I do, and sees all they endure. Least of all can I forgive those among Europeans and Christians who can help to break these bruised reeds." And again, "Would that I could excite the interest of my country in their suffering. Some conception of the value of public opinion in England has penetrated even here." Sympathizing, helping, doctoring their sick, teaching their children, learning the language, Lady Duff Gordon lived in Egypt, and in Egypt she has died, leaving a memory of her greatness and goodness such as no other European woman ever acquired in that country. It is touching to trace her lingering hopes of life and amended health in her letters to her husband and her mother, and to see how, as they faded out, there rose over those hopes the grander light of fortitude and submission to the will of God. Gradually, how gradually the limits of this notice forbid us to follow, hope departs, and she begins bravely to face the inevitable destiny. And then comes the end of all, the strong yet tender announcement of her own conviction that there would be no more meetings, but a grave open to receive her in a foreign land. Dearest Alick, do not think of coming here, as you dread the climate. Indeed, it would be almost too painful to me to part from you again, and as it is, I can wait patiently for the end, among people who are kind and loving enough to be comfortable without too much feeling of the pain of parting. The leaving Luxor was rather a distressing scene, as they did not think to see me again. The kindness of all the people was really touching, from the Cadi, who made ready my tomb among his own family, to the poorest fellaheen. Such are the tranquil and kindly words with which she prefaces her death. Those who remember her in her youth and beauty, before disease rather than time had altered the pale heroic face, and bowed the slight stately figure, may well perceive some strange analogy between soul and body in the Spartan firmness which enabled her to pen that last farewell so quietly. But to the last her thought was for others, and for the services she could render. In this very letter, written, as it were, on the verge of the tomb, she speaks with gratitude and gladness of the advancement of her favourite attendant, Omar. This Omar had been recommended to her by the Janissary of the American Consul General, and so far back as 1862, when in Alexandria, she mentions having engaged him, and his hopeful prophecy of the good her Nile life is to do her. My cough is bad, but Omar says I shall lose it, and eat plenty as soon as I see a crocodile. Omar could not leave her, and he had his reward. One of the last events in the life of this gifted and liberal-minded Englishwoman was the visit to her dahabeah or Nile boat of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Then poor Omar's simple and faithful service to his dying mistress was rewarded in a way he could scarcely have dreamt, and Lady Duff Gordon thus relates the incident. Omar sends you his heartfelt thanks, and begs the boat may remain registered at the consulate in your name as a protection for his use and benefit. The Prince has appointed him his dragoman, but he is sad enough, poor fellow. All his prosperity does not console him for the loss of the mother he found in the world. Mohammed at Luxor wept bitterly, and said, "Poor I, poor my children, poor all the people," and kissed my hand passionately, and the people at Esneh asked leave to touch me for a blessing, and everyone sent delicate bread and their best butter and vegetables and lambs. They are kinder than ever now that I can no longer be of any use to them. If I live till September I will go up to Esneh, where the air is softest and I cough less. I would rather die among my own people on the Said than here. Can you thank the Prince for Omar, or shall I write? He was most pleasant and kind, and the Princess too. She is the most perfect, simple-mannered girl I ever saw. She does not even try to be civil like other great people, but asks blunt questions and looks at one so heartily with her clear, honest eyes that she must win all hearts. They were more considerate than any people I have seen, and the Prince, instead of being gracious, was, if I may say so, quite respectful in manner. He is very well bred and pleasant, and has, too, the honest eyes that make one sure he has a kind heart. My sailors were so proud at having the honour of rowing him in our own boat, and of singing to him. I had a very good singer in the boat. Long will her presence be remembered and wept for among the half-civilized friends of her exile, the poor, the sick, the needy, and the oppressed. She makes the gentle, half-playful boast in one of her letters from the Nile that she is very popular, and has made many cures as a hakim, or doctor, and that a Circassian had set up with a dying Englishman because she had nursed his wife. The picture of the Circassian sitting up with a dying Englishman because an English lady had nursed his wife is infinitely touching, and had its parallel in the speech of an old Scottish landlady known to the writer of this notice, whose son had died in the West Indies among strangers. "And they were so good to him," said she, "that I vowed if I ever had a sick lodger I would do my best for that stranger in remembrance." In remembrance! Who shall say what seeds of kindly intercommunication that dying Englishwoman, of whom and of whose works we have been speaking, may have planted in the arid eastern soil? Or what bread she may have cast on those Nile waters, which shall be found again after many days? Out of evil cometh good, and certainly out of her sickness and suffering good came to all within her influence. Lady Duff Gordon's printed works were many. She was an excellent German scholar, and had the advantage in her translations from that difficult language of her labours being shared by her husband. Ranke, Niebuhr, Feuerbach, Moltke, and others owe their introduction to our English reading public to the industry and talent of her pen. She was also a classic scholar of no mean pretensions. Perhaps no woman of our own time, except Mrs. Somerville and Mrs. Browning in their very different styles, combined so much erudition with so much natural ability. She was the daughter of Mr. Austen, the well-known professor of jurisprudence, and his gifted wife, Sarah Austen, whose name is familiar to thousands of readers, and whose social brilliancy is yet remembered with extreme admiration and regret by the generation immediately preceding our own. That Lucie, Lady Duff Gordon, inherited the best of the intellect and qualities of both these parents will, we think, hardly be disputed, and she had, besides, of her own a certain generosity of spirit, a widespread sympathy for humanity in general, without narrowness or sectarianism, which might well prove her faith modelled on the sentence which appeals too often in vain from the last page of the printed Bible to resenting and dissenting religionists, Multe terracolis lingae, colestilibus una. The last 2 years of my mother's life were one long struggle against deadly disease. The last winter was cheered by the presence of my brother, but at her express desire he came home early in summer to continue his studies, and my father and I were going out to see her when the news came of her death at Cairo on July 14, 1869. Her desire had been to be among her own people at Thebes, but when she felt she would never see Luxor again, she gave orders to be buried as quietly as possible in the cemetery of Cairo. The memory of her talent, simplicity, stately beauty, and extraordinary eloquence, and her almost passionate pity for any oppressed creature, will not easily fade. She bore great pain, and what was almost a greater trial, absence from her husband, her little daughter Uriana, and her many friends, uncomplainingly, gleaning what consolation she could by helping her poor Arab neighbours, who adored her, and have not, I am told, forgotten the great lady who was so good to them. The first volume of Lady Duff Gordon's Letters from Egypt was published by Messrs. Macmillan and Company in May, 1865, with a preface by her mother, Mrs. Austen, who edited them, and was obliged to omit much that might have given offence and made my mother's life uncomfortable, to say the least, in Egypt. Before the end of the year the book went through 3 editions. In 1875 a volume containing the last Letters from Egypt, to which were added Letters from the Cape, reprinted from Vacation Tourists, 1864, with a memoir of my mother by myself, was published by the Messrs. Macmillan and Company. A second edition appeared in 1876. I have now copied my mother's letters as they were written, omitting only the purely family matter which is of no interest to the public. Edward Lear's drawing of Luxor was printed in 3 generations of Englishwomen, edited by Mrs. Ross, but the other illustrations are now reproduced for the first time. The names of villages alluded to in the letters have been spelt as in the atlas published by the Egyptian Exploration Fund. Janet Ross. End of Memoir. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 3 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Grand Cairo, Tuesday, November 11th, 1862. Dearest Mother, I write to you out of the real Arabian Nights. Well may the Prophet, whose name be exalted, smile when he looks on Cairo. It is a golden existence, all sunshine and poetry, and, I must add, kindness and civility. I came up last Thursday by railway with the American Consul General, a charming person, and had to stay at this horrid Shepherd's Hotel. But I do little but sleep here. Hekekian Bey, a learned old Armenian, takes care of me every day, and the American Vice Consul is my sacrifice. I went on Sunday to his child's christening, and heard Sakna, the restorer of hearts. She is wonderfully like Rachel, and her singing is hindraisoned from expression and passion. Mr. Wilkinson, the consul, is a Levantine, and his wife Armenian, so they had a grand fantasia, people feasted all over the house and in the street. Arab music shemtert, women yelled the zagharit, black servants served sweetmeats, pipes, and coffee, and behaved as if they belonged to the company, and I was strongly under the impression that I was at Nureddin's wedding with the vizier's daughter. Yesterday I went to Heliopolis with Hekekian Bey and his wife, and visited an Armenian country lady close by. My servant Omar turns out to be a jewel. He has déterré an excellent boat for the Nile voyage, and I am to be mistress of a captain, a mate, 8 men and a cabin boy for £25 a month. I went to Boulak, the port of Cairo, and saw various boats, and admired the way in which the English travellers pay for their insolence and caprices. Similar boats cost people with dragomans £50 to £65. But then, I shall lick the fellows, etc., is what I hear all round. The dragoman, I conclude, pockets the difference. The owner of the boat, Sik Ahmed el Berberi, asked £30, whereupon I touched my breast, mouth and eyes, and stated through Omar that I was not, like the other Ingles, made of money, but I would give £20. He then showed another boat at £20, very much worse, and I departed, with fresh civilities, and looked at others, and saw 2 more for £20, but neither was clean, and neither had a little boat for landing. Meanwhile Sid Ahmed came after me and explained that, if I was not like other Ingles in money, I likewise differed in politeness, and had refrained from abuse, etc., etc., and I should have the boat for £25. It was so very excellent in all fittings, and so much larger, that I thought it would make a great difference in health, so I said if he would go before the American Vice Consul, who is looked upon as a sharp hand, and would promise all he said to me before him, it should be well. Mr. Thayer, the American Consul General, gives me letters to every consular agent depending on him, and 2 Coptic merchants whom I met at the fantasia have already begged me to honour their houses. I rather think the poor agents, who are all Armenians and Copts, will think I am the Republic in person. The weather has been all this time like a splendid English August, and I hope I shall get rid of my cough in time, but it has been very bad. There is no cold at night here as at the Cape, but it is nothing like so clear and bright. Omar took Sally sightseeing all day while I was away, into several mosques; in one he begged her to wait a minute while he said a prayer. They compare notes about their respective countries, and are great friends, but he is put out at my not having provided her with a husband long ago, as is one's duty towards a female servant, which almost always here means a slave. Of all the falsehoods I have heard about the East, that about women being old hags at 30 is the biggest. Among the poor fellow women it may be true enough, but not nearly as much as in Germany, and I have now seen a considerable number of Levantine ladies looking very handsome, or at least comely, till 50. Sakna, the Arab Grizzly, is 55, an ugly face I am told; she was veiled, and one only saw the eyes and glimpses of her mouth when she drank water, but the figure of a leopard, all grace and beauty, and a splendid voice of its kind, harsh but thrilling like Malibran's. I guessed her about 30, or perhaps 35. When she improvised, the finesse and grace of her whole Wesen were ravishing. I was on the point of shouting out Wallah as heartily as the natives. The 8 younger Halma, i.e. learned women, which the English call Alma and think is an improper word, were ugly and screeched. Sakna was treated with great consideration and quite as a friend by the Armenian ladies with whom she talked between her songs. She is a Muslimeh and very rich and charitable; she gets £50 for a night's singing at least. It would be very easy to learn colloquial Arabic, as they all speak with such perfect distinctness that one can follow the sentences and catch the words one knows as they are repeated. I think I know 40 or 50 words already, besides my Salaam Aleykum and Bakshish. The reverse of the brilliant side of the medal is sad enough: deserted palaces, and crowded hovels scarce good enough for pigsties. One day man see his dinner, and one other day none at all, as Omar observes, and the children are all shocking from bad food, dirt and overwork, but the little pot-bellied, blear-eyed wretches grow up into noble young men and women under all their difficulties. The faces are sad and rather what the Scotch call dour, not méchant at all, but harsh, like their voices. All the melody is in walk and gesture, they are as graceful as cats, and the women have exactly the breasts like pomegranates of their poetry. A tall Bedouin woman came up to us in the field yesterday to shake hands and look at us. She wore a white sackcloth shift and veil, und Witternich, and asked Mrs. Hekekian a good many questions about me, looked at my face and hands, but took no notice of my rather smart gown which the village women admired so much, shook hands again with the air of a princess, wished me health and happiness, and strode off across the graveyard like a stately ghost. She was on a journey all alone, and somehow it looked very solemn and affecting to see her walking away towards the desert in the setting sun like Hagar. All is so scriptural in the country here. Sally called out in the railroad, "There is Boaz, sitting in the cornfield," and so it was, and there he has sat for how many thousand years, and Sakna sang just like Miriam in one war song. Wednesday. My contract was drawn up and signed by the American Vice Consul today, and my Rais kissed my hand in due form, after which I went to the bazaar to buy the needful pots and pans. The transaction lasted an hour. The copper is so much per oka, the workmanship so much, every article is weighed by a sworn weigher and a ticket sent with it. More Arabian Nights. The shopkeeper compares notes with me about numerals, and is as much amused as I. He treats me to coffee and a pipe from a neighbouring shop while Omar eloquently depreciates the goods and offers half the value. A water seller offers a brass cup of water, I drink and give the huge sum of 2d, and he distributes the contents of his skin to the crowd (there is always a crowd) in my honour. It seems I have done a pious action. Finally a boy is called to carry the batterie de cuisine, while Omar brandishes a gigantic kettle which he has picked up a little bruised for 4 shillings. The boy has a donkey which I mount astride à l'Arabe, while the boy carries all the copper things on his head. We are a rather grand procession, and quite enjoy the fury of the dragomans and other leeches who hang on the English at such independent proceedings, and Omar gets reviled for spoiling the trade by being cook, dragoman, and all in one. I went this morning with Hekekian Bey to the 2 earliest mosques. The Touloun is exquisite, noble, simple, and what ornament there is the most delicate lacework and embossing in stone and wood. This Arab architecture is even more lovely than our Gothic. The Touloun is now a vast poorhouse, a nest of paupers. I went into 3 of their lodgings. Several Turkish families were in a large square room neatly divided into little partitions with old mats hung on ropes. In each were as many bits of carpet, mat and patchwork as the poor owner could collect, and a small chest and a little brick cooking place in one corner of the room, with 3 earthen pipkins for I don't know how many people. That was all. They possessed no sort of furniture, but all was scrupulously clean and no bad smell whatever. A little boy seized my hand and showed me where he slept, ate and cooked with the most expressive pantomime. As there were women, Hekekian could not come in, but when I came out an old man told us that they received 3 loaves, cakes as big as a sailor's biscuits, 4 piastres a month, i.e. 8d per adult, a suit of clothes a year, and on festive occasions lentil soup. Such is the almshouse here. A little crowd belonging to the house had collected, and I gave 6d to an old man, who transferred it to the first old man to be divided among them all, 10 or 12 people at least, mostly blind or lame. The poverty wrings my heart. We took leave with salams and politeness like the best society, and then turned into an Arab hut stuck against the lovely arches. I stooped low under the door, and several women crowded in. This was still poorer, for there were no mats or rags of carpet, a still worse looking cooking place, a sort of dog kennel piled up of loose stones to sleep in, which contained a small chest and the print of human forms on the stone floor. It was, however, quite free from dust, and perfectly sweet. I gave the young woman who had let me in sixpence, and here the difference between Turk and Arab appeared. The division of this created a perfect storm of noise, and we left the 5 or 6 Arab women out shrieking a whole rookery. I ought to say that no one begged at all. Friday. I went to day on a donkey to a mosque in the bazaar, of what we call Arabesque style, like the Alhambra, very handsome. The Kibla was very beautiful, and as I was admiring it, Omar pulled a lemon out of his breast, and smeared it on the porphyry pillar on one side of the arch, and then entreated me to lick it. It cures all diseases. The old man who showed me the mosque pulled eagerly at my arm to make me perform this absurd ceremony, and I thought I should have been forced to do it. The base of the pillar was clogged with lemon juice. I then went to the tombs of the Khalifa. One of the great ones had such arches and such wondrous cupolas, but all in ruins. There are scores of these noble buildings, any one of which is a treasure, falling to decay. The next, strange to say, was in perfect repair. I got off the donkey, and Omar fidgeted and hesitated a little, and consulted with a woman who had the key. As there were no overshoes, I pulled off my boots, and was rewarded by seeing the footprints of Mohammed on 2 black stones, and a lovely little mosque, a sort of Sainte Chapelle. Omar prayed with ardent fervour and went out backwards, saluting the Prophet aloud. To my surprise the woman was highly pleased with sixpence, and did not ask for more. When I remarked this, Omar said that no Frank had ever been inside to his knowledge. A mosque keeper of the sterner sex would not have let me in. I returned home through endless streets and squares of Moslem tombs, those of the Memlooks among them. It was very striking, and it was getting so dark that I thought of Nureddin Bey, and wondered if a Jinn would take me anywhere if I took up my night's lodging in one of the comfortable little cupola-covered buildings. My Coptic friend has just called in to say that his brother expects me at Keneh. I find nothing but civility and a desire to please. My boat is the Zent el Bahrein, and I carry the English flag and a small American distinguishing pennant as a signal to my consular agents. We sail next Wednesday. Good-bye for the present, dearest Mutter. End of Letter 3. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 4 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon. Boat off Mbaba, November 21st, 1862. Dearest Alick, we embarked yesterday, and after the fashion of Eastern caravans are abiding today at a village opposite Cairo. It is Friday, and therefore would be improper and unlucky to set out on our journey. The scenes on the river are wonderfully diverting and curious, so much life and movement. But the boatmen are sophisticated. My crew have all sported new white drawers in honour of the City Inglese's supposed modesty. Of course compensation will be expected. Poor fellows! They are very well mannered and quiet in their rags and misery, and their queer little humming song is rather pretty, Ayah Mohammed, ad infinitum, except when an energetic man cries Yallah, i.e. Oh God, which means go it in everyday life. Omar is gone to fetch 1 or 2 more unconsidered trifles, and I have been explaining the defects to be remedied in the cabin door, broken window, etc., to my Rais, with the help of 6 words of Arabic and dumb show, which they understand and answer with wonderful quickness. The air on the river is certainly quite celestial, totally unlike the damp, chilly feeling of the hotel and Frank quarter of Cairo. The Isbekia, or public garden, where all the Franks live, was a lake, I believe, and is still very damp. I shall go up to the second cataract as fast as possible, and return back at leisure. Hekekian Bey came to take leave yesterday, and lent me several books. Pray tell Senior what a kindness his introduction was. It would have been rather dismal at Cairo, if one could be dismal there, without a soul to speak to. I was sorry to know no Turks or Arabs, and have no opportunity of seeing any but the tradesmen of whom I bought my stores, but that was very amusing. The young man of whom I bought my finjans was so handsome, elegant, and melancholy, that I know he was the lover of the Sultan's favourite slave. How I wish you were here to enjoy all this, so new, so beautiful, and yet so familiar, life, and you would like the people, poor things, they are complete children, but amiable children. I went into the village here, where I was a curiosity, and some women took me into their houses and showed me their sleeping place, cookery, poultry, etc., and a man followed me to keep off the children, but no baksheesh was asked for, which showed that Europeans were rare there. The utter destitution is terrible to see, though in this climate of course it matters less, but the much talked of dirt is simply utter poverty. The poor souls are as clean as Nile mud and water will make their bodies, and they have not a second shirt, or any bed but dried mud. Give my love to my darlings, and don't be uneasy if you don't get letters. My cough has been better now for 5 days without a bad return of it, so I hope it is really better. It is the first reprieve for so long. The sun is so hot, a regular broil, November 21st, and all doors and windows open in the cabin. A delicious breeze. End of Letter 4. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 5 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Feshen, Monday, November 30th, 1862. Dearest Mutter, I have now been enjoying this most delightful way of life for 10 days, and I am certainly much better. I begin to eat and sleep again, and cough less. My crew are a great amusement to me. They are mostly men from near the first cataract above Assuan, sleek-skinned, gentle, patient, merry black fellows. The little black Rais is the very picture of good nature and full of fun, chaffing the girls as we pass the villages, and always smiling. The steersman is of lighter complexion, also very cheery, but decidedly pious. He prays 5 times a day and utters ejaculations to the Apostle Rusul continually. He hurt his ankle on one leg and his instep on the other with a rusty nail, and they festered. I dressed them with poultices and then with lint and strapping, with perfect success, to the great admiration of all hands, and he announced how much better he felt. Alhamdulillah, Kieth el Harak Kathir ya Siti. Praise be to God, and thanks without end, O lady, and every one echoed, Kieth el Harak Kathir. The most important person is the Walid, boy, Achmet. The most merry, clever, omnipresent little rascal, with an ugly little pug face, a shape like an antique Cupid, liberally displayed, and a skin of dark brown velvet. His voice, shrill and clear, is always heard foremost. He cooks for the crew, he jumps overboard with the rope and gives advice on all occasions, grinds the coffee with the end of a stick in a mortar, which he holds between his feet, and uses the same large stick to walk proudly before me, brandishing it if I go ashore for a minute, and ordering everybody out of the way. Ya Achmet resounds all day whenever anybody wants anything, and the Walid is always ready and able. My favourite is Osman, a tall, long-limbed black who seems to have stepped out of a hieroglyphical drawing, shirt, skull-cap, and all. He has only those 2 garments, and how anyone contrives to look so inconceivably neat and respectable, as Sally truly remarked, in that costume is a mystery. He is always at work, always cheerful, but rather silent, in short, the able seaman and steady, respectable hand par excellence. Then we have El Zankaloni from near Cairo, an old fellow of white complexion and a valuable person, an inexhaustible teller of stories at night and always en train, full of jokes and remarkable for a dry humour much relished by the crew. I wish I understood the stories, which sound delightful, all about sultans and ifrits, with effective points, at which all hands exclaim Mashallah, or Ah, as long as you can drawl it. The jokes, perhaps, I may as well be ignorant of. There is a certain Sherif who does nothing but laugh and work and be obliging, helps Omar with one hand and Sally with the other, and looks like a great innocent black child. The rest of the dozen are all of various colours, sizes, and ages, some quite old, but all very quiet and well behaved. We have had either dead calm or contrary wind all the time, and the men have worked very hard at the tow rope. On Friday I proclaimed a halt in the afternoon at a village at prayer time, for the pious Muslims to go to the mosque. This gave great satisfaction, though only 5 went, Rais, steersman, Zankaloni, and 2 old men. The up river men never pray at all, and Osman occupied himself by buying salt out of another boat and stowing it away to take up to his family, as it is terribly dear high up river. At Beni Suef we halted to buy meat and bread. It is comme qui dirait an assize town. There is one butcher who kills 1 sheep a day. I walked about the streets escorted by Omar in front and 2 sailors with huge staves behind, and created a sensation accordingly. It is a dull little country town with a wretched palace of Said Pasha. On Sunday we halted at Biba, where I caught sight of a large Coptic church, and sallied forth to see whether they would let me in. The road lay past the house of the headman of the village, and there in the gate sat a patriarch, surrounded by his servants and his cattle. Over the gateway were crosses and queer constellation of dots, more like Mithraic symbols than anything Christian, but Girgis was a Copt, though the chosen head of the Muslim village. He rose as I came up, stepped out and salaamed, then took my hand and said I must go into his house before I saw the church and enter the hareem. His old mother, who looked 100, and his pretty wife, were very friendly, but as I had to leave Omar at the door, our talk soon came to an end, and Girgis took me out into the divan, without the sacred precincts of the hareem. Of course we had pipes and coffee, and he pressed me to stay some days, to eat with him every day and to accept all his house contained. I took the milk he offered, and asked him to visit me in the boat, saying I must return before sunset when it gets cold, as I was ill. The house was a curious specimen of a wealthy man's house. I could not describe it if I tried, but I felt I was acting a passage of the Old Testament. We went to the church, which outside looked like 9 beehives in a box. Inside, the 9 domes resting on square pillars were very handsome. Girgis was putting it into thorough repair at his own expense, and it will cost a great deal, I think, to repair and renew the fine old wood panelling of such minute and intricate workmanship. The church is divided by 3 screens. One in front of the eastern 3 domes is impervious and conceals the Holy of Holies. He opened the horseshoe door for me to look in, but explained that no hareem might cross the threshold. All was in confusion owing to the repairs which were actively going on without the slightest regard to Sunday, but he took up a large bundle, kissed it, and showed it me. What it contained I cannot guess, and I scrupled to inquire through a Muslim interpreter. To the right of this sanctum is the tomb of a Muslim saint, enclosed under the adjoining dome. Here we went in and Girgis kissed the tomb on one side, while Omar salaamed it on the other, a pleasant sight. They were much more particular about our shoes than in the mosques. Omar wanted to tie handkerchiefs over my boots like at Cairo, but the priest objected and made me take them off and march about in the brick and mortar rubbish in my stockings. I wished to hear the service, but it was not till sunset, and as far as I could make out, not different on Sunday to other days. The hareems are behind the screen furthest removed from the holy screen, behind a 3rd screen where also was the front, locked up and shaped like a Muslim tomb in little. Hareem is used here just like German Frauenzimmer, to mean a respectable woman. Girgis spoke of me to Omar as hareem. The Copts have but one wife, but they shut her up much closer than the Arabs. The children were sweetly pretty, so unlike the Arab brats, and the men very good looking. They did not seem to acknowledge me at all as a co-religionaire, and asked whether we of the English religion did not marry our brothers and sisters. The priest then asked me to drink coffee at his house close by, and there I sat in the gate, i.e. in a large sort of den raised 2 feet from the ground and matted, to the left of the gate. A crowd of Copts collected and squatted about, and we were joined by the mason who was repairing the church, a fine burly rough-bearded old Mussulman, who told how the Sheykh buried in the church of Biba had appeared to him 3 nights running at Cairo and ordered him to leave his work and go to Biba and mend his church, and how he came and offered to do so without pay if the Copts would find the materials. He spoke with evident pride, as one who had received a divine command. And the Copts all confirmed the story, and every one was highly gratified by the miracle. I asked Omar if he thought it was all true, and he had no doubt of it. The mason he knew to be a respectable man in full work, and Girgis added that he had tried to get a man to come for years for the purpose without success. It is not often that a dead saint contrives to be equally agreeable to Christians and Mussulmans, and here was the staunch old true believer working away in the sanctuary which they would not allow an English fellow Christian to enter. Whilst we sat hearing all these wonders, the sheep and cattle pushed in between us, coming home at eve. The venerable old priest looked so like Father Abraham, and the whole scene was so pastoral and biblical, that I felt quite as if my wish was fulfilled to live a little a few thousands of years ago. They wanted me to stay many days, and then Girgis said I must stop at Feshen, where he had a fine house and garden, and he would go on horseback and meet me there, and would give me a whole troop of fellaheen to pull the boat up quick. Omar's eyes twinkled with fun as he translated this, and said he knew the Sitt would cry out, as she always did about the fellaheen, as if she were hurt herself. He told Girgis that the English customs did not allow people to work without pay, which evidently seemed very absurd to the whole party. Gebel Sheykh Mbarak, Thursday. I stopped last night at Feshen, but finding this morning that my Coptic friends were not expected till the afternoon, I would not spend the whole day, and came on still against wind and stream. If I could speak Arabic I should have enjoyed a few days with Girgis and his family immensely, to learn their Ansichten a little, but Omar's English is too imperfect to get beyond elementary subjects. The thing that strikes me most is the tolerant spirit that I see everywhere. They say, "Ah, it is your custom," and express no sort of condemnation, and Muslims and Christians appear perfectly good friends, as my story of Biba goes to prove. I have yet to see the much talked of fanaticism; at present I have not met with a symptom of it. There were 13 Copt families at Biba and a considerable Muslim population, who had elected Girgis their headman and kissed his hand very heartily as our procession moved through the streets. Omar said he was a very good man and much liked. The villages look like slight elevations in the mud banks cut into square shapes. The best houses have neither paint, whitewash, plaster, bricks, nor windows, nor any visible roofs. They don't give one the notion of human dwellings at all at first, but soon the eye gets used to the absence of all that constitutes a house in Europe, the impression of wretchedness wears off, and one sees how picturesque they are, with palm trees and tall pigeon houses, and here and there the dome over a saint's tomb. The men at work on the river banks are exactly the same colour as the Nile mud, with just the warmer hue of the blood circulating beneath the skin. Prometheus has just formed them out of the universal material at hand, and the sun breathed life into them. Poor fellows, even the boatmen, ragged crew as they are, say, "Ah, fellaheen," with a contemptuous pity when they see me watch the villagers at work. The other day 4 huge barges passed us towed by a steamer and crammed with hundreds of the poor souls torn from their homes to work at the Isthmus of Suez, or some palace of the Pashas, for a nominal piastre a day, and find their own bread and water and cloak. One of my crew, Andrasul, a black savage whose function is always to jump overboard whenever the rope gets entangled or anything is wanted, recognized some relations of his from a village close to Assouan. There was much shouting, and poor Andrasul looked very mournful all day. It may be his turn next. Some of the crew disloyally remarked that they were sure the men there wished they were working for a City Inglese, as Andrasul told them he was. Think, too, what splendid pay it must be that the boat owner can give out of £25 a month to 12 men, after taking his own profits, the interest of money being enormous. When I call my crew black I don't think of negroes. They are elegantly shaped Arabs and all gentlemen in manners, and the black is transparent, with amber reflex under it in the sunshine; a negro looks blue beside them. I have learned a great deal that is curious from Omar's confidences, who tells me his family affairs and talks about the women of his family, which he would not do to a man. He refused to speak to his brother, a very grand dragoman, who was with the Prince of Wales, and who came up to us in the hotel at Cairo and addressed Omar, who turned his back on him. I asked the reason, and Omar told me how his brother had a wife, an old wife, been with him long time, very good wife. She had 3 children, all dead. All at once the dragoman, who was much older than Omar, declared he would divorce her and marry a young woman. Omar said, "No, don't do that, keep her in your house as head of your home, and take one of your 2 black slave girls as your hareem." But the other insisted, and married a young Turkish wife, whereupon Omar took his poor old sister-in-law to live with him and his own young wife, and cut his grand brother dead. See how characteristic! The urging his brother to take the young slave girl as his hareem, like a respectable man, that would have been all right, but what he did was not good. "I'll trouble you," as Mrs. Grote used to say, "to settle these questions to everyone's satisfaction." I own Omar seemed to me to take a view against which I had nothing to say. His account of his other brother, a confectioner's household with 2 wives, was very curious. He and they, with his wife and sister-in-law, all live together, and one of the brother's wives has 6 children. 3 sleep with their own mother and 3 with their other mother, and all is quite harmonious. Siout, December 10th. I could not send a letter from Minieh, where we stopped, and I visited a sugar manufactory and a gentlemanly Turk, who superintended the district, the Moudir. I heard a boy singing Zikr, the 99 attributes of God, to a set of dervishes in a mosque, and I think I never heard anything more beautiful and affecting. Ordinary Arab singing is harsh and nasal, but it can be wonderfully moving. Since we left Minieh we have suffered dreadfully from the cold, the chickens died of it, and the Arabs look blue and pinched. Of course it is my weather, and there never was such cold and such incessant contrary winds known. To day was better, and Wassef, a Copt here, lent me his superb donkey to go up to the tomb in the mountain. The tomb is a mere cavern, so defaced, but the view of beautiful Siout standing in the midst of a loop of the Nile was ravishing. A green deeper and brighter than England, graceful minarets in crowds, a picturesque bridge, gardens, palm trees, then the river beyond it, the barren yellow cliffs as a frame all around that. At our feet a woman was being carried to the grave, and the boys' voices rang out the Koran full and clear as the long procession, first white turbans and then black veils and robes, wound along. It is all a dream to me. You can't think what an odd effect it is to take up an English book and read it, and then look up and hear the men cry, "Ya Mohammed! Bless thee, Bottom, how art thou translated?" It is the reverse of all one's former life when one sat in England and read of the East. Und nun sitz und mittendrin in the real, true Arabian Nights, and I don't know whether I be as I suppose I be, or not. Tell Alick the news, for I have not written to any but you. I do so long for my Rainey. The little Copt girls are like her, only pale, but they don't let you admire them for fear of the evil eye. End of Letter 5. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 6 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon. Thebes, December 20th, 1862. Dear Alick, I have had a long, dawdling voyage up here, but enjoyed it much, and have seen and heard many curious things. I only stop here for letters, and shall go on to Wady Halfa, as the weather is very cold still, and I shall be better able to enjoy the ruins when I return about a month hence, and shall certainly prefer the tropics now. I can't describe the kindness of the Copts. The men I met at a party in Cairo wrote to all their friends and relations to be civil to me. Wassef's attentions consisted first in lending me his superb donkey and accompanying me about all day. Next morning arrived a procession headed by his clerk, a gentlemanly young Copt, and consisting of 5 black Memlooks carrying a live sheep, a huge basket of the most delicious bread, a pile of cricket balls of creamy butter, a large copper cauldron of milk, and a cage of poultry. I was confounded, and tried to give a good baksheesh to the clerk, but he utterly declined. At Girgeh one Mishregi was waiting for me, and was in despair because he had only time to get a few hundred eggs, 2 turkeys, a heap of butter, and a can of milk. At Keneh one Isa (Jesus) also lent a donkey, and sent me 3 boxes of delicious Mecca dates, which Omar thought stingy. Such attentions are agreeable here where good food is not to be had except as a gift. They all made me promise to see them again on my return and dine at their houses, and Wassef wanted to make a fantasia and have dancing girls. How you would love the Arab women in the country villages! I wandered off the other day, alone, while the men were mending the rudder, and fell in with a troop of them carrying water jars, such sweet, graceful beings, all smiles and grace. One beautiful woman pointed to the village and made signs of eating and took my hand to lead me. I went with her, admiring them as they walked. Omar came running after, and wondered I was not afraid. I laughed, and said they were much too pretty and kindly looking to frighten anyone, which amused them immensely when he told them so. They all wanted me to go and eat in their houses, and I had a great mind to it, but the wind was fair and the boat waiting, so I bid my beautiful friends farewell. They asked if we wanted anything, milk or eggs, for they would give it with pleasure. It was not their custom to sell things, they said. I offered a bit of money to a little naked child, but his mother would not let him take it. I shall never forget the sweet, engaging creatures at that little village, or the dignified politeness of an old weaver whose loom I walked in to look at, and who also wished to set a piece of bread before me. It is the true poetical pastoral life of the Bible in the villages where the English have not been, and happily they don't land at the little places. Thebes has become an English watering place. There are now 9 boats lying here, and the great object is to do the Nile as fast as possible. It is a race up to Wady Halfa or Assuan. I have gained so much during this month that I hope the remaining 3 will do real good, as the weather will improve with the new year, they tell me. All the English stay here and make Christmas, as Omar calls it, but I shall go on and do my devotions with the Copts at Esneh or Edfu. I found that their seeming disinclination to let one attend their service arose from the idea that we English would not recognize them as Christians. I wrote a curious story of a miracle to my mother. I find that I was wrong about the saint being a Mussulman, and so is Murray. He is no less than Mar Girghis, our own St. George himself. Why he selected a Mussulman mason I suppose he knows best. In a week I shall be in Nubia. Some year we must all make this voyage, you would revel in it. Kiss my darlings for me. End of Letter 6. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 7 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Thebes, February 11th, 1863. Dearest Alick, on arriving here last night I found one letter from you, dated December 10, and I have received nothing else. Pray write again forthwith to Cairo, where I hope to stay some weeks. A clever old dragoman I met at Philae offers to lend me furniture for a lodging or a tent for the desert, and when I hesitated he said he was very well off, and it was not his business to sell things, but only to be paid for his services by rich people, and that if I did not accept it as he meant it he should be quite hurt. This is what I have met with from everything Arab, nothing but kindness and politeness. I shall say farewell to Egypt with real feeling. Among other things it will be quite a pang to part with Omar, who has been my shadow all this time, and for whom I have quite an affection, he is so thoroughly good and amiable. I am really much better, I hope and believe, though only within the last week or two. We have had the coldest winter ever known in Nubia, such bitter north-east winds, but when the wind by great favour did not blow, the weather was heavenly. If the millennium really does come, I shall take a good bit of mine on the Nile. At Assuan I had been strolling about in that most poetically melancholy spot, the granite quarry of old Egypt and burial place of Moslem martyrs, and as I came homewards along the bank a party of slave merchants, who had just loaded their goods for Sennaar from the boat on the camels, asked me to dinner, and oh, how delicious it felt to sit on a mat among the camels and strange bales of goods, and eat the tough hot bread, sour milk and dates, offered with such stately courtesy. We got quite intimate over our leather cup of sherbet, brown sugar and water, and the handsome jet-black men, with features as beautiful as those of the young Bacchus, described the distant lands in a way which would have charmed Herodotus. They proposed to me to join them, they had food enough, and Omar and I were equally inclined to go. It is of no use to talk of the ruins, everybody has said, I suppose, all that can be said, but Philae surpassed my expectations. No wonder the Arab legends of Ens el Wogood are so romantic, and Abu Simbel and many more. The scribbling of names is quite infamous, beautiful paintings are defaced by Tomkins and Hobson, but worst of all Prince Puckler Muskow has engraved his and Ordenskreuz in huge letters on the naked breast of that august and pathetic giant who sits at Abu Simbel. I wish some one would kick him for his profanity. I have eaten many odd things with odd people in queer places, dined in a respectable Nubian family, the castor oil was trying, been to a Nubian wedding, such a dance I saw. Made friends with a man much looked up to in this place, Kalabshi, notorious for cutting throats, inasmuch as he had killed several intrusive tax gatherers and recruiting officers. He was very gentlemanly and kind, and carried me up a place so steep I could not have reached it. Just below the cataract, by the by going up is nothing but noise and shouting, but coming down is fine fun, Fantasia Katir, as my excellent little Nubian pilot said. My sailors all prayed away manfully and were horribly frightened. I confess my pulse quickened, but I don't think it was fear. Well, below the cataract I stopped for a religious fête, and went to a holy tomb with the darweesh, so extraordinarily handsome and graceful, the true Fengamot noble Bedouin type. He took care of me through the crowd, who had never seen a Frank woman before and crowded fearfully, and pushed the true believers unmercifully to make way for me. He was particularly pleased at my not being afraid of Arabs. I laughed, and asked if he was afraid of us. Oh no, he would like to come to England; when there he would work to eat and drink, and then sit and sleep in the church. I was positively ashamed to tell my religious friends that with us the house of God is not the house of the poor stranger. I asked him to eat with me, but he was holding a preliminary Ramadan (it begins next week), and could not, but he brought his handsome sister, who was richly dressed, and begged me to visit him and eat of his bread, cheese, and milk. Such is the treatment one finds if one leaves the high road and the baksheesh hunting parasites. There are plenty of gentlemen, barefooted and clad in a shirt and cloak, ready to pay attentions, which you may return with a civil look and a greeting, and if you offer a cup of coffee and a seat on the floor, you give great pleasure, still more if you eat the doura and dates, or bread and sour milk, with an appetite. At Kom Ombo we met a Rifa'i darweesh with his basket of tame snakes. After a little talk he proposed to initiate me, and so we sat down and held hands like people marrying. Omar sat behind me and repeated the words as my wakeel, then the Rifa'i twisted a cobra round our joined hands and requested me to spit on it. He did the same, and I was pronounced safe and enveloped in snakes. My soldiers groaned and Omar shuddered as the snakes put out their tongues. The darweesh and I smiled at each other like Roman augurs. I need not say the creatures were toothless. It is worth going to Nubia to see the girls. Up to 12 or 13 they are neatly dressed in a bead necklace and a leather fringe 4 inches wide round the loins, and anything so absolutely perfect as their shapes or so sweetly innocent as their look can't be conceived. My pilot's little girl came in the dress mentioned before carrying a present of cooked fish on her head and some fresh eggs. She was 4 years old and so klug. I gave her a captain's biscuit and some figs, and the little pet sat with her little legs tucked under her, and ate it so manierlich and was so long over it, and wrapped up some more white biscuit to take home in a little rag of a veil so carefully. I longed to steal her, she was such a darling. 2 beautiful young Nubian women visited me in my boat, with hair in little plaits finished off with lumps of yellow clay burnished like golden tags, soft deep bronze skins, and lips and eyes fit for Isis and Hathor. Their very dress and ornaments were the same as those represented in the tombs, and I felt inclined to ask them how many thousand years old they were. In their house I sat on an ancient Egyptian couch with the semicircular head rest, and drank out of crockery which looked antique, and they brought a present of dates in a basket such as you may see in the British Museum. They are dressed in drapery like Greek statues, and are as perfect, but have hard, bold faces, and though far handsomer, lack the charm of the Arab women, and the men, except at Kalabshi and those from far up the country, are not such gentlemen as the Arabs. Everyone is cursing the French here. 40,000 men always work at the Suez Canal at starvation point, does not endear them to the Arabs. There is great excitement as to what the new Pasha will do. If he ceases to give forced labour, the canal, I suppose, must be given up. Well, I must leave off and send my letter to Mustapha Aga to forward. I shall stay here 10 days or so, and then return slowly to Cairo on March 10th, the last day of Ramadan. I will stay a short time at Cairo, and then take a small boat and drop down to Alexandria and see Janet. How I did wish for my darling Rainie to play with Achmet in the boat, and see the pretty Nubian boys and girls. I have seen and heard so much, that like Monsieur de Conti, je voudrais être levé pour l'aller dire. I long to bore you with travellers' tales. Pray write soon. Omar wanted to hear all that the gentlemen said about Walid and Bint, boy and girl, and was quite delighted to hear of Maurice's good report at school. He thinks that the Abu el Walad, father of the children, you, to wit, will send a sheep to the Fiqh who teaches him. I have learned a new code of propriety altogether. Cela a du bon et du mauvais, like ours. When I said 'my husband,' Omar blushed and gently corrected me. When my donkey fell in the streets, he cried with vexation, and on my mentioning the fall to Hekekian Bey he was quite indignant. 'Why you say it, ma'am? That's shame. A faux pas, in fact.' On the other hand, they mention all that belongs to the production of children with perfect satisfaction and pleasure. A very pleasing, modest, and handsome Nubian young woman, wishing to give me the best present she could think of, brought me a mat of her own making, and which had been her marriage bed. It was a gift both friendly and honourable, and I treasure it accordingly. Omar gave me a description of his own marriage, appealed to my sympathy about the distress of absence from his wife. I intimated that English people were not accustomed to some words and might be shocked, on which he said, 'Of course I not speak of my hareem to English gentlemen, but to good lady can speak it.' Good-bye, dear Alick. No, that is improper. I must say, 'Oh my lord,' or 'Abu Maurice.'" End of Letter 7. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 8 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, a few miles below Girgeh, March 7, 1863. Dearest Mutter, I was so glad to find from your letter, which Janet sent me to Thebes by a steamer, that mine from Siout had reached you safely. First and foremost, I am wonderfully better. In Cairo the winter has been terribly cold and damp, as the Coptic priest told me yesterday at Girgeh. So I don't repent the expense of the boat, for je n'ai pour mon argent. I am all the money better, and really think of getting well. Now that I know the ways of this country a little, which Herodotus truly says is like no other, I see that I might have gone and lived at Thebes, or Kenna, or Aswan on next to nothing, but then how could I know it? The English have raised a mirage of false wants and extravagance, which the servants of the country, of course, some from interest and others from mere ignorance, do their best to keep up. As soon as I had succeeded in really persuading Omar that I was not as rich as a Pasha, and had no wish to be thought so, he immediately turned over a new leaf as to what must be had and said, Oh, if I could have thought an English lady would have eaten and lived and done the least like Arab people, I might have hired a house at Keneh for you, and we might have gone up in a clean passenger boat, but I thought no English could bear it. At Cairo, where we shall be, Inshallah, on the 19th, Omar will get a lodging and borrow a few mattresses and a table and chair, and, as he says, keep the money in our pockets instead of giving it to the hotel. I hope Alick got my letter from Thebes, and that he told you that I had dined with the blameless Ethiopians. I have seen all the temples in Nubia, and down as far as I have come, and 9 of the tombs at Thebes. Some are wonderfully beautiful, Abu Simbel, Kalabshi, Kom Ombo, a little temple at El Kab, lovely. 3 tombs at Thebes, and most of all Abydos, Edfu, and Dendera are the most perfect. Edfu quite perfect, but far less beautiful. But the most lovely objects my eyes ever saw is the island of Philae. It gives one quite the supernatural feeling of Claude's best landscapes, not only the least like them, Ganz Anders. The Arabs say that Ans el Wogood, the most beautiful of men, built it for his most beautiful beloved, and there they lived in perfect beauty and happiness, all alone. If the weather had not been so cold while I was there, I should have lived in the temple, in a chamber sculptured with the mystery of Osiris's burial and resurrection. Omar cleaned it out and meant to move my things there for a few days, but it was too cold to sleep in a room without a door. The winds have been extraordinarily cold this year, and are so still. We have had very little of the fine warm weather, and really have been pinched with cold most of the time. On the shore away from the river would be much better for invalids. Mustapha Aga, the consular agent at Thebes, has offered me a house of his, up among the tombs in the finest air, if I ever want it. He was very kind and hospitable indeed to all the English there. I went into his hareem, and liked his wife's manners very much. It was charming to see that she henpecked her handsome old husband completely. They had fine children, and his boy, about 13 or so, rode and played Jareed one day when Abdallah Pasha had ordered the people of the neighbourhood to do it for General Parker. I never saw so beautiful a performance. The old General and I were quite excited, and he tried it to the great amusement of the Sheykh el Beled. Some young Englishmen were rather grand about it, but declined mounting the horses and trying a throw. The Sheykh and young Hassan and then old Mustapha wheeled round and round like beautiful hawks, and caught the palm sticks thrown at them as they dashed round. It was superb, and the horses were good, though the saddles and bridles were rags and ends of rope, and the men mere tatterdemalions. A little below Thebes I stopped, and walked inland to Kous to see a noble old mosque falling to ruin. No English had ever been there, and we were surrounded by a crowd in the bazaar. Instantly 5 or 6 tall fellows with long sticks improvised themselves our bodyguard and kept the people off, who du reste were perfectly civil and only curious to see such strange hareem, and after seeing us well out of the town evaporated as quietly as they came without a word. I gave about 10 pence to buy oil, as it is Ramadan and the mosque ought to be lighted, and the old servant of the mosque kindly promised me full justice at the day of judgment, as I was one of those Noorani of whom the Lord Muhammad said that they were not proud, and wish well to the Mussulman. The Pasha had confiscated all the lands belonging to the mosque, and allowed 300 piastres, not £2 a month, for all expenses. Of course the noble old building, with its beautiful carving and arabesque mouldings, must fall down. There was a smaller one beside it, where he declared that anciently 40 girls lived unmarried and recited the Koran, Muslim nuns in fact. I intend to ask the Alim, for whom I have a letter from Mustapha, about such an anomaly. Some way above Beliana, Omar asked eagerly leave to stop the boat, as a great Sheykh had called to us, and we should inevitably have some disaster if we disobeyed. So we stopped, and Omar said, "Come and see the Sheykh, ma'am." I walked off and presently found about 30 people, including all my own men, sitting on the ground round St. Simon's Stylites, without the column. A hideous old man like Polyphemus, utterly naked, with the skin of a rhinoceros all cracked with the weather, sat there, and had sat day and night, summer and winter, motionless for 20 years. He never prays, he never washes, he does not keep Ramadan, and yet he is a saint. Of course I expected a good hearty curse from such a man, but he was delighted with my visit, asked me to sit down, ordered his servant to bring me sugar cane, asked my name and tried to repeat it over and over again, and was quite talkative and full of jokes and compliments, and took no notice of anyone else. Omar and my crew smiled and nodded, and all congratulated me heartily. Such a distinction proves my own excellence, as the Sheykh knows all people's thoughts, and is sure to be followed by good fortune. Finally Omar proposed to say the Fathah, in which all joined except the Sheykh, who looked rather bored by the interruption, and desired us not to go so soon, unless I were in a hurry. A party of Bedaween came up on camels with presents for the holy man, but he took no notice of them, and went on questioning Omar about me, and answering my questions. What struck me was the total absence of any sanctimonious air about the old fellow. He was quite worldly and jocose. I suppose he knew that his position was secure, and thought his dirt and nakedness proved his holiness enough. Omar then recited the Fathah again, and we rose and gave the servants a few faddahs. The saint takes no notice of this part of the proceeding, but he asked me to send him twice my hand full of rice for his dinner, an honour so great that there was a murmur of congratulation through the whole assembly. I asked Omar how a man could be a saint who neglected all the duties of a Muslim, and I found that he fully believed that Sheykh Saleem could be in two places at once, that while he sits there on the shore he is also at Mecca, performing every sacred function and dressed all in green. Many people have seen him there, ma'am, quite true. From Beliana we rode on pack donkeys without bridles to Abydos, 6 miles through the most beautiful crops ever seen. The absence of weeds and blight is wonderful, and the green of Egypt, where it is green, would make English green look black. Beautiful cattle, sheep, and camels were eating the delicious clover, while their owners camped there in reed huts during the time the crops are growing. Such a lovely scene, all sweetness and plenty. We ate our bread and dates in Osiris's temple, and a woman offered us buffalo milk on our way home, which we drank warm out of the huge earthen pan it had been milked in. At Girgeh I found my former friend Mishregi absent, but his servants told some of his friends of my arrival, and about 7 or 8 big black turbans soon gathered in the boat. A darling little Coptic boy came with his father and wanted a kitab book to write in, so I made one with paper and the cover of my old pocket book, and gave him a pencil. I also bethought me of showing him Picky's in a book, which was so glorious a novelty that he wanted to go with me to my town, Beled Ingles, where more such books were to be found. Siout, March 9th. I found here letters from Alick, telling me of dear Lord Lansdowne's death. Of course I know that his time was come, but the thought that I shall never see his face again, that all that kindness and affection is gone out of my life, is a great blow. No friend could leave such a blank to me as that old and faithful one, though the death of younger ones might be more tragic, but so many things seem gone with him into the grave. Many indeed will mourn that kind, wise, steadfast man, antiqua fides. No one nowadays will be so noble with such unconsciousness and simplicity. I have bought 2 Coptic turbans to make a black dress out of. I thought I should like to wear it for him, here where compliment is out of the question. I also found a letter from Janet, who has been very ill. The account was so bad that I have telegraphed to hear how she is, and shall go at once to Alexandria if she is not better. If she is, I shall hold to my plan and see Beni Hassan and the Pyramids on my way to Cairo. I found my kind friend the Copt Wasif kinder than ever. He went off to telegraph to Alexandria for me, and showed so much feeling and real kindness that I was quite touched. I was grieved to hear that you had been ill again, dearest Mutter. The best is that I feel so much better that I think I may come home again without fear. I still have an irritable cough, but it has begun to have lucid intervals, and is far less frequent. I can walk 4 or 5 miles, and my appetite is good. All this in spite of really cold weather in a boat where nothing shuts within 2 fingers' breadths. I long to be again with my own people. Please send this to Alick, to whom I will write again from Cairo. End of Letter 8. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 9 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, March 10, 1863. If in the street I lead thee, dearest, though the veil hid thy face divine, they who beheld thy graceful motion would stagger as though drunk with wine. Nay, e'en the holy Sheik, while praying for guidance in the narrow way, must needs leave off and on the traces of thine enchanting footsteps stray. O ye who go down in the boats to Damyat, cross, I beseech ye, the stream to Badala, seek my beloved, and beg that she will not forget me, I pray and implore her by Allah. Fair as 2 moons is the face of my sweetheart, and as to her neck and her bosom, mashallah, and unless to my love I am soon reunited, death is my portion, I swear it by Allah. Thus sings Ali Aslimi, the most debraillé of my crew, a hashash, but a singer and a good fellow. The translation is not free, though the sentiments are. I merely rhymed Omar's literal word-for-word interpretation. The songs are all in a similar strain, except one funny one abusing the Sheikh el Baled, may the fleas bite him. Horrid imprecation! As I know to my cost, for after visiting the Coptic monks at Gerga, I came home to the boat with myriads. Sally said she felt like Rameses the Great, so tremendous was the slaughter of the active enemy. I had written the first page just as I got to Siout, and was stopped by bad news of Janet, but now all is right again, and I am to meet her in Cairo, and she proposes a jaunt to Suez and to Damietta. I have got a superb illumination to-night, improvised by Omar in honour of the Prince of Wales's marriage, and consequently am riding with flaring candles, my lantern being on duty at the masthead, and the men are singing an epithalamium and beating the tarabuka as loud as they can. You will have seen my letter to my mother, and heard how much better I am for the glorious air of Nubia and the high up country. Already we are returning into misty weather. I dined and spent the day with Wassef and his hareem, such an amiable, kindly household. I was charmed with their manner to each other, to the slaves and family. The slaves, all Muslims, told Omar what an excellent master they had. He had meant to make a dance fantasia, but as I had not good news it was countermanded. Poor Wassef ate his boiled beans rather ruefully, while his wife and I had an excellent dinner, she being excused fasting on account of a coming baby. The Copt fast is no joke, neither butter, milk, eggs, nor fish being allowed for 55 days. They made Sally dine with us, and Omar was admitted to wait and interpret. Wassef's younger brother waited on him as in the Bible, and his clerk, a nice young fellow, assisted. Black slaves brought the dishes in, and capital the food was. There was plenty of joking between the lady and Omar about Ramadan, which he had broken, and the Nasrani fast, and also about the number of wives allowed, the young clerk intimating that he rather liked that point in Islam. I have promised to spend 10 or 12 days at their house if I ever go up the Nile again. I have also promised to send Wassef all particulars as to the expense, etc., of educating his boy in England, and to look after him and have him to our house in the holidays. I can't describe how anxiously kind these people were to me. One gets such a wonderful amount of sympathy and real hearty kindness here. A curious instance of the affinity of the British mind for prejudice is the way in which every Englishman I have ever seen scorns the Eastern Christians, and droll enough that sinners like Kinglake and I should be the only people to feel the tie of the common faith. Vide Eothen. A very pious Scotch gentleman wondered that I could think of entering a Copt's house, adding that they were the publicans, tax-gatherers, of this country, which is partly true. I felt inclined to mention that better company than he or I had dined with publicans, and even sinners. The Copts are, evidently, the ancient Egyptians. The slightly aquiline nose and long eye are the very same as the profiles of the tombs and temples, and also like the very earliest Byzantine pictures. Du reste, the face is handsome, but generally sallow and rather inclined to puffiness, and the figure wants the grace of the Arabs. Nor has any Copt the thoroughbred distingué look of the meanest man or woman of good Arab blood. Their feet are the long-toed, flattish foot of the Egyptian statue, while the Arab foot is classically perfect, and you could put your hand under the instep. The beauty of the Abab'deh, black, naked, and shaggy-haired, is quite marvellous. I never saw such delicate limbs and features, or such eyes and teeth. Cairo, March 19th. After leaving Siout I caught cold. The worst of going up the Nile is that one must come down again and find horrid fogs and cold nights with sultry days. So I did not attempt Sakkara and the Pyramids, but came a day before my appointed time to Cairo. Up here in the town it is much warmer and drier, and my cough is better already. I found all your letters in many volumes, and was so excited over reading them that I could not sleep one moment last night, so excuse dullness, but I thought you'd like to know I was safe in Briggs's Bank, and expecting Janet and Ross tonight. End of Letter 9. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 10 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Cairo, April 9th, 1863. Dearest Mother, I write to you because I know Janet is sure to write to Alick. I have had a very severe attack of bronchitis. As I seem to be getting worse after Janet and Ross left for Alexandria, Omar very wisely sent for Hekekian Bey, who came at once bringing Delao Bey, the surgeon-in-chief of the Pasha's troops, and also the doctor to the harem. He has been most kind, coming 2 and 3 times a day at first. He won't take any fee, sous prétexte that he is officier du Pasha. I must send him a present from England. As to Hekekian Bey, he is absolutely the Good Samaritan, and these Orientals do their kindnesses with such an air of enjoyment to themselves that it seems quite a favour to let them wait upon one. Hekekian comes in every day with his handsome old face and a budget of news, all the gossip of the Sultan and his doings. I shall always fancy the Good Samaritan in a tarbouch with a white beard and very long eyes. I am out of bed to-day for the second time, and waiting for a warm day to go out. Sally saw the illuminations last night. The Turkish bazaar, she says, was gorgeous. The Sultan and all his suite have not eaten bread there, all their food comes from Constantinople. To-morrow the Mahmal goes. Think of my missing that sight! C'est déclant. I have a black slave, a real one. I looked at her little ears wondering they had not been bored for rings. She fancied I wished them bored. She was sitting on the floor close at my side, and in a minute she stood up and showed me her ear with a great pin through it. Is that well, lady? The creature is 8 years old. The shock nearly made me faint. What extremities of terror had reduced that little mind to such a state? She is very good and gentle, and sews quite nicely already. When she first came, she tells me, she thought I should eat her. Now her one dread is that I should leave her behind. She sings a wild song of joy to Maurice's picture and about the little Sitt. She was sent from Khartoum as a present to Mr. Thayer, who has no woman servant at all. He fetched me to look at her, and when I saw the terror-stricken creature being coarsely pulled about by his cook and groom, I said I would take her for the present. Sally teaches her, and she is very good, but now she has set her whole little black soul upon me. DeLeo can give no opinions as to what I ought to do, as he knows little but Egypt, and thinks England rather like Norway, I fancy. Only don't let me be put in a dreadful mountain valley. I hear the drip, drip, drip of old bones in bad dreams still, when I am chilly and oppressed in my sleep. I'll write again soon. Send this to Alick, please. End of Letter 10. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 11 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, April 13th, 1863. Dearest Alick, you will have heard from my mother of my ill luck, falling sick again. The fact is that the spring in Egypt is very trying, and I came down the river a full month too soon. People do tell such lies about the heat. To-day is the first warm day we have had. Till now I have been shivering, and Sally too. I have been out twice, and saw the holy Mahmal rest for its first station outside the town. It is a deeply affecting sight, all those men prepared to endure such hardship. They halt among the tombs of the Khalifa, such a spot. Omar's eyes were full of tears, and his voice shaking with emotion as he talked about it and pointed out the Mahmal and the Sheykh el Gemel, who leads the sacred camel, naked to the waist with flowing hair. Muslim piety is so unlike what Europeans think it is, so full of tender emotions, so much more sentimental than we imagine, and it is wonderfully strong. I used to hear Omar praying outside my door while I was so ill. "O God, make her better. Oh my God, let her sleep," as naturally as we should say, "I hope she'll have a good night." The Sultan's coming is a kind of riddle. No one knows what he wants. The Pasha has ordered all the women of the lower classes to keep indoors while he is here. Arab women are outspoken, and might shout out their grievances to the great Sultan. April 15. I continue to get better slowly, and in a few days will go down to Alexandria. Omar is gone to Boulak to inquire the cost of a boat, as I am not fond of the railroad, and have a good deal of heavy baggage, cooking utensils, etc., which the railway charges enormously for. The black slave girl, sent as a present to the American Consul General, is as happy as possible, and sings quaint, soft little Kordofan songs all day. I hope you won't object to my bringing her home. She wails so terribly when Omar tells her she is not my slave, for fear I should leave her, and insists on being my slave. She wants to be a present to Rainey, the little Sitt, and laughs out so heartily at the thought of her. She is very quiet and gentle, poor little savage, and the utter slavishness of the poor little soul quite upsets me. She has no will of her own. Now she is taken to talking, and tells all her woes and how bad, everyone was at Khartoum, and then she rubs her little black nose on my hand, and laughs so merrily, and says all is quies ketir, very good here, and she hugs herself with delight. I think Rainey will like her very much. I am going to visit an old Muslim French painter's family. He has an Arab wife and grown-up daughters, and is a very agreeable old man with a store of Arab legends. I am going to persuade him to write them and let me translate them into English. The Sultan goes away to-day. Even water to drink has been brought from Constantinople. I hear that from Hekekian Bey, who formerly owned the eunuch who is now Kislar Agassi to the Sultan himself. Hekekian had the honour of kissing his old slave's hand. If anyone tries to make you believe any bosh about civilization in Egypt, laugh at it. The real life and the real people are exactly as described in the most veracious of books, The 1001 Nights. The tyranny is the same, the people are not altered, and very charming people they are. If I could but speak the language I could get into Arab society here through 2 or 3 different people, and see more than many Europeans who have lived here all their lives. The Arabs are keenly alive to the least prejudice against them, but when they feel quite safe on that point they rather like the amusement of a stranger. Omar devised a glorious scheme, if I were only well and strong, of putting me in a Takhterawan and taking me to Mecca in the character of his mother, supposed to be a Turk. To a European man, of course, it would be impossible, but an enterprising woman might do it easily with a Muslim confederate. Fancy seeing the pilgrimage! In a few days I shall go down to Alexandria. If it makes me ill again I must return to Europe or go to Beirut. I can't get a boat under £12, thus do the Arabs understand competition. The owner of boats said so few were wanted, times were bad on account of the railway, etc., he must have double what he used to charge. In vain Omar argued that that was not the way to get employment. Malish! Never mind, and so I must go by rail. Is that not Eastern? Up the river, where there is no railroad, I might have had it at half that rate. All you have ever told me as most Spanish in Spain is in full vigour here, and also I am reminded of Ireland at every turn, the same causes produce the same effects. To-day the Khamseen is blowing and it is decidedly hot, quite unlike the heat at the Cape. This is close and gloomy, no sunshine. although the climate is far less bright than I expected, very, very inferior to the Cape. Nevertheless, I heartily agree to the Arab saying, "He who has drunk Nile water will ever long to drink it again," and when a graceful woman in a blue shirt and veil lifts a huge jar from her shoulder and holds it to your lips with a hearty smile and a welcome, it tastes doubly sweet. Alhamdulillah! Sally says all other water is like bad small beer compared to sweet ale after the Nile water. When the Khamseen is over, Omar insists on my going to see the tree and the well where Sittina Mariam rested with Sayyidna Isa in her arms during the flight into Egypt. It is venerated by Christian and Muslim alike, and is a great place for feasting and holiday making out of doors, which the Arabs so dearly love. Do write and tell me what you wish me to do. If it were not that I cannot endure not to see you and the children, I would stay here and take a house at Abbasiyeh in the desert, but I could not endure it. Nor can I endure this wandering life much longer. I must come home and die in peace, if I don't get really better. Write to Alexandria next. End of letter 11. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 12 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mr. Tom Taylor, Cairo, April 18, 1863. My dear Tom, your letter and Laura's were a great pleasure to me in this distant land. I could not answer before, as I have been very ill. But Samaritans came with oil and wine, and comforted me. It had an odd, dreary effect to hear my friend Hekekian Bey, a learned old Armenian, and Deleo Bey, my doctor, discoursing Turkish at my bedside, while my faithful Omar cried and prayed, Ya Rabbina, Ya Satir, O Lord, preserver, don't let her die. Alick is quite right that I am in love with the Arab's ways, and I have contrived to see and know more of family life than many Europeans who have lived here for years. When the Arabs feel that one really cares for them, they heartily return it. If I could only speak the language I could see anything. Cairo is the Arabian Nights, there is a little Frankish varnish here and there, but the government, the people, all is unchanged since that most veracious book was written. No words can describe the departure of the holy Mahmal and the pilgrims for Mecca. I spent half the day loitering about in the Bedouin tents admiring the glorious free people. To see a Bedouin and his wife walk through the streets of Cairo is superb. Her hand resting on his shoulder, and scarcely deigning to cover her haughty face, she looks down on the Egyptian veiled woman who carries the heavy burden and walks behind her lord and master. By no deed of my own have I become a slave owner. The American Consul General turned over to me a black girl of 8 or 9, and in consequence of her reports, the poor little black boy who is the slave and marmiton of the cook here has been entreating Omar to beg me to buy him and take me with him. It is touching to see the two little black things recounting their woes and comparing notes. I went yesterday to deposit my cooking things and boat furniture at my washerwoman's house. Seeing me arrive on my donkey, followed by a cargo of household goods, about 8 or 10 Arab women thronged round delighted at the idea that I was coming to live in their quarter, and offering me neighbourly services. Of course, all rushed upstairs, and my old washerwoman was put to great expense in pipes and coffee. I think, as you, that I must have the black drop, and that the Arabs see it, for I am always told that I am like them, with praises of my former good looks. You were beautiful Hareem once. Nothing is more striking to me than the way in which one is constantly reminded of Herodotus. The Christianity and the Islam of this country are full of the ancient worship, and the sacred animals have all taken service with Muslim saints. At Minia one reigns over crocodiles. Higher up I saw the hole of Aesculapius's serpent at Gebel Sheikh Haredi, and I fed the birds, as did Herodotus, who used to tear the cordage of boats which refused to feed them, and who are now the servants of Sheikh Naona, and still come on board by scores for the bread which no Rais dares refuse them. Bubastis's cats are still fed in the Cadi's court at public expense in Cairo, and behave with singular decorum when the servant of the cats serves them their dinner. Among gods, Amun Ra, the sun god and serpent killer, calls himself Mar Girgis, St. George, and is worshipped by Christians and Muslims in the same churches, and Osiris holds his festivals as riotously as ever at Tanta in the Delta, under the name of Said el Bedawi. The fellow women offer sacrifices to the Nile, and walk round ancient statues in order to have children. The ceremonies at births and burials are not Muslim, but ancient Egyptian. The Copts are far more close and reserved and backward than the Arabs, and they have been so repudiated by Europeans that they are doubly shy of us. The Europeans resent being called Nazrani, as a genteel Hebrew gentleman may shrink from Jew. But I said boldly, Ana Nasraniya, Alhamdulillah, I am a Nazrani, praise be to God, and found that it was much approved by the Muslims as well as the Copts. Curious things are to be seen here in religion: Muslims praying at the tomb of Mar Girgis, St. George, and the resting places of Sittina Miriam and Sayyidna Isa, and miracles, brand new, of an equally mixed description. If you have any power over artists, send them to paint here. No words can describe either the picturesque beauty of Cairo, or the splendid forms of the people in Upper Egypt, and above all in Nubia. I was in raptures at seeing how superb an animal man and woman really is. My donkey girl at Thebes, dressed like a Greek statue, Ward Sham, the Rose of Syria, was a feast to the eyes; and here too what grace and sweetness, and how good is a drink of Nile water out of an amphora held to your lips by a woman as graceful as she is kindly. May it benefit thee, she says, smiling with all her beautiful teeth and eyes. Alhamdulillah, you reply, and it is worth thanking God for. The days of the beauty of Cairo are numbered. The mosques are falling to decay, the exquisite lattice windows rotting away and replaced by European glass and jalousies. Only the people and the government remained unchanged. Read all the pretty paragraphs about civilization here, and then say, Bosh. If you know anyone coming here and wanting a good servant and dragoman, recommend my dear Omar Abu el Halawa of Alexandria. He has been my friend and companion, as well as my cook and general servant, now for 6 months, and we are very sad at our approaching separation. I am to spend a day in his house with his young wife at Alexandria, and to eat his bread. He sadly wants to go with me to Europe, and to see my children. Sally, I think, is almost as fond of the Arabs as I am, and very popular. My poor ragged crew were for ever calling out, Ya Sarah, for some assistance or other, hurt fingers or such calamities, and the quantity of doctoring I did was fearful. Sally was constantly wishing for you to see all manner of things, and to sketch. What a yarn I have made! End of Letter 12. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 13 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Alexandria, May 12, 1863. Dearest Mutter, I have been here a fortnight, but the climate disagrees so much with me that I am going back to Cairo at once by the advice of the doctor of the Suez Canal. I cannot shake off my cough here. Mr. Thayer kindly lends me his nice little bachelor house, and I take Omar back again for the job. It is very hot here, but with a sea breeze which strikes me like ice. Strong people enjoy it, but it gives even Janet cold in the head. She is very well, I think, and seems very happy. She is Times correspondent, and does it very well. I am terribly disappointed at not being as materially better as I had hoped I should be while in Upper Egypt. I cannot express the longing I have for home and my children, and how much I feel the sort of suspense it all causes to you and to Alick, and my desire to be with you. One must come to the East to understand absolute equality. As there is no education, and no reason why the donkey boy who runs behind me may not become a great man, and as all Muslims are ipso facto equal, money and rank are looked on as mere accidents, and my savoir vivre was highly thought of because I sat down with fellaheen and treated everyone as they treat each other. In Alexandria all that is changed. The European ideas and customs have extinguished the Arab altogether, and those who remain are not improved by the contact. Only the Bedawin preserve their haughty nonchalance. I found the Maghrabi bazaar full of them when I went to buy a white cloak, and was amused at the way in which one splendid bronze figure, who lay on the shop front, moved one leg to let me sit down. They got interested in my purchase, and assisted in making the bargain and wrapping the cloak round me Bedawi fashion, and they too complimented me on having the face of the Arab, which means Bedaween. I wanted a little Arab dress for Rainie, but could not find one, as at her age none are worn in the desert. I dined one day with Omar, or rather I ate at his house, for he would not eat with me. His sister-in-law cooked a most admirable dinner, and everyone was delighted. It was an interesting family circle. A very respectable older brother, a confectioner, whose elder wife was a black woman, a really remarkable person, who speaks Italian perfectly, and gave me a great deal of information and asked such intelligent questions. She ruled the house but had no children, so he had married a fair, gentle-looking Arab woman who had 6 children, and all lived in perfect harmony. Omar's wife is a tall, handsome girl of his own age, with very good manners. She had been outside the door of the close little court which constituted the house once since her marriage. I now begin to understand all about the Wessin with the women. There is a good deal of chivalry in some respects, and in the respectable lower and middle classes the result is not so bad. I suspect that among the rich few are very happy. But I don't know them, or anything of the Turkish ways. I will go back and see the black woman again and hear more. Her conversation was really interesting. End of Letter 13. Letter 14 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Alexandria, May 12, 1863. Dearest Alec, I only got your letter an hour ago, and the mail goes out at 4. I enclose to you the letter I had written to my mother, so I need not repeat about my plans. Continue to write here, a letter comes as soon and safer. My general health is so much stronger and better, especially before I had this last severe attack, that I still hope, though it is a severe trial of patience, not to throw it up and come home for good. It would be delightful to have you at Cairo now I have pots and pans and all needful for a house, but a carpet and a few mattresses, if you could camp with me à l'Arabe. How you would revel in old Maser el Kahira, peep up at lattice windows, gape like a Gashim (green one) in the bazaar, go wild over the mosques, laugh at portly Turks and dignified Sheikhs on their white donkeys, drink sherbet in the streets, ride wildly about on a donkey, peer under black veils at beautiful eyes, and feel generally intoxicated. I am quite a good cicerone now of the glorious old city. Omar is in raptures at the idea that the Sidi el Kebir, the great master, might come, and still more if he brought the little master. He plans meeting you on the steamboat and bringing you to me, that I may kiss your hand first of all. Mashallah, how our hearts would be dilated! End of Letter 14, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 15 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Maser el Kahira, Cairo, May 21, 1863. Dearest Mother, I came here on Saturday night. Today is Wednesday, and I am already much better. I have attached an excellent donkey and his master, a delightful youth called Hassan, to my household for 15 piastres, under 2 shillings, a day. They live at the door, and Hassan cleans the stairs and goes errands during the heat of the day, and I ride out very early, at 6 or 7, and again at 5. The air is delicious now. It is very hot for a few hours, but not stifling, and the breeze does not chill one as it does at Alexandria. I live all day and all night with open windows, and plenty of fresh warm air is the best of remedies. I can do no better than stay here till the heat becomes too great. I left little Zeyneb at Alexandria with Janet's maid Ellen, who quite loves her, and begged to keep her for company, and also to help in their removal to the new house. She clung about me and made me promise to come back to her, but was content to stop with Ellen, whose affection she of course returns. It was pleasant to see her so happy, and how she relished being put to bed with a kiss by Ellen or Sally. Her Turkish master, whom she pronounces to have been batal, bad, called her Salem es Sidi, the peace of her master, but she said that in her own village she used to be Zeyneb, and so we call her. She has grown fatter, and, if possible, blacker. Mabruka, Good Fortune, the elder wife of Hegab, the confectioner, was much interested in her, as her fate had been the same. She was bought by an Italian who lived with her till his death, when she married Hegeb. She is a pious Muslimah, and invoked the intercession of Sayyidna Mohammed for me when I told her I had no intention of baptizing Zeyneb by force, as had been done to her. The fault of my lodging here is the noise. We are on the road from the railway, and there is no quiet except in the few hot hours, when nothing is heard but the cool tinkle of the Sakka's brass cup as he sells water in the street, or perchance erksoos, licorice water, or caroub or raisin sherbet. The erksoos is rather bitter and very good. I drink it a good deal, for drink one must, a gullah of water is soon gone. A gullah is a wide-mouthed porous jar, and Nile water drunk out of it without the intervention of a glass is delicious. Omar goes to market every morning with a donkey, I went too and was much amused, and cooks, and in the evening goes out with me if I want him. I told him I had recommended him highly, and hoped he would get good employment, but he declares that he will go with no one else so long as I come to Egypt, whatever the difference of wages may be. The bread I eat with you is sweet, a pretty little unconscious antithesis to Dante. I have been advising his brother Haji Ali to start a hotel at Thebes for invalids, and he has already set about getting a house there. There is one. Next winter there will be steamers twice a week, to Assouan, Juvenal's distant Syene, where he died in banishment. My old washerwoman sent me a fervent entreaty through Omar that I would dine with her one day, since I had made Cairo delightful with my presence. If one will only devour these people's food, they are enchanted. They like that much better than a present. So I will honour her house some day. Good old Hannah, she is divorced for being too fat and old, and replaced by a young Turk whose family sponge on Haji Ali and are condescending. If I could afford it, I would have a sketch of a beloved old mosque of mine, falling into decay, and with 3 palm trees growing in the middle of it. Indeed, I would have a book full, for all is exquisite, and alas, all is going. The old Copt quarter is entamé and hideous, shabby French houses, like the one I live in, are being run up, and in this weather how much better would be the Arab courtyard, with its mastaba and fountain. There is a quarrel now in the street, how they talk and gesticulate, and everybody puts in a word. A boy has upset a cake seller's tray, Naal Abuk, curse on your father, he claims 6 piastres damages, and everyone gives an opinion pour au contre. We all look out of the window. My opposite neighbour, the pretty Armenian woman, leans out, and her diamond head ornaments and earrings glitter as she laughs like a child. The Christian dyer is also very active in the row, which, like all Arab rows, ends in nothing, it evaporates in fine theatrical gestures and lots of talk. Curious! In the street they are so noisy, but get the same men in a coffee shop or anywhere, and they are the quietest of mankind. Only one man speaks at a time, the rest listen, and never interrupt. 20 men don't make the noise of 3 Europeans. Hekekian Bey is my near neighbour, and he comes in and we fronder the government. His heart is sore with disinterested grief for the sufferings of the people. Don't they deserve to be decently governed, to be allowed a little happiness and prosperity? They are so docile, so contented, are they not a good people? Those were his words as he was recounting some new iniquity. Of course half these acts are done under pretext of improving and civilizing, and the Europeans applaud and say, "Oh, but nothing could be done without forced labour," and the poor fellaheen are marched off in gangs like convicts, and their families starve, and, who'd have thought it, the population keeps diminishing. No wonder the cry is, "Let the English Queen come and take us." You see, I don't see things quite as Ross does, but mine is another Standpunkt, and my heart is with the Arabs. I care less about opening up the trade with the Soudan and all the new railways, and I should like to see person and property safe, which no one's is here, Europeans of course excepted. Ismail Pasha got the Sultan to allow him to take 90,000 feddans of uncultivated land for himself as private property. Very well, but the late Viceroy Said granted 8 years ago certain uncultivated lands to a good many Turks, his employés, in hopes of founding a landed aristocracy and inducing them to spend their capital in cultivation. They did so, and now Ismail Pasha takes their improved land and gives them feddan for feddan of his new land, which will take 5 years to bring into cultivation instead. He forces them to sign a voluntary deed of exchange, or they go off to Fazoglo, a hot Siberia whence none return. The Sultan also left a large sum of money for religious institutions and charities, Muslim, Jew, and Christian. None have received a fada. It is true the Sultan and his suite plundered the Pasha and the people here, but, from all I hear, the Sultan really wishes to do good. What is wanted here is hands to till the ground, and wages are very high. Food, of course, gets dearer, and the forced labour inflicts more suffering than before, and the population will decrease yet faster. This appears to me to be a state of things in which it is of no use to say that public works must be made at any cost. The wealth will perhaps be increased, if meanwhile the people are not exterminated. Then every new Pasha builds a huge new palace while those of his predecessors fall to ruin. Mehemet Ali's sons even cut down the trees of his beautiful botanical garden, and planted beans there, so money is constantly wasted more than if it were thrown into the Nile, for then the fellaheen would not have to spend their time, so much wanted for agriculture, in building hideous barrack-like so-called palaces. What chokes me is to hear English people talk of the stick being the only way to manage Arabs, as if anyone could doubt that it is the easiest way to manage any people, where it can be used with impunity. Sunday. I went to a large, unfinished new Coptic church this morning. Omar went with me up to the women's gallery, and was discreetly going back when he saw me in the right place, but the Coptic women began to talk to him and asked questions about me all the time I was looking down on the strange scene below. I believe they celebrate the ancient mysteries still. The clashing of cymbals, the chanting, a humming unlike any sound I ever heard, the strange yellow copes covered with stranger devices, it was wunderlich. At the end everyone went away, and I went down and took off my shoes to go and look at the church. While I was doing so a side door opened and a procession entered. A priest dressed in the usual black robe and turban of all Copts, carrying a trident-shaped sort of candlestick, another with cymbals, a lot of little boys, and 2 young ecclesiastics of some sort in the yellow satin copes, contrasting queerly with the familiar tarbouch of common life on their heads. These carried little babies and huge wax tapers, each a baby and a taper. They marched round and round 3 times, the cymbals going furiously, and chanting a jig tune. The dear little tiny boys marched just in front of the priest with such a pretty little solemn, consequential air. Then they all stopped in front of the sanctuary, and the priest untied a sort of broad-coloured tape which was round each of the babies, reciting something in Coptic all the time, and finally touched their foreheads and hands with water. This is a ceremony subsequent to baptism, after I don't know how many days, but the priest ties and then unties the bands. Of what is this symbolical? Je me perds. Then an old man gave a little round cake of bread, with a cabalistic-looking pattern on it, both to Omar and to me, which was certainly baked for Isis. A lot of closely veiled women stood on one side in the aisle, and among them the mothers of the babies received them from the men in yellow copes at the end of the ceremony. One of these young men was very handsome, and as he stood looking down and smiling on the baby he held, with the light of the torch sharpening the lines of his features, he would have made a lovely picture. The expression was sweeter than St. Vincent de Paul, because his smile told that he could have played with the baby as well as have prayed for it. In this country one gets to see how much more beautiful a perfectly natural expression is than any degree of the mystical expression of the best painters, and it is so refreshing that no one tries to look pious. The Muslims look serious, and often warlike, as he stands at prayer. The Christian just keeps his everyday face. When the Muslim gets into a state of devotional frenzy he does not think of making a face, and it is quite tremendous. I don't think the Copt has any such ardours, but the scene this morning was all the more touching that no one was behaving him or herself at all. A little acolyte peeped into the sacramental cup and swigged off the drops left in it with the most innocent air, and no one rebuked him, and the quiet little children ran about in the sanctuary, up to 7 they are privileged, and only they and the priests enter it. It is a pretty commentary on the words, "Suffer the little children," etc. I am more and more annoyed at not being able to ask questions for myself, as I don't like to ask through a Muslim, and no Copts speak any foreign language, or very, very few. Omar and Hassan had been at 5 this morning to the tomb of Sittina Zeyneb, one of the daughters of the Prophet, to see her (Sunday is her day of reception) and say the Fathah at her tomb. Next Friday the great Bairam begins, and every Muslim eats a bit of meat at his richer neighbour's expense. It is the day on which the pilgrims go up the sacred mountain near Mecca, to hear the sermon which terminates the Hajj. Yesterday I went to call on pretty Mrs. Wilkinson. She is an Armenian of the Greek faith, and was gone to pray at the convent of Mar Girgas (St. George), to cure the pains a bad rheumatic fever has left in her hands. Evidently Mar Girgas is simply Amun Ra, the god of the sun and a great serpent slayer, who is still revered in Egypt by all sects, and Said el Bedawi is certainly one form of Osiris. His festivals, held twice a year at Tanta, still display the symbol of the Creator of all things. All is thus here: the women wail the dead, as on the old sculptures; all the ceremonies are pagan, and would shock an Indian Mussulman as much as his objection to eat with a Christian shocks an Arab. This country is a palimpsest, in which the Bible is written over Herodotus, and the Koran over that. In the towns the Koran is most visible, in the country Herodotus. I fancy it is most marked and most curious among the Copts, whose churches are shaped like the ancient temples, but they are so much less accessible than the Arabs that I know less of their customs. Now I have filled such a long letter I hardly know if it is worth sending, and whether you will be amused by my commonplaces of Eastern life. I kill a sheep next Friday, and Omar will cook a stupendous dish for the poor fellaheen who are lying about the railway station, waiting to be taken to work somewhere. That is to be my Bairam, and Omar hopes for a great benefit for me from the process. End of letter 15. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 16 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, May 25, 1863. Dearest Alick, I have spun such a yarn to my mother that I shall make it serve for both. It may amuse you to see what impression Cairo makes. I ride along my valiant donkey led by the stalwart Hassan and attended by Omar, and constantly say, "Oh, if our master were here, how pleased he would be!" Husband is not a correct word. I went out to the tombs yesterday. Fancy that Omar witnessed the destruction of some 68 or so of the most exquisite buildings, the tombs and mosques of the Arab Khalifas, which Said Pasha used to divert himself with bombarding for practice for his artillery. Omar was then in the boy corps of camel artillery, now disbanded. Thus the Pasha added to the piquancy of sacrilege to barbarity. The street and the neighbours would divert you. Opposite lives a Christian dyer who must be the 7th brother of the admirable barber. The same impertinence, loquacity, and love of meddling in everybody's business. I long to see him thrashed, though he is a constant comedy. My delightful servant, Omar Abu el Halawa, the father of sweets, his family are pastry cooks, is the type of all the amiable jeune première of the stories. I am privately of the opinion that he is Bedr ed Deen Hassan, the more that he can make cream tarts and there is no pepper in them. Cream tarts are not very good, but lamb stuffed with pistachio nuts fulfils all one's dreams of excellence. The Arabs next door and the Levantines opposite are quiet enough, but how they do eat all the cucumbers they buy of the man who cries them every morning as fruit gathered by sweet girls in the garden with the early dew! The more I see of the black slums of Cairo, the more in love I am with it. The oldest European towns are tame and regular in comparison, and the people are so pleasant. If you smile at anything that amuses you, you get the kindest, brightest smiles in return. They give hospitality with their faces, and if one brings out a few words, Mashallah, what Arabic the cit Inglese speaks! The Arabs are clever enough to understand the amusement of a stranger and to enter into it, and are amused in turn, and they are wonderfully unprejudiced. When Omar explains to me their views on various matters, he adds, "The Arab people think so, I know not if right," and the way in which the Arab merchants worked the electric telegraph, and the eagerness of the fellaheen for steam ploughs, are quite extraordinary. They are extremely clever and nice children, easily amused, easily roused into a fury which lasts 5 minutes and leaves no malice, and half the lying and cheating of which they are accused comes from misunderstanding and ignorance. When I first took Omar he was by way of £10, £20, being nothing for my dignity. But as soon as I told him that my master was a bey who got £100 a month and no baksheesh, he was as careful as if for himself. They see us come here and do what only their greatest pashas do, hire a boat to ourselves, and of course think our wealth is boundless. The lying is mostly from fright. They dare not suggest a difference of opinion to a European, and lie to get out of scrapes which blind obedience has often got them into. As to the charges of shopkeepers, that is the custom, and the haggling a ceremony you must submit to. It is for the purchaser or employer to offer a price and fix wages, the reverse of Europe, and if you ask the price they ask something fabulous at random. I hope to go home next month, as soon as it gets too hot here and is likely to be warm enough in England. I do so long to see the children again. End of Letter 16. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 17 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Alexandria, October 19, 1863. We had a wretched voyage, good weather, but such a pétaudière of a ship. I am competent to describe the horrors of the middle passage: hunger, suffocation, dirt, and such canaille, high and low, on board. The only gentleman was a poor Moor going to Mecca, who stowed his wife and family in a spare boiler on deck. I saw him washing his children in the morning. Que c'est dégoûtant, was the cry of the French spectators. If an Arab washes he is a sale couchant, no wonder. A delicious man who sat near me on deck, when the sun came round to our side, growled between his clenched teeth, "Voilà une tasse d'ingratons à l'ombre tandis que le soleil me grille, moi." A good résumé of French politics, methinks. Well, on arriving at noon of Friday, I was consoled for all by seeing Janet in a boat looking as fresh and bright and merry as ever she could look. The heat has evidently not hurt her at all. Omar's joy was intense. He has had an offer of a place as a messenger with the mails to Suez and back, £60 a year, and also his brother wanted him for Lady Herbert of Lea, who has engaged Hajji Ali, and Ali promised high pay, but Omar said that he could not leave me. I think my God gave her to me to take care of her, how then I leave her if she not well and not very rich? I can't speak to my God if I do bad things like that. I am going to his house to day to see the baby and Hajji Hannah, who is just come down from Cairo. Omar is gone to try to get a dahabeah to go up the river, as I hear that the half railway, half steamer journey is dreadfully inconvenient and fatiguing, and the sight of the overflowing Nile is said to be magnificent, It is all over the land, and 8 miles of the railway gone. Omar kisses your hand, and is charmed with the knife, but far more that my family should know his name and be satisfied with my servant. I cannot live in Thayer's house, because the march of civilization has led a party of French and Wallachian women into the ground floor thereof, to instruct the ignorant Arabs in drinking, card playing, and other vices. So I will consult Hajji Hannah to-day; she may know of an empty house, and would make divan cushions for me. Zeyneb is much grown and very active and intelligent, but a little louder and bolder than she was, owing to the maids here wanting to Christianize her, and taking her out unveiled, and letting her be among the men. However, she is as affectionate as ever, and delighted at the prospect of going with me. I have replaced the veil, and Sally has checked her tongue and scolded her sister Ellen for want of decorum, to the amazement of the latter. Janet has a darling Nubian boy. Oh dear, what an elegant person Omar seemed after the French gentleman, and how noble was old Hamis's, Janet's doorkeeper, paternal but reverential blessing. It is a real comfort to live in a nation of truly well-bred people, and to encounter kindness after the savage incivility of France. Tuesday, October 20th. Omar has got a boat for £13, which is not more than the railway would cost now that half must be done by steamer and a bit on donkeys or on foot. Poor Hajji Hannah was quite knocked up by the journey down. I shall take her up in my boat. 2½ hours to sit grilling at noonday on the banks, and 2 miles to walk carrying one's own baggage is hard lines for a fat old woman. Everything is almost double in price owing to the cattle murrain in the high Nile. Such an inundation as this year was never known before. Does the blue god resent Speke's intrusion on his privacy? It will be a glorious sight, but the damage to the crops, and even to the last year's stacks of grains and beans, is frightful. One sails among the palm trees and over the submerged cotton fields. Ismail Pasha has been very active, but alas, his eye is bad, and there have been as many calamities as under Pharaoh in his short reign. The cattle murrain is fearful, and is now beginning in Cairo and Upper Egypt. Ross reckons the loss at 12 millions sterling in cattle. The gazelles in the desert have it too, but not horses, asses, or goats. End of letter 17. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 18 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Alexandria, October 26, 1863. Dearest Alick, I went to 2 harems the other day with a little boy of Mustapha Aga's, and was much pleased. A very pleasant Turkish lady put out all her splendid bedding and dresses for me, and was most amiable. At another, a superb Arab with most grande dame manners, dressed in white cotton and with unpainted face, received me statelily. Her house would drive you wild, such antique enamelled tiles covering the panels of the walls, all divided by carved woods, and such carved screens and galleries, all very old and rather dilapidated, but superb, and the lady worthy of the house. A bold-eyed slave girl with a baby put herself forward for admiration, and was ordered to bring coffee with such cool though polite imperiousness. One of our great ladies can't half crush a rival in comparison; she does it too coarsely. The quiet scorn of the pale-faced, black-haired Arab was beyond any English powers. Then it was fun to open the lattice and make me look out on the square, and to wonder what the neighbours would say at the sight of my face and European hat. She asked about my children and blessed them repeatedly, and took my hand very kindly in doing so, for fear I should think her envious and fear her eye. She had none. Tuesday. The post goes out to-morrow, and I have such a cold I must stay in bed and cannot write much. I go on Thursday, and shall go to Briggs's house. Pray write to me at Cairo. Sally and I are both unwell, and anxious to get up the river. I can't write more. End of letter 18. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 19 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Kafir Zayat, October 31st, 1863. Dearest Alick, we left Alexandria on Thursday about noon, and sailed with a fair wind along Mohammedia Canal. My little boat flies like a bird, and my men are a capital set of fellows, bold and careful sailors. I have only 7 in all, but they work well, and at a pinch Omar leaves the pots and pans and handles a rope or a pole manfully. We sailed all night and passed the locks at Atla at 4 o'clock yesterday, and were greeted by old Nile tearing down like a torrent. The river is magnificent, 7 men's height, my Rais says, above its usual pitch. It has gone down 5 or 6 feet and left a sad scene of havoc on either side. However, what the Nile takes he repays with threefold interest, they say. The women are at work rebuilding their mud huts, and the men repairing the dykes. A Frenchman told me he was on board a Pasha's steamer under M. de Lesseps' command, and they passed a flooded village where 200 or so people stood on their roofs crying for help. Could you believe it that they passed on and left them to drown? None but an eye witness could have made me believe such villainy. All to-day we sailed in such heavenly weather, a sky like nothing but its most beautiful self. At the bend of the river just now we had a grand struggle to get round, and got entangled with a big timber boat. My crew got so vehement that I had to come out with an imperious request to everyone to bless the Prophet. Then the boat nearly pulled the men into the stream, and they pulled and hauled and struggled up to their waists in mud and water, and Omar brandished his pole and shouted, "Islam el Islam!" which gave a fresh spirit to the poor fellows, and round we came with a dash and caught the breeze again. Now we have put up for the night, and shall pass the railway bridge to-morrow. The railway is all under water from here up to Tanta, 8 miles, and in many places higher up. End of Letter 19. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 20 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, November 14th, 1863. Here I am at last in my old quarters at Thayer's house, after a tiresome negotiation with the Vice Consul, who had taken possession and invented the story of women on the ground floor. I was a week in Briggs's damp house, and too ill to write. The morning I arrived at Cairo I was seized with hemorrhage, and had 2 days of it. However, since then I am better. I was very foolish to stay a fortnight in Alexandria. The passage under the railway bridge at Tanta, which is only opened once in 2 days, was most exciting and pretty. Such a scramble and dash of boats, 200 or 300 at least. Old Zedan, the steersman, slid under the noses of the big boats with my little cangia, and through the gates before they were well open, and we saw the rush and confusion behind us at our ease, and headed the whole fleet for a few miles. Then we stuck, and Zedan raged, but we got off in an hour, and again overtook and passed all. And then we saw the spectacle of devastation. Whole villages gone, submerged and melted, mud to mud, and the people with their animals encamped on spits of sand or on the dykes in long rows of ragged makeshift tents, while we sailed over where they had lived, cotton rotting in all directions, and the dry tops crackling under the bows of the boat. When we stopped to buy milk, the poor woman exclaimed, "Milk! From where? Do you want it out of my breasts?" However, she took our saucepan and went to get some from another family. No one refuses it if they have a drop left, for they all believe the Murran to be a punishment for churlishness to strangers, by whom committed no one can say. Nor would they fix a price, or take more than the old rate. But here everything has doubled in price. Never did a present give such pleasure as Madame de Leo's bracelet. De Leo came quite overflowing with gratitude at my having remembered such a trifle as his attending me and coming 3 times a day. He thinks me looking better, and advises me to stay on here till I feel it cold. Mr. Thayer's underling has been doing Levantine rogueries, selling the American protégé's claims to the Egyptian government, and I witnessed a curious phase of Eastern life. Omar, when he found him in my house, went and ordered him out. I was ill in bed, and knew nothing till it was done, and when I asked Omar how he came to do it, he told me to be civil to him if I saw him, as it was not for me to know what he was. That was his, Omar's, business. At the same time Mr. Thayer's servant sent him a telegram so insolent that it amounted to a kicking. Such is the nemesis for being a rogue here. The servants know you, and let you feel it. I was quite flabbergasted at Omar, who is so reverential to me and to the Rosses, and who I fancied trembled before every European, taking such a tone to a man in the position of a gentleman. It is a fresh proof of the feeling of actual equality among men that lies at the bottom of such great inequality of position. Hekekian Bey has seen a Turkish Pasha's shins kicked by his own servants, who were cognizant of his misdeeds. Finally, on Thursday we got the keys of the house, and Omar came with 2 farashas and shovelled out the Levantine dirt, and scoured and scrubbed, and on Friday afternoon, yesterday, we came in. Zeyneb has been very good ever since she has been with us. She will soon be a complete dragowoman, for she is learning Arabic from Omar and English from us fast. In Janet's house she only heard a sort of lingua franca of Greek, Italian, Nubian, and English. She asked me how Piccolo bint, how's the little girl, a fine specimen of Alexandrian. Ross is here and will dine with me tonight before starting by an express train which Ismail Pasha gives him. On Thursday evening I rode to the Abbassieh and met all the schoolboys going home for their Friday. Such a pretty sight! The little Turks on grand horses, with velvet trappings and 2 or 3 sais running before them, and the Arab boys fetched, some by proud fathers on handsome donkeys, some by trusty servants on foot, some by poor mothers astride on shabby donkeys and taking up their darlings before them, some 2 and 3 on one donkey, and crowds on foot. Such a number of lovely faces, all dressed in white European cut clothes and red tarbooshes. Last night we had a wedding opposite. A pretty boy, about Maurice's size, or rather less, with a friend of his own size, dressed like him in a scarlet robe and turban, on each side, and surrounded by men carrying tapers and singing songs, and preceded by cressets flaring. He stepped along like Agag, very slowly and mincingly, and looked very shy and pretty. My poor Hassan, donkey driver, is ill, I fear very ill. His father came with the donkey for me, and kept drawing his sleeve over his eyes, and sighing so heavily. Ya Hassan Meskeen, Ya Hassan ibn. Oh, poor Hassan, oh Hassan, my soul. And then, in a resigned tone, Allah Kareem, God is merciful. I will go and see him this morning, and have a doctor to him by force, as Omar says, if he is very bad. There is something heartrending in the patient, helpless suffering of these people. Sunday. Abu Hassan reported his son so much better that I did not go after him, having several things to do, and Omar being deep in cooking a festin de Balthazar, because Ross was to dine with me. The weather is delicious, much what we had at Bournemouth in summer, but there is a great deal of sickness, and I fear there will be more, from people burying dead cattle on their premises inside the towns. It costs 100 gersh to bury one outside the town. All labour is rendered scarce, too, as well as food dear, and the streets are not cleaned and water hard to get. My sakka comes very irregularly, and makes quite a favour of supplying us with water. All this must tell heavily on the poor. Hekekian's wife had 70 head of cattle on her farm, 1 wretched bullock is left, and, of 7 to water the house in Cairo, also 1 left, and that expected to die. I wonder what ill-conditioned fellow of a Moses is at the bottom of it. Haji Ali has just been here, and offers me his tents if I like to go up to Thebes and not live in a boat, so that I may not be dependent on getting a house there. He is engaged by Lady Herbert of Lea, so will not go up to Syria this year, and has all his tents to spare. I fancy I might be very comfortable among the tombs of the kings or in the valley of Asif with good tents. It is never cold at all among the hills at Thebes, au contraire. On the sunny side of the valley you are broiled and stunned with heat in January, and in the shade it is heavenly. How I do wish you could come too, how you would enjoy it. I shall rather like the change from a boat life to a Bedawee one, with my own sheep and chickens and horse about the tent, and a small following of ragged retainers. Moreover, it will be considerably cheaper, I think. End of Letter 20. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 21 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Cairo, November 21st, 1863. Dearest Mother, I shall stay on here till it gets colder, and then go up the Nile either in a steamer or a boat. The old father of my donkey boy, Hassan, gave me a fine illustration of Arab feelings towards women to-day. I asked if Abd el-Kader was coming here, as I had heard. He did not know, and asked me if he were not Akul and Banat, a brother of girls. I, prosaically, said I did not know if he had sisters. The Arabs, O lady, call that man a brother of girls, to whom God has given a clean heart to love all women as his sisters, and strength and courage to fight for their protection. Omar suggested a thorough gentleman as the equivalent of Abu Hassan's title. Our European galimatikas about the smiles of the fair, etc., look very mean beside Akul and Banat, methinks. Moreover, they carry it into common life. Omar was telling me of some little family tribulations, showing that he is not a little henpecked. His wife wanted all his money. I asked how much she had of her own, as I knew she had property. "Oh, ma'am, I can't speak of that. Shame for me if I ask what money she got." A man married at Alexandria, and took home the daily provisions for the first week. After that he neglected it for 2 days, and came home with a lemon in his hand. He asked for some dinner, and his wife placed the stool and the tray and the washing bin and napkin, and on the tray the lemon cut in quarters. "Well, and the dinner?" "Dinner? You want dinner? Where from? What man are you to want women when you don't keep them? I am going to the Cadi to be divorced from you." And she did. The man must provide all provisions necessary for his harem, and if she has money or earns any she spends it in dress. If she makes him a skullcap or a handkerchief he must pay her for her work. Tout n'est pas roses for these Eastern tyrants, not to speak of the unbridled license of tongue allowed to women and children. Zeyneb hectors Omar, and I cannot persuade him to check her. How I say anything to it, that one child. Of course the children are insupportable, and I fancy the women little better. A poor neighbour of mine lost his little boy yesterday, and came out in the streets, as usual, for sympathy. He stood under my window leaning his head against the wall, and sobbing and crying till literally his tears wetted the dust. He was too grieved to tear off his turban or to lament in form, but clasped his hands and cried, "Ya Welid, Ya Welid, Ya Welid." Oh, my boy, my boy. The bean seller opposite shut his shop, the dyer took no notice but smoked his pipe. Some people passed on, but many stopped and stood round the poor man, saying nothing, but looking concerned. 2 were well-dressed Copts on handsome donkeys, who dismounted, and all waited till he went home, when about 20 men accompanied him with a respectful air. How strange it seems to us to go out into the streets and call on the passers-by to grieve with one. I was at the house of Hekekian Bey the other day, when he received a parcel from his former slave, now the Sultan's chief eunuch. It contained a very fine photograph of the eunuch, whose face, though negro, is very intelligent and of a charming expression, a present of illustrated English books, and some printed music composed by the Sultan Abd el Aziz himself. Oh tempora! Oh mores! One was a waltz. The very ugliest and scrubbiest of street dogs has adopted me, like the Irishman who wrote to Lord Lansdowne that he had selected him as his patron, and he guards the house and follows me in the street. He is rewarded with scraps, and Sally cost me a new tin mug by letting the dog drink out of the old one, which was used to scoop the water from the jars, forgetting that Omar and Zeyneb could not drink after the poor beast. Monday. I went yesterday to the port of Cairo, Boulak, to see Hassaneyn Effendi about boats. He was gone up the Nile, and I sat with his wife, a very nice Turkish woman who speaks English to perfection, and heard all sorts of curious things. I heard the whole story of an unhappy marriage made by Leila, my hostess's sister, and much Cairo gossip. Like all Eastern ladies that I have seen, she complains of indigestion, Anne said she ought to go out more to walk, but custom è contra il nostro decoro. Mr. Thayer will be back in Egypt on December 15th, so I shall embark about that time, as he may want his house here. It is now a little fresh in the early morning, but like fine English summer weather. Tuesday. Since I have been here my cough is nearly gone, and I am better for having good food again. Omar manages to get good mutton, and I have discovered that some of the Nile fish is excellent. The abyad, 6 or 8 feet long and very fat, is delicious, and I am told there are still better. The eels are delicate and good too. Maurice might hook an abyad, but how would he land him? The worst is that everything is just double the price of last year, as of course no beef can be eaten at all, and the draft oxen being dead makes labour dear as well. The high Nile was a small misfortune compared to the Muran. There is a legend about it, of course. A certain Sheikh el Beled, burgomaster of some place, not mentioned, lost his cattle, and being rich defied God, and said he did not care, and bought as many more. They died too, and he was continued impenitent and defiant, and bought on till he was ruined, and now he is sinking into the earth bodily, though his friends dig and dig without ceasing night and day. It is curious how like the German legends the Arab ones are. All those about wasting bread wantonly are almost identical. If a bit is dirty, Omar carefully gives it to the dog; if clean, he keeps it in a drawer for making breadcrumbs for cutlets; not a bit must fall on the floor. In other things they are careless enough, but das liebe Brot is sacred, Vida Grimm's Deutsche Sagen. I am constantly struck with resemblances to German customs. A fellow wedding is very like the German Bauernhochzeit, firing of guns and display of household goods, only on a camel instead of a cart. I have been trying to get a teacher of Arabic, but it is very hard to find one who knows any European language, and the consular dragoman asks $4 a lesson. I must wait till I get to Thebes, where I think a certain young Said can teach me. Meanwhile I am beginning to understand rather more and to speak a very little. Please direct me to Briggs & Co. at Cairo. If I am gone, the letters will follow up the river. End of Letter 21. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 22 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Cairo, December 1st, 1863. Dearest Janet, I should much like to go with Thayer if his times and seasons will suit mine, but I cannot wait indefinitely, still less come down the river before the end of April. But most likely the Pasha will give him a boat. It is getting cold here and I feel my throat sore today. I went to see Hassan yesterday. He is much better, but very weak and pale. It is such a nice family, old father, mother, and sister, all well bred and pleasing like Hassan himself. He almost shrieked at hearing of your fall, and is most anxious to see you when you come here. Zeyneb, after behaving very well for 3 weeks, has turned quietly sullen and displays great religious intolerance. It would seem that the Barbary men have put it into her head that we are inferior beings, and she pretends not to be able to eat because she thinks everything is pig. Omar's eating the food does not convince her. As she evidently does not like us I will offer her to Mrs. Hekekian Bey, and if she does not do there, in a household of black Mussulman slaves, they must pass her on to a Turkish house. She is very clever and I am sorry, but to keep a sullen face about me is more than I can endure, as I have shown her every possible kindness. I think she despises Omar for his affection towards me. How much easier it is to instil the bad part of religion than the good. It is really a curious phenomenon in so young a child. She waits capitally at table, and can do most things, but she won't move if the fancy takes her except when ordered, and spends her time on the terrace. One thing is that the life is dull for a child, and I think she will be happier in a larger, more bustling house. I don't know whether, after the fearful example of Mrs. B., I can venture to travel up the Nile with such a séducteur as our dear Mr. Thayer. What do you think? Will grey hairs on my side and mutual bad lungs guarantee our international virtue, or will someone ask the pater when he means to divorce me? Would it be considered that Yankee Doodle had stuck a feather in his cap by leading a British matron and grandmother astray? End of Letter 22. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 23 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, December 2nd, 1863. Dearest Alec, it is beginning to be cold here, and I only await the results of my inquiries about possible houses at Thebes to hire a boat and depart. Yesterday I saw a camel go through the eye of a needle, i.e., the low arched door of an enclosure. He must kneel and bow his head to creep through, and thus the rich man must humble himself. See how a false translation spoils a good metaphor, and turns a familiar simile into a ferociously communist sentiment. I expect Henry and Janet here in 4 or 5 days, when her uncle allows her to travel. If I get a house at Thebes, I will only hire a boat up and dismiss it, and trust to Allah for my return. There are rumours of troubles at Jeddah, and a sort of expectation of fighting somewhere next spring. Even here people are buying arms to a great extent. I think the gunsmith's bazaar looks unusually lively. I do look forward to next November and your coming here. I know you would donkey ride all day in a state of ecstasy. I never saw so good a servant as Omar, and such a nice creature, so pleasant and good. When I hear and see what other people spend here in travelling and in living, and what bother they have, I say, may God favour Omar and his descendants. I stayed in bed yesterday for a cold, and my next door neighbour, a Coptic merchant, kept me awake all night by auditing his accounts with his clerk. How would you like to chant your rows of figures? He had just bought lots of cotton, and I had to get into my door on Monday over a camel's back, the street being filled with bales. End of Letter 23. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 24 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Editor's Note: the house at Thebes of which my mother speaks in the following letter was built about 1815 over the ancient temple of Khem by Mr. Salt, English Consul General in Egypt. He was an archaeologist and a student of hieroglyphics, and when Belzoni landed at Alexandria was struck by his ability, and sent him up to Thebes to superintend the removal of the great bust of Memnon, now in the British Museum. Belzoni, I believe, lived for some time in Mr. Salt's house, which afterwards became the property of the French government, and was known as the Maison de France. It was pulled down in 1884 when the great temple of Luxor was excavated by M. Maspero. My late friend Miss A. B. Edwards wrote a description of his work in the Illustrated London News, from which I give a few extracts. Quote, "Squatters settled upon the temple like a swarm of mason bees, and the extent of the mischief they perpetrated in the course of centuries may be gathered from the fact that they raised the level of the surrounding soil to such a height that the obelisks, the colossi, and the entrance pylon were buried to a depth of 40 feet, while inside the building the level of the native village was 50 feet above the original pavement. 7 months ago the first court contained not only the local mosque, but a labyrinthine maze of mud structures, numbering some 30 dwellings, and 80 straw sheds, besides yards, stables, and pigeon towers, the whole being intersected by innumerable lanes and passages. 2 large mansions, real mansions, spacious, and in Arab fashion luxurious, blocked the great colonnade of the Horemhebe, while the second court, and all the open spaces and ruined parts of the upper end of the temple, were encumbered by sheepfolds, goat yards, poultry yards, donkey sheds, clusters of mud huts, refuge heaps, and piles of broken pottery. Upon the roof of the portico there stood a large, rambling, ruinous old house, the property of the French government, and known as the Maison de France. Within its walls the illustrious Champollion and his ally Rosellini lived and worked together in 1829, during part of their long sojourn at Thebes. Here the naval officers sent out by the French in 1831 to remove the obelisks which now stands in the Place de la Concorde took up their temporary quarters. And here, most interesting to English readers, Lady Duff Gordon lingered through some of her last winters, and wrote most of her delightful letters from Egypt. A little balcony with a broken veranda and a bit of lattice-work parapet juts out above some mud walls at the end of the building. Upon that balcony she was wont to sit in the cool of the evening, watching the boats upon the river and the magical effect of the afterglow upon the Libyan mountains opposite. All these buildings, Maison de France, stores, yards, etc., are all swept away. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon. Cairo, December 17, 1863. Dearest Alick, at last I hope I shall get off in a few days. I have had one delay and bother after another, chiefly caused by relying on the fine speeches of Mr. D. On applying straight to the French Consulate at Alexandria, Janet got me the loan of the Maison de France at Thebes, at once. Monsieur Mounier, the agent to Halim Pasha, is going up to Esneh, and will let me travel in the steamer which is to tow his dahabeah. It will be dirty, but will cost little, and take me out of this dreadful cold weather in 5 or 6 days. December 22nd. I wrote the above 5 days ago, since when I have had to turn out of Thayer's house, as his new vice-consul wanted it, and am back at Briggs's. Monsieur Mounier is waiting in frantic impatience to set off, and I ditto, but Ismail Pasha keeps him from day to day. The worry of depending on anyone in the East is beyond belief. Tell your mother that Lady Herbert is gone up the river; her son was much the better for Cairo. I saw Pietro, her courier, who is stupendously grand; he offered Omar £8 a month to go with them. You may imagine how Pietro despised his heathenish ignorance in preferring to stay with me for £3. It quite confirmed him in his contempt for the Arabs. You would have laughed to hear me buying a carpet. I saw an old broker with one on his shoulder in the bazaar, and asked the price: 8 Napoleons. Then it was unfolded and spread in the street, to the great inconvenience of passers-by, just in front of a coffee shop. I look at it superciliously, and say, 300 piastres, oh uncle. The poor old broker cries out in despair to the men sitting outside the coffee shop: "O Muslims, hear that and look at this excellent carpet. 300 piastres! By the faith, it is worth 2,000. But the men take my part, and one mildly says, "I wonder that an old man as thou art should tell us that this lady, who is a traveller and a person of experience, values it at 300. Thinkest thou we will give you more?" Then another suggests that if the lady will consent to give 4 Napoleons, he had better take them, and that settles it. Everybody gives an opinion here, and the price is fixed by a sort of improvised jury. Christmas Day. At last my departure is fixed. I embark to-morrow afternoon at Boulak, and we sail, or steam rather, on Sunday morning early, and expect to reach Thebes in 8 days. I heard a curious illustration of Arab manners to-day. I met Hassan, the janissary of the American Consulate, a very respectable, good man. He told me he had married another wife since last year. I asked what for. It was the widow of his brother, who had always lived with him in the same house, and who died leaving 2 boys. She is neither young nor handsome, but he considered it his duty to provide for her and the children, and not let her marry a stranger. So you see that polygamy is not always sensual indulgence, and a man may practise greater self-sacrifice so, than by talking sentiment about deceased wives' sisters. Hassan has £3 a month, and 2 wives come expensive. I said, laughing, to Omar as we left him, that I did not think the 2 wives sounded very comfortable. Oh no, not comfortable at all for the man, but he take care of the woman, that's what is proper. That is the good Mussulman. I shall have the company of a Turkish Effendi on my voyage, a Commissioner of Inland Revenue, In fact, going to look after the tax gatherers in the Said. I wonder whether he will be civil. Sally is gone with some English servants out to the Virgin's Tree, the great picnic frolic of Cairene Christians, and indeed of Muslimeen also at some seasons. Omar is gone to a Khatmeh, a reading of the Koran, at Hassan the donkey boy's house. I was asked, but am afraid of the night air. A good deal of religious celebration goes on now, the middle of the month of Regeb, 6 weeks before Ramadan. I rather dread Ramadan as Omar is sure to be faint and ill, and everybody else cross during the first 5 days or so; then their stomachs get into training. The new passenger steamers have been promised ever since the 6th, and will not go up now till after the races, the 6th or 7th of next month. Fancy the Cairo races! It is growing dreadfully cockney here. I must go to Timbuktu, and we are to have a railway to Mecca, and take return tickets for the Hajj from all parts of the world. End of Letter 24. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 25 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Boulak, on board a river steamboat, December 27, 1863. Dearest Mutter, after infinite delays and worries, we are at last on board, and shall sail to-morrow morning. After all was comfortably settled, Ismail Pasha sent for all the steamers up to Rhoda, near Minieh, and at the same time ordered a Turkish general to come up instantly somehow. So Latif Pasha, the head of the steamers, had to turn me out of the best cabin, and if I had not come myself, and taken rather forcible possession of the forecastle cabin, the servants of the Turkish general would not have allowed Omar to embark the baggage. He had been waiting all the morning in despair on the bank, but at 4 I arrived, and ordered the hammals to carry the goods into the fore cabin, and walked on board myself, where the Arab captain pantomimically placed me in his right eye and on the top of his head. Once installed, this has become a hareem, and I may defy the Turkish Effendi with success. I have got a good-sized cabin, with good clean divans round 3 sides for Sally and myself. Omar will sleep on deck and cook where he can. A poor Turkish lady is to inhabit a sort of dust-hole by the side of my cabin; if she seems decent I will entertain her hospitably. There is no furniture of any sort but the divan, and we cook our own food, bring our own candles, jugs, basins, beds, and everything. If Sally and I were not such complete Arabs we should think it very miserable, but as things stand this year we say Alhamdulillah it is no worse. Luckily it is a very warm night, so we can make our arrangements unchilled. There is no door to the cabin, so we nail up an old plaid, and as no one ever looks into a hareem, it is quite enough. All on board are Arabs, captain, engineer, and men. An English cit is a novelty, and the captain is unhappy that things are not à la Franca for me. We are to tow 3 dahabiehs. M. Meunier's, one belonging to the envoy from the Sultan of Darfour, and another. 3 steamers were to have done it, but the Pasha had a fancy for all the boats, and so our poor little craft must do her best. Only fancy the Queen ordering all the river steamers up to Windsor! At Minieh the Turkish general leaves us, and we shall have the boat to ourselves, so the captain has just been down to tell me. I should like to go with the gentleman from Darfour, as you may suppose. See what strange combinations of people float on old Nile. 2 Englishwomen, 1 French, Madame Meunier, 1 Frenchman, Turks, Arabs, Negroes, Circassians, and men from Darfour, all in one party. Perhaps the 3rd boat contains some other strange element. The Turks are from Constantinople and can't speak Arabic, and make faces at the muddy river water, which, indeed, I would rather have filtered. I hope to have letters from home to-morrow morning. Hassan, my faithful donkey boy, will go to the post as soon as it is open and bring them down to Boulak. Darling Rainie sent me a card with a cock robin for Christmas. How terribly I miss her dear little face and talk. I am pretty well now. I only feel rather weaker than before and more easily tired. I send you a kind letter of Madame Tastu's, who got her son to lend me the house at Thebes. End of Letter 25. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 26 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, on board the steamer near Siout, Sunday, January 3, 1864. Dearest Alick, we left Cairo last Sunday morning, and a wonderfully queer company we were. I had been promised all the steamer to myself, but owing to Ismail Pasha's caprices our little steamer had to do the work of three, i.e. to carry passengers, to tow M. Mounier's dahabeah, and to tow the oldest, dirtiest, queerest Nubian boat, in which the young son of the Sultan of Darfur and the Sultan's envoy, a handsome black of Dongola, not a negro, had visited Ismail Pasha. The best cabin was taken by a sulky old one-eyed Turkish Pasha, so I had the fore cabin, luckily a large one, where I slept with Sally on one divan and I on the other, and Omar at my feet. He tried sleeping on deck, but the Pasha's Arnauts were too bad company, and the captain begged me to cover my face and let my servant sleep at my feet. Besides, there was a poor old asthmatic Turkish Effendi going to collect the taxes, and a lot of women in the engine room, and children also. It would have been insupportable but for the hearty politeness of the Arab captain, a regular old salt, and owing to his attention and care it was only very amusing. At Beni Suef, the first town above Cairo, 70 miles, we found no coals. The Pasha had been up and taken them all. So we kicked our heels on the bank all day, with the prospect of doing so for a week. The captain brought His Royal Highness of Darfur to visit me, and to beg me to make him hear reason about the delay, as I, being English, must know that a steamer could not go without coals. His Royal Highness was a pretty, imperious little nigger about 11 or 12, dressed in a yellow silk kaftan and a scarlet burnous, who cut the good old captain short by saying, "Why, she is a woman, she can't talk to me." "Wallah, wallah, what a way to talk to an English hareem!" shrieked the captain, who was about to lose his temper, but I had a happy idea and produced a box of French sweetmeats, which altered the young prince's views at once. I asked if he had brothers. "Who can count them? They are like mice." He said that the Pasha had given him only a few presents, and was evidently not pleased. Some of his suite are the most formidable looking wild beasts in human shape I have ever beheld, bulldogs and wild boars black as ink, red-eyed, and, ye gods, such jowls and throats and teeth! Others like monkeys, with arms down to their knees. The Illyrian Arnauts on board our boat are revoltingly white, like fish or drowned people, no pink in the tallowy skin at all. There were Greeks also who left us at Minia, second large town, and the old Pasha left this morning at Rhoda. The captain at once ordered all my goods into the cabin he had left, and turned out the Turkish Effendi, who wanted to stay and sleep with us. No impropriety. He said he was an old man and sick, and my company would be agreeable to him. Then he said he was ashamed before the people to be turned out by an Englishwoman. So I was civil and begged him to pass the day and to dine with me, and that set all right, and now after dinner he has gone off quite pleasantly to the fore cabin and left me here. I have a stern cabin, a saloon, and an anteroom here, so we are comfortable enough, only the fleas! Never till now did I know what fleas could be, even Omar groaned and tossed in his sleep, and Sally and I woke every 10 minutes. Perhaps this cabin may be better, some fleas may have landed in the beds of the Turks. I send a dish from my table every day henceforth to the captain. As I take the place of a Pasha it is part of my dignity to do so, and as I occupy the kitchen and burn the ship's coals, I may as well let the captain dine a little at my expense. In the day I go up and sit in his cabin on deck, and we talk as well as we can without an interpreter. The old fellow is 67, but does not look more than 45. He has just the air and manner of a seafaring man with us, and has been wrecked 4 times, the last in the Black Sea during the Crimean War, when he was taken prisoner by the Russians and sent to Moscow for 3 years, until the peace. He has a charming boy of 11 with him, and he tells me he has 12 children in all, but only one wife, and is as strict a monogamist as Dr. Primrose, for he told me he should not marry again if she died, nor, he believed, would she. He is surprised at my grey hair. There are a good many Copts on board too, of a rather low class and not pleasant. The Christian gentlemen are very pleasant, but the low are low indeed compared to the Muslimeen, and one gets a feeling of dirtiness about them to see them eat all among the coals, and then squat there and pull out their beads to pray without washing their hands even. It does look nasty when compared to the Muslim coming up clean washed, and standing erect and manly, looking to his prayers. Besides, they are coarse in their manner and conversation, and have not the Arab respect for women. I only speak of the common people, not of educated Copts. The best fun was to hear the Greeks, one of whom spoke English, abusing the Copts, rogues, heretics, schismatics from the Greek Church, ignorant, rapacious, cunning, impudent, etc., etc. In short, they narrated the whole fable about their own sweet selves. I am quite surprised to see how well these men manage their work. The boat is quite as clean as an English boat, as crowded could be kept, and the engine in beautiful order. The head engineer, Ahmed Effendi, and indeed all the crew and captain too, wear English clothes and use the universal "all right," "stopper," "fura," "full speed," "half speed," "turn her head," etc. I was delighted to hear "all right," "go ahead," "el Fatha" in one breath. Here we always say the Fatha, first chapter of the Koran, nearly identical with the Lord's Prayer, when starting on a journey, concluding a bargain, etc. The combination was very quaint. There are rats and fleas on board, but neither bugs nor cockroaches. Already the climate has changed, the air is sensibly drier and cleaner and the weather much warmer, and we are not yet at Siout. I remarked last year that the climate changed most at Keneh, 40 miles below Thebes. The banks are terribly broken and washed away by the inundation, and the Nile far higher even now than it was 6 weeks earlier last year. At Beni Suef, which used to be the great cattle place, not a buffalo was left, and we could not get a drop of milk. But since we left Minia we see them again, and I hear the disease is not spreading up the river. Omar told me that the poor people at Beni Suef were complaining of the drought and prospect of scarcity, as they could no longer water the land for want of oxen. I paid 10 Napoleons passage money, and shall give 4 or 5 more as baksheesh, as I have given a good deal of trouble with all my luggage, beddings, furniture, provisions for 4 months, etc., and the boat's people have been more than civil, really kind and attentive to us, but a bad dahabieh would have cost 40, so I am greatly the gainer. Nothing can exceed the muddle, uncertainty, and carelessness of the administration at Cairo; no coals at the depots, boats announced to sail and dawdling on 3 weeks, no order and no care for anybody's convenience but the Pasha's own. But the subordinates on board the boats do their work perfectly well. We go only half as quickly as we ought, because we have 2 very heavy dahabiehs in tow instead of 1. But no time is lost; as long as the light lasts we go, and start again as soon as the moon rises. The people on board have promoted me in rank, and call me El Amira, an obsolete Arab title which the engineer thinks is the equivalent of ladyship, as he calls it. Siti, he said, was the same as Mrs. I don't know how he acquired his ideas on the subject of English precedence. Omar has just come in with coffee, and begs me to give his best salaam to his big master and his little master and lady, and not to forget to tell them he is their servant and my memlook (slave) from one hand to the other, the whole body. If we stay at Siout I will ride a donkey up to Wassef's house, and leave this letter for him to send down with his next opportunity to Cairo. At Keneh we must try to find time to buy 2 filters and some gellas (water coolers), they are made there. At Thebes nothing can be got. How I do wish you were here to enjoy all the new and strange sights. I am sure it would amuse you, and as the fleas don't bite you there would be no drawback. Janet sent me a photo of dear little Rainie; it is ugly, but very like the Zouaya little one. Give her no end of kisses, and thank her for the cock robin, which pleased me quite as much as she thought it would. End of Letter 26. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 27 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Tuesday, January 5th, 1864. We left Siout this afternoon. The captain had announced that we should start at 10 o'clock, so I did not go into the town, but sent Omar to buy food and give my letter and best salaam to Wassef. But the men of Darfur all went off declaring that they would stop, promising to cut off the captain's head if he went without them. Hassan Effendi, the Turk, was furious, and threatened to telegraph his complaints to Cairo if we did not go directly, and the poor captain was in a sad quandary. He appealed to me, peaceably sitting on the trunk of a palm tree with some poor fellaheen, of whom more anon. I uttered the longest sentence I could compose in Arabic, to the effect that he was captain, and that while on the boat we were all bound to obey him. Mashallah! One English hareem is worth more than 10 men for sense. These Inglesi have only one word both for themselves and for other people. Dogri, dogri. Right is right. This Amira is ready to obey like a mamluk, and when she has to command, whew! With a most expressive toss back of the head. The bank was crowded with poor fellaheen who had been taken for soldiers, and sent to await the Pasha's arrival at Girgeh. 3 weeks they lay there, and were then sent down to Souhaj. The Pasha wanted to see them himself and pick out the men he liked. 8 days more at Souhaj, then to Siout 8 days more, and meanwhile Ismail Pasha has gone back to Cairo, and the poor souls may wait indefinitely, for no one will venture to remind the Pasha of their trifling existence. Wallah, wallah. While I was walking on the bank with Monsieur and Madame Mounier, a person came up and saluted them whose appearance puzzled me. Don't call me a Persian when I tell you it was an eccentric Bedawi young lady. She was 18 or 20 at most, dressed like a young man, but small and feminine and rather pretty, except that one eye was blind. Her dress was handsome, and she had women's jewels, diamonds, etc., and a European watch and chain. Her manner was excellent, quite ungenert, and not the least impudent or swaggering, and I was told, indeed I could hear, that her language was beautiful, a thing much esteemed among Arabs. She is a virgin and fond of travelling and of men's society, being very clever, so she has her dromedary and goes about quite alone. No one seemed surprised, no one stared, and when I asked if it was proper, our captain was surprised. Why not? If she does not wish to marry, she can go alone. If she does, she can marry. What harm? She is a virgin and free. She went to breakfast with the Mouniers on their boat. Madame Mounier is Egyptian born, and both speak Arabic perfectly, and the young lady had many things to ask them, she said. She expressed her opinions freely as far as I could understand her. Madame Mounier had heard of her before, and said she was much respected and admired. Monsieur Mounier had heard that she was a spy of the Pasha's, but the people on board the boat here say that the truth was that she went before Said Pasha herself to complain of some tyrannical mutter who ground and imprisoned the fellaheen, a bold thing for a girl to do. To me she seems, anyhow, far the most curious thing I have yet seen. The weather is already much warmer. It is 9 in the evening, we are steaming along, and I sit with the cabin window open. My cough is, of course, a great deal better. Inshallah! Above Keneh, about another 150 miles, it will go away. To-day, for the first time, I pulled my cloak over my head in the sun, it was so stinging hot. Quite delicious, and it is the 5th of January. Pauvre voix in the cold! Our captain was prisoner for 3 years at Moscow and at Bakshi Serai, and declares he never saw the sun at all. Hard lines for an Egyptian. Do you remember the cigarettes you bought for me at Osbon? Well, I gave them to the old Turkish Effendi, who is dreadfully asthmatic, and he is enchanted. Of course 5 other people came to be cured directly. The rhubarb pills are a real comfort to travellers, for they can't do much harm and inspire great confidence. Luckily we left all the fleas behind in the fore cabin, for the benefit of the poor old Turk, who, I hear, suffers severely. The divans were all brand new, and the fleas came in the cotton stuffing, for there are no live things of any sort in the rest of the boat. Girgeh, January 9, 1864. We have put in here for the night. To-day we took on board 3 convicts in chains, 2 bound for Fazgalo, 1 for calumny and perjury, and 1 for manslaughter. Hard labour for life in that climate will soon dispose of them. The 3rd is a petty thief from Keneh, who has been a year in chains in the custom house of Alexandria, and is now being taken back to be shown in his own place in his chains. The cause célèbre of this country would be curious reading, they do their crimes so differently to us. If I can get hold of anyone who can relate a few cases well, I'll write them down. Omar has told me a few, but he may not know the details quite exactly. I made further inquiries about the Bedawee lady, who is older than she looks, for she has travelled constantly for 10 years. She is rich and much respected, and received in all the best houses, where she sits with the men all day and sleeps in the harem. She has been in the interior of Africa and to Mecca, speaks Turkish, and M. Mounier says he found her extremely agreeable, full of interesting information about all the countries she had visited. As soon as I can, I must try and find her out. She likes the company of Europeans. Here is a contribution to folklore new even to Lane, I think. When the coffee seller lights his stove in the morning, he makes 2 cups of coffee of the best and nicely sugared, and pours them out all over the stove, saying, God bless or favour Sheikh Shadhili and his descendants. The blessing on the saint who invented coffee of course I knew, and often utter, but the libation is new to me. You see the ancient religion crops up even through the severe faith of Islam. If I could describe all the details of an Arab, and still more of a Coptic, wedding, you would think I was relating the mysteries of Isis. At one house I saw the bride's father looking pale and anxious, and Omar said, I think he wants to hold his stomach with both hands till the women tell him if his daughter makes his face white. It was such a good phrase for the sinking at heart of anxiety. It certainly seems more reasonable that a woman's misconduct should blacken her father's face than her husband's. There are a good many things about harem here which I am barbarian enough to think extremely good and rational. An old Turk of Cairo, who had been in Europe, was talking to an Englishman a short time ago, who politely chaffed him about Mussulman licence. The venerable Muslim replied, Pray, how many women have you, who are quite young, seen, that is the Eastern phrase, in your whole life? The Englishman could not count, of course not. Well, young man, I am old, and was married at 12, and I have seen in all my life 7 women, 4 are dead, and 3 are happy and comfortable in my house. Where are all yours? Hassaneyn Effendi heard the conversation, which passed in French, and was amused at the question. I find that the criminal convicted of calumny accused, together with 29 others not in custody, the Sheykh el Beled of his place of murdering his servant, and produced a basket full of bones as proof, but the Sheykh el Beled produced the living man, and his detractor gets hard labour for life. The proceeding is characteristic of the childish ruses of this country. I inquired whether the thief who was dragged in chains through the streets would be able to find work, and was told, Oh, certainly, is he not a poor man? For the sake of God everyone will be ready to help him. An absolute uncertainty of justice naturally leads to this result. Our captain was quite shocked to hear that in my country we did not like to employ a returned convict. Luxor, January 13, 1864. We spent all the afternoon of Saturday at Keneh, where I dined with the English consul, a worthy old Arab, who also invited our captain, and we all sat round his copper tray on the floor and ate with our fingers, the captain, who sat next to me, picking out the best bits and feeding me and Sally with them. After dinner the French consul, a Copt, one Jesus Buctor, sent to invite me to a fantasia at his house, where I found the Mouniers, the Mudir, and some other Turks, and a disagreeable Italian, who stared at me as if I had been young and pretty, and put Omar into a great fury. I was glad to see the dancing girls, but I liked old Said Achmet's patriarchal ways much better than the tone of the Frenchified Copt. At first I thought the dancing queer and dull. One girl was very handsome, but cold and uninteresting. One who sang was also very pretty and engaging, and a dear little thing. But the dancing was contortions, more or less graceful, very wonderful as gymnastic feats, and no more. But the captain called out to one Latifa, an ugly, clumsy looking wench, to show the Sitt what she could do. And then it was revealed to me. The ugly girl started on her feet and became the serpent of old Nile, the head, shoulders, and arms eagerly bent forward, waist in, and haunches advanced on the bent knees, the posture of a cobra about to spring. I could not call it voluptuous any more than Racine's Phèdre. It is Venus toute entière à sa proie attachée, and to me seemed tragic. It is far more realistic than the fandango, and far less coquettish, because the thing represented is au grand sérieux, not travestied, gazé, or played with, and like all such things, the Arab men don't think it the least improper. Of course the girls don't commit any indecorums before European women, except the dance itself. Said Achmet would have given me a fantasia, but he feared I might have men with me, and he had a great annoyance with 2 Englishmen who wanted to make the girls dance naked, which they objected to, and he had to turn them out of his house after hospitably entertaining them. Our procession home to the boat was very droll. Madame Meunier could not ride an Arab saddle, so I lent her mine and enfourchéd my donkey, and away we went with men running with mashhals, fire baskets on long poles, and lanterns, and the captain shouting out "full speed," and such English phrases all the way, like a regular old salt as he is. We got here last night, and this morning Mustapha Aga and the Nazir came down to conduct me up to my palace. I have such a big rambling house all over the top of the temple of Khem. How I wish I had you and the chicks to fill it! We had about 20 fellahs to clean the dust of 3 years' accumulation, and my room looks quite handsome with carpets and a divan. Mustapha's little girl found her way here when she heard I was come, and it seemed quite pleasant to have her playing on the carpet with a dolly and some sugar plums, and making a feast for Dolly on a saucer, arranging the sugar plums Arab fashion. She was monstrously pleased with Rainie's picture and kissed it. Such a quiet, nice little brown tot, and curiously like Rainie and walnut juice. The view all round my house is magnificent on every side, over the Nile in front facing northwest, and over a splendid range of green and distant orange buff hills to the southeast, where I have a spacious covered terrace. It is rough and dusty to the extreme, but it will be very pleasant. Mustapha came in just now to offer me the loan of a horse, and to ask me to go to the mosque in a few nights to see the illumination in honour of a great Sheykh, a son of Sidi Hossein or Hassein. I asked whether my presence might not offend any Muslimin, and he would not hear of such a thing. The sun set while he was here, and he asked if I objected to his praying in my presence, and went through his 4 rekahs very comfortably on my carpet. My next door neighbour, across the courtyard all filled with antiquities, is a nice little Copt who looks like an antique statue himself. I saw Voisinier with his family. He sent me coffee as soon as I arrived, and came to help. I am invited to El Moutaneh, a few hours up the river, to visit the Meuniers, and to Keneh to visit Said Achmet, and also the head of the merchants there who settled the price of a carpet for me in the bazaar, and seemed to like me. He was just one of those handsome, high-bred, elderly merchants with whom a story always begins in the Arabian Nights. When I can talk I will go and see a real Arab hareem. A very nice English couple, a man and his wife, gave me breakfast in their boat, and turned out to be a business connection of Ross's, of the name Arrowsmith. They were going to Assouan, and I shall see them on their way back. I asked Mustapha about the Arab young lady, and he spoke very highly of her, and is to let me know if she comes here to offer hospitality from me. He did not know her name. She is called El Haga, the Pilgrimess. Thursday. Now I am settled in my Theban palace, it seems more and more beautiful, and I am quite melancholy that you cannot be here to enjoy it. The house is very large, and has good thick walls, the comfort of which we feel to day, for it blows a hurricane, but indoors it is not at all cold. I have glass windows and doors to some of the rooms. It is a lovely dwelling. Two funny little owls, as big as my fist, live in the wall under my window, and come up and peep in, walking on tiptoe, and looking inquisitive, like owls in the hieroglyphics; and a splendid Horus, the sacred hawk, frequents my lofty balcony. Another of my contemplar gods I sacrilegiously killed last night, a whip snake. Omar is rather in consternation, for fear it should be the snake of the house, for Islam has not dethroned the Da'i Laris et Tutelarus. I have been sapping at the Alif Bey (ABC) to day under the direction of Sheykh Yussuf, a graceful, sweet looking young man, with a dark brown face, and such fine manners in his fellah dress, a coarse brown woollen shirt, a libda or felt skull cap, and a common red shawl round his head and shoulders. Writing the wrong way is very hard work. Some men came to mend the staircase, which had fallen in and which consists of huge solid blocks of stone. One crushed his thumb, and I had to operate on it. It is extraordinary how these people bear pain; he never winced in the least, and went off thanking God and the lady quite cheerfully. Till to day the weather has been quite heavenly; last night I sat with my window open, it was so warm. If only I had you all here! How Rainey would play in the temple, Maurice fish in the Nile, and you go about with your spectacles on your nose. I think you would discard frangy dress and take to a brown shirt and a libda, and soon be as brown as any fellah. It was so curious to see Sheykh Yussuf blush from shyness when he came in at first. It shows quite as much in the coffee brown Arab skin as in the fairest European, quite unlike the much lighter coloured mulatto or Malay, who never change colour at all. A photographer who is living here showed me photographs done high up the White Nile. One negro girl is so splendid that I must get him to do me a copy to send you. She is not perfect like the Nubians, but so superbly strong and majestic. If I can get hold of a handsome fellaha here, I'll get her photographed to show you in Europe what a woman's breast can be, for I never knew it before I came here. It is the most beautiful thing in the world. The dancing girl I saw moved her breasts by some extraordinary muscular effort, first one and then the other. They were just like pomegranates and gloriously independent of stays or any support. End of letter 27. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 28 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Wednesday, January 20th, 1864. I received your welcome letters of December 15th and 25th on Monday, to my great joy, but was much grieved to hear of Thomas's death, and still more so to hear from Janet that Thackeray and Mrs. Allison were dead. She died the morning I left Cairo, so her last act, almost, was to send sweetmeats to the boat after me on the evening before. Poor dear soul, her sweetness and patience were very touching. We have had a week of piercing winds, and yesterday I stayed in bed, to the great surprise of Mustapha's little girl who came to see me. Today was beautiful again, and I mounted old Mustapha's cob pony and jogged over his farm with him, and lunching on delicious sour cream and fatira at a neighbouring village, to the great delight of the fellaheen. It was more biblical than ever; the people were all relations of Mustapha's, and to see Sidi Omar, the head of the household, and the young men coming in from the field, and the flocks and herds and camels and asses, was like a beautiful dream. All these people are of high blood, and a sort of roll of battle is kept here for the genealogies of the noble Arabs who came in with Amr, the first Arab conqueror and lieutenant of Omar. Not one of these brown men, who do not own a second shirt, would give his brown daughter to the greatest Turkish pasha. This country noblesse is more interesting to me by far than the town people, though Omar, who is quite a cockney, and piques himself on being delicate, turns up his nose at their beggarly pride, as Londoners used to do at bare-legged Highlanders. The air of perfect equality, except as to the respect due to the head of the clan, with which the villagers treated Mustapha, and which he fully returned, made it all seem so very gentlemanly. They are not so dazzled by a little show, and far more manly than the Cairenes. I am on visiting terms with all the county families resident at Luxor already. The Nazir (magistrate) is a very nice person, and my Sheykh Yussuf, who is of the highest blood, being descended from Abu'l Hajjaj himself, is quite charming. There is an intelligent little German here as Austrian consul, who draws very nicely. I went into his house, and was startled by hearing a pretty Arab boy, his servant, inquire, "Soll ich den Kaffee bringen?" What next? They are all mad to learn languages, and Mustapha begs me and Sally to teach his little girl Zeyneb English. Friday, 22nd. Yesterday I rode over to Karnak, with Mustapha's Sais running by my side. Glorious hot sun and delicious air. To hear the Sais chatter away, his tongue running as fast as his feet, made me deeply envious of his lungs. Mustapha joined me, and pressed me to go to visit the Sheykh's tomb for the benefit of my health, as he and Sheykh Yussuf wished to say a Fatha for me, but I must not drink wine at dinner. I made a little difficulty on the score of difference of religion, but Sheykh Yussuf, who came up, said that he presumed I worshipped God, and not stones, and that sincere prayers were good anywhere. Clearly the bigotry would have been on my side if I had refused any longer. So in the evening I went with Mustapha. It was a very curious sight, the little dome illuminated with as much oil as the mosque could afford, and the tombs of Abu el Hajjaj and his 3 sons. A magnificent old man, like Father Abraham himself, dressed in white, sat on a carpet at the foot of the tomb. He was the head of the family of Abu el Hajjaj. He made me sit by, and was extremely polite. Then came the Nazir, the Cadi, a Turk travelling on government business, and a few other gentlemen, who all sat down round us after kissing the hand of the old Sheykh. Everyone talked; in fact it was a soirée for the entertainment of the dead Sheykh. A party of men sat at the further end of the place, with their faces to the Kibla, and played on a tarabouka, sort of a small drum stretched on earthenware which gives a peculiar sound, a tambourine without bells, and a little tinkling cymbals fitted on thumb and fingers, crotales, and chanted songs in honour of Mohammed and verses from the Psalms of David. Every now and then one of our little party left off talking, and prayed a little or counted his beads. The old Sheykh sent for coffee, and gave me the first cup, a wonderful concession. At last the Nazir proposed a Fatha for me, which the whole group round me repeated aloud, and then each said to me, "Our Lord God bless and give thee health and peace, to thee and thy family, and take thee back safe to thy master and thy children," one adding Ameen and giving the salaam with the hand. I returned it and said, "Our Lord reward thee and all the people of kindness to strangers," which was considered a very proper answer. After that we went away, and the worthy Nazir walked home with me to take a pipe and a glass of sherbet, and enjoy a talk about his wife and 8 children, who were all in el Bakr, except 2 boys at school in Cairo. Government appointments are so precarious that it is not worth while to move them up here, as the expense would be too heavy on a salary of £15 a month, with the chance of recall any day. In Cairo or Lower Egypt it would be quite impossible for a Christian to enter a Sheykh's tomb at all, above all on his birthday festival and on the night of Friday. Friday, January 29. I have been too unwell to write all this week, but will finish this today to send off by Lady Herbert's boat. The last week has been very cold here, the thermometer at 59° and 60°, with a nipping wind and bright sun. I was obliged to keep my bed for 3 or 4 days, as, of course, a palazzo without doors or windows to speak of was very trying, though far better than a boat. Yesterday and today are much better, not really much warmer, but a different air. The Moulid festival of the Sheykh terminated last Saturday with a procession, in which the new cover of his tomb, and the ancient sacred boat, were carried on men's shoulders. It all seemed to have walked out of the royal tombs, only dusty and shabby instead of gorgeous. These festivals of the dead are such as Herodotus alludes to, as held in honour of him whose name he dares not mention, him who sleeps in Philae, only the name is changed and the mummy is absent. For a fortnight everyone who had a horse and could ride came and made fantasia every afternoon for 2 hours before sunset, and very pretty it was. The people here show their good blood in their riding. On the last 3 days all strangers were entertained with bread and cooked meat at the expense of the Luxor people. Every house killed a sheep and baked bread. As I could not do that for want of servants enough, I sent 100 piastres (12 shillings) to the servants of Abu el Hajjaj at the mosque to pay for the oil burnt at the tomb, etc. I was not well and in bed, but I hear that my gift gave immense satisfaction, and that I was again well prayed for. The Coptic bishop came to see me, but he is a tipsy old monk and an impudent beggar. He sent for tea as he was ill, so I went to see him, and perceived that his disorder was Iraki. He has a very nice black slave, a Christian, Abyssinian I think, who is a friend of Omar's, and who sent Omar a handsome dinner all ready cooked; among other things a chicken stuffed with green wheat was excellent. Omar constantly gets dinners sent him, a lot of bread, some dates and cooked fowls or pigeons, and fatira with honey, all tied up hot in a cloth. I gave an old fellow a pill and dose some days ago, but his dura ilia took no notice, and he came for more, and got castor oil. I have not seen him since, but his employer, Fellah Omar, sent me a lot of delicious butter in return. I think it shows great intelligence in these people, how none of them will any longer consult an Arab Hakeem if they can get a European to physic him. They now ask directly whether the government doctors have been to Europe to learn Hekmah, and if not they don't trust them, for poor savages and heathens ce n'est pas si bête. I had to interrupt my lessons from illness, but Sheykh Yussuf came again last night. I have mastered Abba Shedda o Musbitin, Ibi Shedda o Heftadin, etc. Oh dear, what must poor Arab children suffer in learning ABC? It is a terrible alphabet, and the shekel (points) are désespérants. But now I stick for want of a dictionary. Mr. Arrowsmith kindly gave me Miss Martineau's book, which I have begun. It is true as far as it goes, but there is the usual defect. The people are not real people, only part of the scenery to her, as to most Europeans. You may conceive how much we are naturalized when I tell you that I have received a serious offer of marriage for Sally. Mustapha Aga has requested me to give her to him for his eldest son Said, a nice lad of 19 or 20 at most. As Mustapha is the richest and most considerable person here, it shows that the Arabs draw no unfavourable conclusions as to our morals from the freedom of our manners. He said, of course, she would keep her own religion and her own customs. Said is still in Alexandria, so it will be time to refuse when he returns. I said she was too old, but they think that no objection at all. She will have to say that her father would not allow it, for of course a handsome offer deserves a civil refusal. Sally's proposals would be quite an ethnological study. Mustapha asked what I should require as dowry for her. Fancy Sally as Hareem of the Sheykh el Beled of Luxor! I am so charmed with my house that I begin seriously to contemplate staying here all the time. Cairo is so dear now, and so many dead cattle are buried there, that I think I should do better in this place. There is a huge hall, so large and cold now as to be uninhabitable, which in summer would be glorious. My dear old captain, of steamer 12, would bring me up coffee and candles, and if I sap and learn to talk to people, I shall have plenty of company. The cattle disease has not extended above Minieh to any degree, and here there has not been a case. Alhamdulillah! Food is very good here, rather less than half Cairo prices even now; in summer it will be half that. Mustapha urges me to stay, and proposes a picnic of a few days over in the tombs with his hareem as a diversion. I have got a photo for a stereoscope, which I send you, of my two beloved lovely palm trees on the river bank just above and looking over Philae. Hitherto my right side has been the bad one, but now one side is uneasy and the other impossible to lie on. It does not make me sleep pleasantly, and the loss of my good sound sleep tries me, and so I don't seem well. We shall see what hot weather will do; if that fails I will give up the contest, and come home to see as much as I shall have time for of you and my chicks. End of Letter 28. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 29 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Sunday, February 7, 1864. Dearest Mutter, we have had our winter pretty sharp for 3 weeks, and everybody has had violent colds and coughs. the Arabs, I mean. I have been a good deal ailing, but have escaped any violent cold altogether, and now the thermometer is up to 64°, and it feels very pleasant. In the sun it is always very hot, but that does not prevent the air from being keen, and chapping lips and noses, and even hands. It is curious how a temperature which would have been summer in England makes one shiver at Thebes. Alhamdulillah, it is over now. My poor Sheykh Yussuf is in great distress about his brother, also a young Sheykh, i.e. one learned in theology and competent to preach in the mosque. Sheykh Mohammed is come home from studying Al-Azhar at Cairo, I fear to die. I went with Sheykh Yussuf, at his desire, to see if I could help him, and found him gasping for breath and very, very ill. I gave him a little soothing medicine, and put mustard plasters on him, and as it relieved him, I went again and repeated them. All the family and a lot of neighbours crowded in to look on. There he lay in a dark little den with bare mud walls, worse off to our ideas than any pauper, but these people do not feel the want of comforts, and one learns to think it quite natural to sit with perfect gentlemen in places inferior to our cattle sheds. I pulled some blankets up against the wall, and put my arm behind Sheykh Mohammed's back to make him rest while the poultices were on him, whereupon he laid his green turban on my shoulder, and presently held up his delicate brown face for a kiss like an affectionate child. As I kissed him, a very pious old mullah said Bismillah, in the name of God, with an approving nod, and Sheykh Mohammed's old father, a splendid old man in a green turban, thanked me with effusion, and prayed that my children might always find help and kindness. I suppose if I confessed to kissing a dirty Arab in a hovel, the English travellers would execrate me, but it shows how much there is in Mussulman bigotry, unconquerable hatred, etc., for this family are Sayyids, descendants of the Prophet, and very pious. Sheykh Yussuf does not even smoke, and he preaches on Fridays. You would love these Sayyidis, they are such thorough gentlemen. I rode over to the village a few days ago to see a farmer named Omar. Of course I had to eat, and the people were enchanted at my going alone, as they are used to see the English armed and guarded. Sidi Omar, however, insisted on accompanying me home, which is the civil thing here. He piled on a whole stack of green fodder on his nimble little donkey, and hoisted himself atop of it without saddle or bridle. The fodder was for Mustapha Aga, and we trotted home across the beautiful green barley fields, to the amazement of some European young men out shooting. We did look a curious pair, certainly, with my English saddle and bridle, habit, hat, and feather, on horseback, and Sidi Omar's brown shirt, brown legs, and white turban, guiding his donkey with his chibouk. We were laughing very merrily, too, over my blundering Arabic. Young Heathcote and Strutt called here, but were hurrying up on the river. I shall see more of them when they come down. Young Strutt is so like his mother, I knew him in the street. I would like to give him a fantasia, but it is not proper for a woman to send for the dancing girls, and as I am the friend of the Maun police magistrate, the Cadi, and the respectable people here, I cannot do what is indecent in their eyes. It is quite enough that they approve my unveiled face, and my associating with men. That is my custom, and they think no harm of it. Tomorrow or next day Ramadan begins at the first sight of the new moon. It is a great nuisance, because everybody is cross. Omar did not keep it last year, but this year he will, and if he spoils my dinners, who can blame him? There was a wedding close by here last night, and about 10 o'clock all the women passed under my windows with cries of joy as Zagharit down to the river. I find on inquiry that in Upper Egypt, as soon as the bridegroom has taken the face of his bride, the women take her down to see the Nile. They have not yet forgotten that the old god is the giver of increase, it seems. I have been reading Miss Martineau's book. The descriptions are excellent, but she evidently knew and cared nothing about the people, and had the feeling of most English people here, that the difference of manners is a sort of impassable gulf, the truth being that their feelings and passions are just like our own. It is curious that all the old books of travels I have read mention the natives of strange countries in a far more natural tone, and with more attempt to discriminate character than modern ones, e.g. Niebuhr's Travels here and in Arabia, Cook's Voyages, and many others. Have we grown so very civilized since 100 years that outlandish people seem like mere puppets, and not like real human beings? Miss M's bigotry against Copts and Greeks is droll enough, compared to her very proper reverence for him who sleeps in Philae, and her attack upon harems outrageous. She implies that they are brothels. I must admit that I have not seen a Turkish harem, and she apparently saw no other, and yet she fancies the morals of Turkey to be superior to those of Egypt. It is not possible for a woman to explain all the limitations to which ordinary people do subject themselves. Great men I know nothing of, but women can and do, without blame, sue their husbands in law for the full payment of debt, and demand a divorce if they please in default. Very often a man marries a second wife out of duty to provide for a brother's widow and children, or the like. Of course, licentious men act loosely, as elsewhere. Kulluhum beni Adam, we are all sons of Adam, as Sheykh Yussuf says constantly, bad bad and good good, and modern travellers show strange ignorance in talking of foreign natives in the lump, as they nearly all do. Monday. I have just heard that poor Sheykh Mohammed died yesterday, and was as usual buried at once. I had not been well for a few days, and Sheykh Yussuf took care that I should not know of his brother's death. He went to Mustapha Aga and told him not to tell anyone in my house till I was better, because he knew what was in my stomach towards his family, and feared I should be made worse by the news. And how often I have been advised not to meddle with sick Arabs, because they are sure to suspect a Christian of poisoning those who die! I do grieve for the graceful, handsome young creature and his old father. Omar was vexed at not knowing of his death, because he would have liked to help carry him to the grave. I have at last learned the alphabet in Arabic, and can write it tidily, but now I am in a fix for want of a dictionary, and have written to Hekekian Bey to buy me one in Cairo. Sheykh Yussuf knows not a word of English, and Omar can't read or write, and has no notion of grammar or of word-for-word interpretation, and it is very slow work. When I walk through the court of the mosque I give the customary coppers to the little boys who are spelling away loudly under the arcade, Abba Sheda o Nusbeitin, Ibba Sheda o Heftadin, etc., with a keen sympathy with their difficulties and well-smudged tin slates. An additional evil is that the Arabic books printed in England, and at English presses here, require a 40 horsepower microscope to distinguish a letter. The ciphering is like ours, but with other figures, and I felt very stupid when I discovered how I had reckoned Arab fashion from right to left all my life, and never observed the fact. However, they cast down a column of figures from top to bottom. I am just called away by some poor men who want me to speak to the English travellers about shooting their pigeons. It is very thoughtless, but it is in great measure the fault of the servants and dragomans who think that they must not venture to tell their masters that pigeons are private property. I have a great mind to put a notice on the wall of my house about it. Here, where there are never less than 8 or 10 boats lying for 3 full months, the loss to the fellaheen is serious, and our consul Mustapha Aga is afraid to say anything. I have given my neighbours permission to call the pigeons mine, as they roost in flocks on my roof, and go out and say that the Sitt objects to her poultry being shot, especially as I have had them shot off my balcony as they sat there. I got a note from M. Mounier yesterday, inviting me to go and stay at El Mutana, Halim Pasha's great estate, near Edfu, and offering to send his dahabieh for me. I will certainly go as soon as the weather is decidedly hot. It is now very warm and pleasant. If I find Thebes too hot as summer advances I must drop down and return to Cairo, or try Suez, which I hear is excellent in summer, bracing desert air. But it is very tempting to stay here, splendid cool house, food extremely cheap, about £1 a week for 3 of us for fish, bread, butter, meat, milk, eggs and vegetables, all grocery of course, I brought with me, no trouble, rest and civil neighbours. I feel very disinclined to move unless I am baked out, and it takes a good deal to bake me. The only fear is the Khamseen wind. I do not feel very well. I don't ail anything in particular, blood spitting frequent, but very slight, much less cough, but I am so weak and good for nothing. I seldom feel able to go out or do more than sit in the balcony on one side or other of the house. I have no donkey here, the hired ones are so very bad and so dear, but I have written Mounier to try and get me one at El Mutana and send it down in one of Halim Pasha's corn boats. There is no comfort like a donkey always ready. If I have to send for Mustapha's horse, I feel lazy and fancy it is too much trouble, unless I can just go when I want. I have received a letter from Alexandria of January 8. What dreadful weather! We feel the ghost of it here in our 3 weeks of cold. Sometimes I feel as if I must go back to you all coûte de coûte, but I know it would be of no use to try it in the summer. I long for more news of you and my chicks. End of letter 29. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 30 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Luxor, Tuesday, February 8, 1864. Dearest child, I got your letter number 3 about a week ago, and 2 others before it. I have been very lazy in writing, for it has been very cold, for thieves, and I have been very seedy, no severe attack, but no strength at all. The last 3 or 4 days the weather has been warm, and I am beginning to feel better. I send this to Cairo by a clever, pleasant Madame de Belencourt, a daughter of Maréchal Castellane, who is here in one of the Pasha's steamers. She will call on you when she goes to Alexandria. I have been learning to write Arabic, and I know my letters. No trifle, I assure you. My Sheykh is a perfect darling, the most graceful, high-bred young creature, and a Sayyid. These Sayyidis are much nicer than the Lower Egypt people. They have good Arab blood in their veins, keep pedigrees, and are more manly and independent, and more liberal in religion. Sheykh Yussuf took me into the tomb of his ancestor, Sheykh Abul Hajjaj, the great saint here, and all the company said a Fatah for my health. It was on the night of Friday, during the Moolid of the Sheykh. Omar was surprised at the proceeding, and a little afraid the dead Sheykh might be offended. My great friend is the Ma'oun, police magistrate here, a very kind, good man, much liked I hear, by all except the Cadi, who was displeased at his giving the stick to a Mussulman for some wrong to a Copt. I am beginning to stammer out a little Arabic, but find it horribly difficult. The plurals are bewildering and the verbs quite heartbreaking. I have no books, which makes learning very slow work. I have written to Hekekian Bey to buy me a dictionary. The house here is delightful, rather cold now, but will be perfect in hot weather, so airy and cheerful. I think I shall stay on here all the time, the expense is nil, and it is very comfortable. I have a friend in a farm in a neighbouring village, and I am much amused at seeing country life. It cannot be rougher, as regards material comforts, in New Zealand or Central Africa, but there is no barbarism or lack of refinement in the manners of the people. M. Mounier has invited me to go and stay with them at El Montana, and offers to send his dahabieh for me. When it gets really hot I shall like the trip very much. Pray, when you see Madame Tastu, say civil things for me, and tell her how much I like the house. I think it wonderful that Omar cooked the dinner without being cross. I am sure I should swear if I had to cook for a heretic in Ramadan. End of letter 30. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 31 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, February 12, 1864. Dearest Alick, we are in Ramadan now, and Omar really enjoys a good opportunity of making his soul. He fasts and washes vigorously, prays his 5 times a day, goes to mosque on Fridays, and is quite merry over it, and ready to cook infidels' dinners with exemplary good humour. It is a great merit in Muslims that they are not at all grumpy over their piety. The weather has set in since 5 or 6 days like a paradise. I sit on my lofty balcony and drink the sweet northerly breeze, and look at the glorious mountain opposite, and think if only you and the chicks were here it would be the best of life. The beauty of Egypt grows on one, and I think it far more lovely this year than I did last. My great friend the Maoun, he is not the Nazir, who is a fat little pig-eyed jolly Turk, lives in a house which also has a superb view in another direction, and I often go and sit on the bench, i.e. the mastaba in front of his house, and do what little talk I can and see the people come with their grievances. I don't understand much of what goes on, as the patois is broad and doubles the difficulty, or I would send you a Theban police report, but the Maōhn is very pleasant in his manner to them, and they don't seem frightened. We have appointed a very small boy our bawab or porter, or rather he is appointed himself, and his assumption of dignity is quite delicious. He has provided himself with a huge staff, and he behaves like the most tremendous janissary. He is about Rainie's size, as sharp as a needle, and possesses the remains of a brown shirt and a ragged kitchen duster as a turban. I am very fond of little Achmet, and I like to see him doing the tableaux vivants from Murillo with a plate of broken victuals. The children of this place have become so insufferable about baksheesh that I have complained to the Maōhn, and he will assemble a committee of parents and enforce better manners. It is only here, and just where the English go. When I ride into the little villages I never hear the word, but I am always offered milk to drink. I have taken it 2 or 3 times and not offered to pay, and the people always seem quite pleased. Yesterday Sheykh Yussuf came again, the first time since his brother's death. He was evidently deeply affected, but spoke in the usual way. It is the will of God, we all must die, etc. I wish you could see Sheykh Yussuf. I think he is the sweetest creature in look and manner I ever beheld, so refined and so simple, and with the animal grace of a gazelle. A high-bred Arab is as graceful as an Indian, but quite without the feline Gesmeidigkeit or the look of dissimulation. The eye is as clear and frank as a child's. Mr. Rückel, the Austrian consul here, who knows Egypt and Arabia well, tells me he thinks many of them quite as good as they look, and said of Sheykh Yussuf, "Ihr ist so gemütlich." There is a German here deciphering hieroglyphics, Herr Dummerkin, a very agreeable man, but he has gone across the river to live at El Kerna. He has been through Ethiopia in search of temples and inscriptions. I am to go over and visit him, and see some of the tombs again in his company, which I shall enjoy, as a good interpreter is sadly wanted in those mysterious regions. My chest is wonderfully better these last 6 or 7 days. It is quite clear that downright heat is what does me good. Moreover, I have just heard from M. Meunier that a good donkey is en route and on a boat from El Montana. He will cost me between £4 and £5, and will enable me to be about far more than I can by merely borrowing Mustapha's horse, about which I have scruples as he lends it to other lady travellers. Little Achmet will be my sais as well as my doorkeeper, I suppose. I wish you would speak to Layard in behalf of Mustapha Aga. He has acted as English consul here for something like 30 years, and he really is the slave of travellers. He gives them dinners, mounts them, and does all the disagreeable business of wrangling with the rais and dragomans for them, makes himself a postmaster, takes care of their letters and sends them out to the boats, and does all manner of services for them, and lends his house for the infidels to pray in on Sunday when a clergyman is here. For this he has no remuneration at all, except such presents as the English see fit to make him, and I have seen enough to know that they are neither large nor always gracefully given. The old fellow at Keneh who has nothing to do gets regular pay, and I think Mustapha ought to have something. He is now old and rather infirm, and has to keep a clerk to help him. At least, his expenses should be covered. Please say this to Layard from me as my message to him. Don't forget it, please, for Mustapha is a really kind friend to me at all times and in all ways. February 14th. Yesterday we had a dust storm off the desert. It made my head heavy and made me feel languid, but did not affect my chest at all. To-day is a soft grey day. There was a little thunder this morning and a few, very few, drops of rain, hardly enough for even Herodotus to consider pretentious. My donkey came down last night, and I tried him to-day, and he is very satisfactory, though alarmingly small, as the real Egyptian donkey always is. The big ones are from the Hejaz. But it is wonderful how the little creatures run along under one as easily as possible, and they have no will of their own. I rode mine out to Karnak and back, and he did not seem to think me at all heavy. When they are overworked and overgalloped they become bad on the legs and easily fall, and all those for hire are quite stumped up, poor beasts. They are so willing and docile that everyone overdrives them. End of Letter 31. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 32 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, February 19, 1864. Dearest Mother, I have only time for a few lines to go down by Mr. Strutt and Heathcote's boat to Cairo. They are very good specimens and quite recognized as belonging to the higher people, because they do not make themselves big. I received your letter of January 21st, with little darling Rainey's 3 days ago. I am better now that the weather is fine again. We had a whole day's rain, which Herodotus says is a portent here, and a hurricane from the south worthy of the Cape. I thought we should have been buried under the drifting sand. To-day is again heavenly. I saw Abd el-Aziz, the chemist in Cairo. He seemed a very good fellow, and was a pupil of my old friend Monsieur Chevreul, and highly recommended by him. Here I am out of all European ideas. The Sheikh el Arab, of the Abada tribe, who has a sort of town-house here, has invited me out into the desert to the black tents, and I intend to pay a visit with old Mustapha Aga. There is a Roman well in his yard with a ghoul in it. I can't get the story from Mustapha, who is ashamed of such superstitions, but I'll find it out. We had a fantasia at Mustapha's for young Strutt and company, and a very good dancing girl. Some dear old prosy English people made me laugh so. The lady wondered how the women here could wear clothes so different from English females, poor things. But they were not malveillants, only pitying and wonderstruck. Nothing astonished them so much as my salutations with Selim Effendi, the Maoun. I begin to feel the time before me to be away from you all very long indeed. But I do think my best chance is a long spell of real heat. I have got through this winter without once catching cold at all to signify, and now the fine weather is come. I am writing in Arabic from Sheykh Yussuf's dictation the dear old story of the barber's brother with the basket of glass. The Arabs are so diverted at hearing that we all know the Alf Layla o Layla, the 1,000 Nights and a Night. The want of a dictionary with a teacher knowing no word of English is terrible. I don't know how I learn at all. The post is pretty quick up to here. I got your letter within 3 weeks, you see, but I get no newspapers. The post is all on foot, and can't carry anything so heavy. One of my men of last year, Asgalani the steersman, has just been to see me. He says his journey was happier last year. I hear that Phillips is coming to Cairo, and have written to him there to invite him up here to paint these handsome Saidis. He could get up in a steamer as I did, through Hassanain Effendi, for a trifle. I wish you could come, but the heat here which gives me life would be quite impossible to you. The thermometer in the cold antechamber is now 67 degrees where no sun ever comes, and the blaze of the sun is prodigious. End of letter 32, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 33 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, February 26, 1864. Dearest Alec, I have just received your letter of the 3rd instance, and I am glad to get such good tidings. You would be amused to see Omar bring me a letter and sit down on the floor till I tell him the family news, and then Alhamdulillah we are so pleased, and he goes off to his pots and pans again. Lord and Lady Spencer are here, and his sister, in 2 boats. The English milord, extinct on the continent, has revived in Egypt, and is greatly reverenced and usually much liked. These high English have mercy in their stomachs, said one of my last year's sailors, who came to kiss my hand, a pleasing fact in natural history. Fawahed Lord was little ragged Achmet's announcement of Lord Spencer. Here's a lord. They are very pleasant people. I heard from Janet today of ice at Cairo and at Shubra and famine prices. I cannot attempt Cairo with meat at 1 shilling 3d a pound, and will e'en stay here and grill at Thebes. Marry come up with your Thebes and savagery. What if we do wear ragged brown shirts? 'Tis manners maketh man, and we defy you to show better breeding. We are now in the full enjoyment of summer weather. There has been no cold for fully a fortnight, and I am getting better every day now. My cough has quite subsided, and the pain in the chest much diminished. If the heat does not overpower me, I feel sure it will be very healing to my lungs. I sit out on my glorious balcony and drink the air from early morning till noon, when the sun comes upon it and drives me under cover. The thermometer has stood at 67 degrees for a fortnight or 3 weeks, rising sometimes to 67, but the people in the boats tell me it is still cold at night on the river. Up here, only a stone's throw from it, it is warm all night. I fear the loss of cattle has suspended irrigation to a fearful extent, and that the harvests of Lower Egypt of all kinds will be sadly scanty. The disease has not spread above Minieh, or very slightly, but of course cattle will rise in price here also. Already food is getting dearer here. Meat is 4½ piastres, 7 pence, the rotil, a fraction less than a pound, and bread has risen considerably. I should say corn, for no bakers exist here. I pay a woman to grind and bake my wheat, which I buy, and delicious bread it is. It is impossible to say how exactly like the early parts of the Bible every act of life is here, and how totally new it seems when one reads it here. Old Jacob's speech to Pharaoh really made me laugh, don't be shocked, because it is so exactly what a fellah says to a pasha. Few and evil have been the days, etc., Jacob being a most prosperous man, but it is manners to say all that, and I feel quite kindly to Jacob, whom I used to think ungrateful and discontented, and when I go to Sidi Omar's farm, does he not say that, take now fine meal and bake cakes quickly, and wants to kill a kid? Fatira with plenty of butter is what the 3 men who came to Abraham ate, and the way that Abraham's chief memlook, acting as vakeel, manages Isaac's marriage with Rebekah. All the vulgarized associations with Puritanism and abominable little scripture tales and pictures peel off here, and the inimitably truthful representation of life and character, not a flattering one certainly, comes out, and it feels like Homer. Joseph's tears and his love for his brother born out of the same mother is so perfect. Only one sees what a bad inferior race the Beni Israel were compared to the Beni Ishmael or to the Egyptians. Leviticus and Deuteronomy are so very heathenish compared to the law of the Koran or to the early days of Abraham. Verily the ancient Jews were a foul nation, judging by the police regulations needful for them. Please don't make these remarks public, or I shall be burnt with Stanley and Colenso, unless I suffer Sheykh Yussuf to propose me el Islam. He and Monsieur de Rouget were here last evening, and we had an Arabic soirée. Monsieur de Rouget speaks admirably, quite like an Alim, and it was charming to see Sheykh Yussuf's pretty look of grateful pleasure at finding himself treated like a gentleman and a scholar by 2 such eminent Europeans. For I, as a woman, am quite as surprising as even Monsieur de Rouget's knowledge of hieroglyphics and Arabic Fusha. It is very interesting to see something of Arabs who have read and have the gentleman ideas. His brother, the Imam, has lost his wife. He was married 22 years, and won't hear of taking another. I was struck with the sympathy he expressed with the English Sultana, as all the uneducated people say, why doesn't she marry again? It is curious how refinement brings out the same feelings under all dispensations. I apologize to Yussuf for inadvertently returning the Salam Aleikum, peace be with thee, which he said to Omar, and which I, as an unbeliever, could not accept. He coloured crimson, touched my hand and kissed his own, quite distressed lest the distinction might wound me. When I think of a young parsonic prig at home, I shudder at the difference. But Yussuf is superstitious. He told me how someone down the river cured his cattle with water poured over a mushaf, a copy of the Koran, and has hinted at writing out a chapter for me to wear as a hijab, an amulet for my health. He is interested in the antiquities and in Monsieur de Rouget's work, and is quite up to the connection between ancient Egypt and the books of Moses, exaggerating the importance of Sayyidna Musa, of course. If I go down to Cairo again, I will get letters to some of the Alim there from Abd el-Waris, the Imam here, and I shall see what no European but Lane has seen. I think things have altered since his day, and that men of that class would be less inaccessible than they were then, and then a woman who is old, Yusuf guessed me at 60, and educated does not shock, and does not interest them. All the Europeans here are traders, and only speak the vulgarest language, and don't care to know Arab gentlemen. If they see anything above their servants it is only Turks, or Arab merchants at times. Don't fancy that I can speak at all decently yet, but I understand a good deal, and stammer out a little. End of Letter 33. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 34 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, March 1st, 1864. Dearest Mutter, I think I shall have an opportunity of sending letters in a few days by a fast steamer, so I will begin one on the chance and send it by post if the steamer is delayed long. The glory of the climate now is beyond description, and I feel better every day. I go out early, at 7 or 8 o'clock, on my tiny black donkey, and come in to breakfast around 10, and then go out again about 4. I want to photograph Yusuf for you. The feelings and prejudices and ideas of a cultivated Arab, as I get at them little by little, are curious beyond compare. It won't do to generalize from one man, of course, but even one gives some very new ideas. The most striking thing is the sweetness and delicacy of feeling, the horror of hurting anyone. This must be individual, of course. It is too good to be general. I apologized to him 2 days ago for inadvertently answering the Salaam Aleykum, which he, of course, said to Omar on coming in. Yesterday evening he walked in and startled me by a Salaam Aleyki addressed to me. He had evidently been thinking it over whether he ought to say it to me, and come to the conclusion that it was not wrong. Surely it is well for all the creatures of God to speak Salaam, peace, to each other, said he. Now no uneducated Muslim would have arrived at such a conclusion. Omar would pray, work, lie, do anything for me, sacrifice money even, but I doubt whether he could utter Salaam Aleykum to any but a Muslim. I answered as I felt, Peace, O my brother, and God bless thee. It was almost as if a Catholic priest had felt impelled by charity to offer the communion to a heretic. I observed that the story of the barber was new to him, and asked if he did not know the 1001 Nights. No, he studied only things of religion. No light amusements were proper for an alim, elder of religion. We Europeans did not know that, of course, as our religion was to enjoy ourselves, but he must not make merry with diversions, or music, or droll stories. See the mutual ignorance of all ascetics? He has a little girl of 6 or 7, and teaches her to write and to read. No one else, he believes, thinks of such a thing out of Cairo. There many of the daughters of the alim learn, those who desire it. His wife died 2 years ago, and 6 months ago he married again a wife of 12 years old. Sheikh Yusuf is 30, he tells me. He looks 22 or 23. What a stepmother and what a wife! He can repeat the whole Koran without a book. It takes 12 hours to do it. He has read the Torwat, Old Testament, and the El Anjil, Gospels, of course. Every alim reads them. The words of Sayyidina Isa are the true faith, but Christians have altered and corrupted their meaning. So we Muslims believe. We are all the children of God. I asked if Muslims call themselves so, or only the slaves of God. 'Tis all one, children or slaves. Does not a good man care for both tenderly alike? Pray observe the Oriental feeling here. Slave is a term of affection, not contempt, and remember the centurion's servant, slave, whom he loved. He had heard from Fadl Pasha how a cow was cured of the prevailing disease in Lower Egypt by water weighed against a mushaf, copy of the Koran, and had no doubt it was true. Fadl Pasha had tried it. Yet he thinks the Arab doctors no use at all who use verses of the Koran. Madame de Rouget, the great Egyptologue, came here one evening. He speaks Arab perfectly, and delighted Sheikh Yusuf, who was much interested in the translations of the hieroglyphics, and anxious to know if he had found anything about Musa, Moses, or Yusuf, Joseph. He looked pleased and grateful to be treated like a gentleman and a scholar by such an alim as M. de Rouget and such a sheikha as myself. As he acts as clerk to Mustapha, our consular agent, and wears a shabby old brown shirt, or gown, and speaks no English, I dare say he not seldom encounters great slights, from sheer ignorance. He produced a bit of old Cufic manuscript, and consulted M. de Rougé as to its meaning, a pretty little bit of flattery in an Arabelim to a Frenchman, to which the latter was not insensible, I saw. In answer to the invariable questions about all my family, I once told him my father had been a great alim of the law, and that my mother had got ready his written books and put some lectures in order to be printed. He was amazed, first, that I had a mother, as he told me he thought I was 50 or 60, and immensely delighted at the idea. God has favoured your family with understanding and knowledge. I wish I could kiss the Sheykah your mother's hand. May God favour her. Maurice's portrait, as usual, he admired fervently, and said one saw his good qualities in his face, a compliment I could have fully returned, as he sat looking at the picture with an affectionate eye and praying, sotto voce, for El Gedda, El Gamil, the youth, the beautiful, in the words of the Fatah, O give him guidance, and let him not stray into the paths of the rejected. Altogether, something in Sheykh Yussuf reminds me of Worsley. There is the same look of Seline Reinheit, with far less thought and intelligence. Indeed, little thought, of course, and an additional childlike innocence. I suppose some medieval monks may have had the same look, but no Catholic I have ever seen looked so peaceful or so unpretending. I see in him, like in all people who don't know what doubt means, that easy familiarity with religion. I hear him joke with Omar about Ramadan, and even about Omar's assiduous prayers, and he is a frequent and hearty laugher. I wonder whether this gives you any idea of a character new to you. It is so impossible to describe manner which gives so much of the impression of novelty. My conclusion is the heretical one, that to dream of converting here is absurd, and I will add, wrong. All that is wanted is general knowledge and education, and the religion will clear and develop itself. The elements are identical with those of Christianity, unencumbered, as that has been, with asceticism and intolerance. On the other hand, the creed is simple, and there are no priests, a decided advantage. I think the faith has remained wonderfully rational, considering the extreme ignorance of those who hold it. I will add Sally's practical remark that the prayers are a fine thing for lazy people, they must wash first, and the prayer is a capital drill. You would be amazed to hear Sally when Omar does not wake in time to wash, pray, and eat before daybreak now in Ramadan. She knocks at his door and acts as a muezzin. Come, Omar, get up and pray and have your dinner. The evening meal is breakfast, and the early morning one dinner. Being a light sleeper, she hears the muezzin, which Omar often does not, and passes on the prayers is better than sleep in a prose version. Ramadan is a dreadful business, everybody is cross and lazy, no wonder. The camelmen quarrelled all day under my window yesterday, and I asked what it was all about. All about nothing, it is Ramadan with them, said Omar, laughing. I want to quarrel with someone myself. It is hot today, and thirsty weather. Moreover, I think it injures the health of numbers permanently, but of course it is the thing of most importance in the eyes of the people. There are many who never pray at ordinary times, but few fail to keep Ramadan. It answers to the Scotch Sabbath, a comparison also borrowed from Sally. Friday. My friend Salim Effendi has just been here talking about his own affairs and a good deal of theology. He is an immense talker, and I just put iwas, yes, and la, no, and sahi, very true, and learn manners and customs. He tells me he has just bought 2 black slave women, mother and daughter, from a Copt for about £35 the 2. The mother is a good cook, and the daughter is for his bed, as his wife does not like to leave Cairo and her boys at school there. It does give one a sort of start to hear a most respectable magistrate tell one such a domestic arrangement. He added that it would not interfere with the Sitt el Kabir, the great lady, the black girl being only a slave, and these people never think they have children enough. Moreover, he said he could not get on with his small pay without having women to keep house, which is quite true here, and women are not respectable in a man's house on other terms. Salim has a high reputation, and is said not to eat the people. He is a hot Mussulman, and held forth very much as a very superficial Unitarian might do, evidently feeling considerable contempt for the absurdities, as he thinks him, of the Copts, He was too civil to say Christians, but no hatred, and he is known to show no partiality, only he can't understand how people can believe such nonsense. He is a good specimen of the good, honest, steady-going man of the world Muslim, a strong contrast to the tender piety of dear Sheykh Yussuf, who has all the feelings which we call Christian charity in the highest degree, and whose face is like that of the beloved disciple, but has no inclination for doctrinal harangues like worthy Selim. There is a very general idea among the Arabs that Christians hate the Muslims. They attribute to us the old crusading spirit. It is only lately that Omar has let us see him at prayer, for fear of being ridiculed, but now he is sure that is not so. I often find him praying in the room where Sally sits at work, which is a clean, quiet place. Yussuf went and joined him there yesterday evening, and prayed with him, and gave him some religious instruction quite undisturbed by Sally and her needlework, and I am continually complimented on not hating the Muslims. Yussuf promises me letters to some alim in Cairo when I go there again, that I might be shown the Azhar, the great college. Omar had told him that I refused to go with a janissary from the consul for fear of giving offence to any very strict Muslims, which astonished him much. He says his friends shall dress me in their women's clothes and take me in. I asked whether as a concealment of my religion, and he said no, only there were thousands of young men, and it would be more delicate that they should not stare and talk about my face. Selim told me a very pretty grammatical quibble about son and prophet, apropos of Christ, on a verse in the Gospel, depending on the reduplicative sign, shedda, over one letter. He was just as put out when I reminded him that it was written in Greek, as our amateur theologians are if you say the Bible was not originally composed in English. However, I told him that many Christians in England, Germany, and America did not believe that Sayyidina Isa was God, but only the greatest of prophets and teachers, and that I myself was of that opinion. He at once declared that that was sufficient, and that all such had received guidance, and were not among the rejected. How could they be, since Christians only believed the teachings of Isa, which was true, and not the falsifications of the priests and bishops? The bishops always catch it, as schoolboys say. I was curious to hear whether on the strength of this he would let out any further intolerance against the Copts, but he said far less, and far less bitterly than I have heard from Unitarians, and debited the usual most commonplace, common-sense kind of arguments on the subject. I fancy it would not be very palatable to many Unitarians to be claimed mir nix der nix as followers of Islam, but if people really wish to convert in the sense of improving, that door is open, and no other. Monday, the 7th. The steamer has come down already, and will, I suppose, go on tomorrow, so I must finish this letter to go by it. I have not received any letter for some time, and am anxiously expecting the post. We have now settled into quite warm weather ways, no more going out at midday. It is now broiling, and I have been watching 8 tall fine blacks swimming and capering about, their skins shining like otter's fur when wet. They belong to a galab, a slave dealer's boat. The beautiful thing is to see the men and boys at work among the green corn, the men half naked and the boys wholly so. In the sun their brown skins look just like dark clouded amber, semi-transparent, so fine are they. I rejoice to say that on Wednesday is Bairam, and tomorrow Ramadan dies. Omar is very thin and yellow and headachy, and everyone is cross. How I wish I were going, instead of my letter, to see you all, but it is evident that this heat is the thing that does me good, if anything will. End of letter 34, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 35 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, March 7, 1864. Dearest Alick, the real hot weather, speaking after the manner of the English, has begun, and the fine sun and clear air are delicious and reviving. My cough fades away, and my strength increases slowly. One can no longer go out in the middle of the day, and I mount my donkey early and late, with little Achmet trotting beside me. In the evenings comes my dear Sheykh Yussuf, and I blunder through an hour's dictation, and reading of the story of the barber's fifth brother, he with the basket of glass. I presume that Yussuf likes me too, for I am constantly greeted with immense cordiality by graceful men in green turbans, belonging, like him, to the Holy Family of Sheykh Abu el Hajjaj. They inquire tenderly after my health, and pray for me, and hope I am going to stay among them. You would be much struck here with the resemblance to Spain, I think. Cosas de España is exactly the Shogel el Arab, and Don Fulano is the Arabic word Fulan, such a one, as Ojala is Inshallah, praise God. The music and dancing here too are Spanish, only more so, and much more. March 10th, 1864. Yesterday was Bairam, and on Tuesday evening everybody who possessed a gun or a pistol banged away, every drum and tarabuka was thumped, and all the children hollered, Ramadan mat! Ramadan mat! Ramadan's dead, about the streets. At daybreak Omar went to the early prayer, a special ceremony of the day. There were crowds of people, so, as it was useless to pray and preach in the mosque, Sheykh Yussuf went out upon a hillock in the burying ground, where they all prayed and he preached. Omar reported the sermon to me, as follows, it is all extempore. First Yussuf pointed to the graves, where are all those people? And to the ancient temples, where are those who built them? Do not strangers from a far country take away their corpses to wonder at? What did their splendour avail them? etc., etc. What then, O Muslims, will avail that you may be happy when that comes which will come for all? Truly God is just and will defraud no man, and he will reward you if you do what is right, and that is, to wrong no man, neither in person, nor in his family, nor in his possessions. Cease then to cheat one another, O men, and to be greedy, and do not think that you can make amends by afterwards giving alms, or praying, or fasting, or giving gifts to the servants of the mosques. Benefits come from God, it is enough for you if you do no injury to any man, and above all to any woman or little one. Of course it was much longer, but this was the substance, Omar tells me. Pretty sound morality too, methinks, and might be preached with one advantage to a meeting of philanthropists in Exeter Hall. There is no predestination in Islam, and every man will be judged upon his actions. Even unbelievers God will not defraud, says the Koran. Of course, a belief in meritorious work leads to the same sort of superstition as among Catholics, the endeavour to make one's soul by alms, fastings, endowments, etc. Therefore Yussuf's stress upon doing no evil seems to me very remarkable, and really profound. After the sermon, all the company assembled rushed on him to kiss his head, and his hands and his feet, and mobbed him so fearfully that he had to lay about him with the wooden sword which is carried by the officiating alim. He came to wish me the customary good wishes soon after, and looked very hot and tumbled, and laughed heartily about the awful kissing he had undergone. All the men embrace on meeting on the festival of Bairam. The kitchen is full of cakes, ring-shaped, which my friends have sent me, just as we see offered to the gods in the temples and tombs. I went to call on the Maōhn in the evening, and found a lot of people dressed in their best. Half were Copts, among them a very pleasing young priest who carried on a religious discussion with Saleem Effendi, strange to say, with perfect good humour on both sides. A Copt came up with his farm labourer who had been beaten and the field robbed. The Copt stated the case in 10 words, and the Maōhn sent off his kavass with him to apprehend the accused persons, who were to be tried at sunrise and beaten, if found guilty, and forced to make good the damage. General Hay called yesterday, a fine old blue-eyed soldier. He found a lot of fellaheen sitting with me, enjoying coffee and pipes hugely, and they were much gratified at our pressing them not to move or disturb themselves, when they all started up in dismay at the entrance of such a grand-looking Englishman and got off the carpet. So we told them that in our country the business of a farmer was looked upon as very respectable, and that the General would ask his farmers to sit and drink wine with him. Mush'Allah Tayyib Katir, it is the will of God, and most excellent, said old Omar, my fellah friend, and kissed his hand to General Hay quite affectionately. We English are certainly liked here. Selim said yesterday evening that he had often to do business with them, and found them always dogri, straight men, of one word and of no circumlocutions, and so unlike all the other Europeans, and especially the French. The fact is, that few but decent English come here. I fancy our scamps go to the colonies, whereas Egypt is the sink for all iniquity in the south of Europe. A worthy Copt here, one Todoros, took a piece of paper for £20 for antiquities sold to an Englishman, and after the Englishman was gone, brought it to me to ask what sort of paper it was, and how he could get it changed, or was he, perhaps, to keep it till the gentleman sent him the money? It was a circular note, which I had difficulty in explaining, but I offered to send it to Cairo to Briggs's and get it cashed. As to when he would get the money, I could not say, as they must wait for a safe hand to send gold by. I told him to put his name on the back of the note, and Todoros thought I wanted it as a receipt for the money which was yet to come, and was going cheerfully to write me a receipt for the £20 he was entrusting to me. Now a Copt is not at all green where his pocket is concerned, but they will take anything from the English. I do hope no swindler will find it out. Mr. Close told me that when his boat sank in the cataract, and he remained half dressed on the rock, without a farthing, 4 men came and offered to lend him anything. While I was in England last year, an Englishman to whom Omar acted as laquais de place went away owing him £7 for things bought. Omar had money enough to pay all the tradespeople, and kept it secret for fear any of the other Europeans should say, "Shame for the English," and did not even tell his family. Luckily the man sent the money by the next mail from Malta, and the Sheykh of the dragomans proclaimed it, and so Omar got it, but he would never have mentioned it else. This concealing of evil is considered very meritorious, and where women are concerned, positively a religious duty. Le scandale est ce qui fait l'offense is very much the notion in Egypt, and I believe that very forgiving husbands are commoner here than elsewhere. The whole idea is found on the verse of the Koran, incessantly quoted, "The woman is made for the man, but the man is made for the woman; ergo, the obligations to chastity are equal; ergo, as the men find it difficult, they argue that the women do the same." I have never heard a woman's misconduct spoken of without 100 excuses. Perhaps her husband had slave girls, perhaps he was old or sick, or she didn't like him, or she couldn't help it. Violent love comes by the visitation of God, as our juries say; the man or woman must satisfy it or die. A poor young fellow is now in the Muristan, the madhouse, of Cairo, owing to the beauty and sweet tongue of an English lady whose servant he was. How could he help it? God sent the calamity. I often hear of Lady Ellenborough, who is married to the Sheykh el Arab of Palmyra, and lives at Damascus. The Arabs think it inhuman of English ladies to avoid her. Perhaps she has repented; at all events she is married and lives with her husband. I asked Omar if he would tell his brother if he saw his wife do anything wrong. N.B. He can't endure her. Certainly not; I must cover her with my cloak. I am told also that among the Arabs of the desert, the real Arabs, when a traveller, tired and wayworn, seeks their tents, it is the duty of his host, generally the Sheykh, to send him into the hareem, and leave him there 3 days, with full permission to do as he will after the women have bathed and rubbed and refreshed him. But he must never speak of that hareem; they are to him as his own, to be reverenced. If he spoke, the husband would kill him, but the Arab would never do it for a European, because all Europeans are so hard upon women, and do not fear God and conceal their offences. If a dancing girl repents, the most respectable man may and does marry her, and no one blames or laughs at him. I believe all this leads to a good deal of irregularity, but certainly the feeling is amiable. It is impossible to conceive how startling it is to a Christian to hear the rules of morality applied with perfect impartiality to both sexes, and to hear Arabs who know our manners talk of the English as being jealous and hard upon their women. Any unchastity is wrong and haram, unlawful, but equally so in men and women. Selim Effendi talked in this strain, and seemed to incline to greater indulgence to women on the score of their ignorance and weakness. Remember, I only speak of Arabs. I believe the Turkish ideas are different, as is their whole hareem system, and Egypt is not the rule for all Muslims. Saturday, the 12th. I dined last night with Mustapha, who again had the dancing girls for some Englishmen to see. Selim Effendi got the doctor, who was of the party, to prescribe for him, and asked me to translate to him all about his old stomach as coolly as possible. He, as usual, sat by me on the divan, and during the pause in the dancing called El Maghribiya, the best dancer, to come and talk. She kissed my hand, sat on her heels before us, and at once laid aside the professional galliardise of manner, and talked very nicely in very good Arabic, and with perfect propriety, more like a man than a woman. She seemed very intelligent. What a thing we should think it for a worshipful magistrate to call up a girl of that character to talk to a lady! Yesterday we had a strange and unpleasant day's business. The evening before I had my pocket picked in Karnak by two men who hung about me, one to sell a bird, the other of the regular loafers, who hang about the ruins to beg, and sell water or curiosities, and who are all a lazy, bad lot, of course. I went to Selim, who wrote at once to the Sheykh el Beled of Karnak to say that we should go over next morning at 8 o'clock to investigate the affair, and desire him to apprehend the men. Next morning Selim fetched me, and Mustapha came to represent English interests, and as we rode out of Luxor the Sheykh el Arabda joined us, with 4 of his tribe with their long guns, and a lot more with lances. He was a volunteer, and furious at the idea of a lady and a stranger being robbed. It is the first time it has happened here, and the desire to beat was so strong that I went to act as consul for the prisoner. Every one was peculiarly savage that it should have happened to me, a person well known to be so friendly to El Muslimeen. When we arrived we went into a square enclosure, with a sort of cloister on one side, spread with carpets where we sat, and the wretched fellows were brought in chains. To my horror I found that they had been beaten already. I remonstrated, "What if you had beaten the wrong men? Malaish! Never mind, we will beat the whole village until your purse is found." I said to Mustapha, "This won't do, you must stop this." So Mustapha ordained, with the concurrence of the Maōhn, that the Sheykh el Beled and the Gefiya, the keeper of the ruins, should pay me the value of the purse. As the people of Karnak are very troublesome in begging and worrying, I thought this would be a good lesson to the said Sheykh to keep better order, and I consented to receive the money, promising to return it and to give a Napoleon if ever the purse comes back with his contents, 3½ Napoleons. The Sheykh el Arabda harangued the people on their ill behaviour to Harimat, called them Harami rascals, and was very high and mighty to the Sheykh el Beled. Hereupon I went away to visit a Turkish lady in the village, leaving Mustapha to settle. After I was gone they beat 8 or 10 of the boys who had mobbed me, and begged with the 2 men. Mustapha, who does not like the stick, stayed to see that they were not hurt, and so far it will be a good lesson to them. He also had the 2 men sent over to the prison here, for fear the Sheykh el Beled should beat them again, and will keep them here for a time. So far so good, but my fear now is that the innocent people will be squeezed to make up the money, if the men do not give up the purse. I have told Sheykh Yussuf to keep watch on how things go, and if the men persist in the theft and don't return the purse, I shall give the money to those whom the Sheykh el Beled will assuredly squeeze, or else to the mosque of Karnak. I cannot pocket it, though I thought it quite right to exact the fine as a warning to the Karnak mauvais sujets. As we went home, the Sheykh el Abada, such a fine fellow he looks, came up and rode beside me, and said, "I know you are a person of kindness, do not tell this story in this country. If Effendina, Ismail Pasha, comes to hear, he may take a broom and sweep away the village." I exclaimed in horror, and Mustapha joined at once in the request, and said, "Do not tell anyone in Egypt. The Sheykh el Abada is quite true, it may cost many lives." The whole thing distressed me horribly. If I had not been there they would have beaten right and left, and if I had shown any desire to have anyone punished, evidently they would have half killed the 2 men. Mustapha behaved extremely well. He showed sense, decision, and more feelings of humanity than I at all expected of him. Pray do as I begged you, try to get him paid. Some of the consuls in Cairo are barely civil, and old Mustapha has all the bother and work of the whole of the Nile boats, 85 this winter, and he is boundlessly kind and useful to the English, and a real protection against cheating, etc. End of Letter 35. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 36 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mr. Tom Taylor, March 16, 1864. Dear Tom, I cannot tell you how delighted I was to hear that all had gone well with Laura and your little daughter. Mashallah, God bless her. When I told Omar that a friend like my brother, as Arabs say, had got a baby, he proposed to illuminate our house and fire off all the pistols in the premises. Pray give my kind love and best wishes to Laura. I am living here a very quiet, dreamy sort of life in hot Thebes, visiting a little among my neighbours and learning a little Arabic from a most sweet, gentle young sheykh who preaches on Fridays in the mosque of Luxor. I wish I could draw his soft brown face and graceful brown draped figure, but if I could he is too devout, I believe, to permit it. The police magistrate, El Mo'on Salim Effendi, is also a great friend of mine, and the Cadi is civil but a little scornful to heretical hareem, I think. It is already very hot, and the few remaining travellers' dahabiehs are now here on their way down the river. After that I shall not see a white face for many months, except Sally's. Sheykh Yussuf laughed so heartily over a print in an illustrated paper, from a picture of Hilton's, of Rebecca at the well, with the old vakeel of Sidi Ibrahim, Abraham's chief servant, kneeling before the girl he was sent to fetch like an old fool without his turban, and Rebecca and the other girls in queer fancy dresses, and the camels with snouts like pigs. If the painter could not go to Esh Sham, Syria, to see how the Arab Bedouin really look, said Sheykh Yussuf, why did he not paint a well in England with girls like English peasants? At least it would have looked natural to English people, and the vakeel would not seem so like a majnoon, a madman, if he had taken off a hat. I cordially agreed with Yussuf's art criticism. Fancy pictures of Eastern things are hopelessly absurd, and fancy poems too. I have got hold of a stray copy of Victor Hugo's Orientals, and I think I never laughed more in my life. The corn is now full-sized here, but still green. In 20 days will be harvest, and I am to go to the harvest home of a fellah friend of mine in a village a mile or two off. The crop is said to be unusually fine. Old Nile always pays back the damage he does when he rises so very high. The real disaster is the cattle disease, which still goes on, I hear, lower down. It has not at present spread above Minia, but the destruction has been fearful. I more and more feel the difficulty of quite understanding a people so unlike ourselves, the more I know them, I mean. One thing strikes me, that like children they are not conscious of the great gulf which divides educated Europeans from themselves, at least I believe it is so. We do not attempt to explain our ideas to them, but I cannot discover any such reticence in them. I wonder whether this has struck people who can talk fluently and know them better than I do. I find they appeal to my sympathy in trouble quite comfortably, and talk of religious and other feelings apparently as freely to each other. In many respects they are more unprejudiced than we are, and very intelligent, and very good in many ways, and yet they seem so strangely childish, and I fancy I detect that impression in even Lane's book, though he does not say so. If you write to me, dear Tom, please address me care of Briggs & Company, Cairo. I shall be so glad to hear of you and yours. Janet is going to England. I wish I were going too, but it is useless to keep trying a hopeless experiment. At present, I am very comfortable in health as long as I do nothing and the weather is warm. I suffer little pain, only I feel weak and weary. I have extensive practice in the doctoring line. Bad eyes, of course, abound. My love to Watts, and give greetings to any other of my friends. I grieve over Thackeray much, and more over his girls' lonely sort of position. I think you would enjoy, as I do, the peculiar sort of social equality which prevails here. It is the exact contrary of French égalité. There are the great and powerful people, much honoured, outwardly at all events, but nobody has inferiors. A man comes in and kisses my hand, and sits down off the carpet out of respect, but he smokes his pipe, drinks his coffee, laughs, talks, and asks questions as freely as if he were an Effendi or I were a fellaha. He is not my inferior, he is my poor brother. The servants in my friends' house receive me with profound demonstrations of respect, and wait at dinner reverently, but they mix freely in the conversation, and take part in all amusements, music, dancing girls, or reading of the Koran. Even the dancing girl is not an outcast; she is free to talk to me, and it is highly irreligious to show any contempt or aversion. The rules of politeness are the same for all. The passer-by greets the one sitting still, or the one who comes into a room, those who are already there, without distinction of rank. When I have greeted the men they always rise, but if I pass without they take no notice of me. All this is very pleasant and graceful, though it is connected with much that is evil. The fact that any man may be a bey or a pasha to-morrow is not a good fact, for the promotion is more likely to fall on a bad slave than on a good or intelligent free man. Thus the only honourable class are those who have nothing to hope from the great, I won't say anything to fear, for all have cause for that. Hence the high respectability and gentility of the merchants, who are the most independent of the government. The English would be a little surprised at Arab judgments of them; they admire our veracity and honesty, and like us on the whole, but they blame the men for their conduct to women. They are shocked at the way Englishmen talk about hareem among themselves, and think the English hard and unkind to their wives, and to women in general. English haremat is generally highly approved, and an Arab thinks himself happy if he can marry an English girl. I have had an offer for Sally from the chief man here for his son, proposing to allow her a free exercise of her religion and customs as a matter of course. I think the influence of foreigners is much more real and much more useful on the Arabs than on the Turks, though the latter show it more in dress, etc. But all the engineers and physicians are Arabs, and very good ones too. Not a Turk has learnt anything practical, and the dragomans and servants employed by the English have learnt a strong appreciation of the value of a character for honesty, deserve it or no, but many do deserve it. Compared to the couriers and laquais de passe of Europe, these men stand very high. Omar has just run in to say a boat is going, so good bye and God bless you. End of Letter 36. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 37 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, March 22, 1864. Dearest Alick, I am glad my letters amuse you. Sometimes I think they must breathe the unutterable dullness of Eastern life, not that it is dull to me, a curious spectator, but how the men with nothing to do can endure it is a wonder. I went yesterday to call on a Turk at Karnak. He is a gentlemanly man, the son of a former Mudir, who was murdered, I believe, for his cruelty and extortion. He has 1,000 feddans (acres, or a little more) of land, and lives in a mud house, larger, but no better than any fellah's, with 2 wives and the brother of one of them. He leaves the farm to his fellaheen altogether, I fancy. There was one book, a Turkish one, I could not read the title page, and he did not tell me what it was. In short, there was no means of killing time but the nargile, no horse, no gun, nothing, and yet they did not seem bored. The 2 women are always clamorous for my visits, and very noisy and schoolgirlish, but apparently excellent friends and very good-natured. The gentleman gave me a kufiyeh, thick head kerchief for the son, so I took the ladies a bit of silk I happened to have. You never heard anything like his raptures over Maurice's portrait. Mashallah, mashallah, wahali zay ilward. It is the will of God, and by God he is like a rose. But I can't cotton to the Turks. I always feel that they secretly dislike us European women, though they profess huge admiration and pay personal compliments, which an Arab very seldom attempts. I heard Seleem Effendi and Omar discussing English ladies one day lately while I was inside the curtain with Seleem's slave girl, and they did not know I heard them. Omar described Janet, and was of the opinion that a man who was married to her could want nothing more. By my soul, she rides like a Bedawee, she shoots with the gun and pistol, and rows the boat, she speaks many languages, works with the needle like an Efreet, and to see her hands run over the teeth of the music box, keys of piano, amazes the mind, while her singing gladdens the soul. How then should her husband ever desire the coffee shop? Wallahi, she can always amuse him at home. And as to my lady, the thing is not that she does not know. When I feel my stomach tightened I go to the divan and say to her, "Do you want anything, a pipe or sherbet or so and so?" And I talk till she lays down her book and talks to me, and I question her and amuse my mind, and by God, if I were a rich man and could marry one English Hareem like that, I would stand before her and serve her like a memlook. You see I am only this lady's servant, and I have not once sat in the coffee shop because of the sweetness of her tongue. Is it not therefore true that the man who can marry such Hareem is rich more than with money? Seleem seemed disposed to think a little more of looks, though he quite agreed with all Omar's enthusiasm, and asked if Janet were beautiful. Omar answered with decorous vagueness that she was a moon, but declined mentioning her hair, eyes, etc. It is a liberty to describe a woman minutely. I nearly laughed out at hearing Omar relate his manoeuvres to make me amuse his mind. It seems I am in no danger of being discharged for being dull. The weather has set in so hot that I have shifted my quarters out of my fine room to the southwest, into one with only 3 sides, looking over a lovely green view to the northeast, with a huge sort of solid veranda, as large as the room itself, on the open side. Thus I live in the open air altogether. The bats and the swallows are quite sociable. I hope the serpents and scorpions will be more reserved. El Khamseen, the 50, has begun, and the wind is enough to mix up heaven and earth, but it is not distressing like the Cape South-Easter, and, though hot, not choking like the Khamseen in Cairo and Alexandria. Mohammed brought me a handful of the new wheat just now. Think of harvest in March and April! These winds are as good for the crops here as a nice steady rain is in England. It is not necessary to water so much when the wind blows strong. As I rode through the green fields along the dyke, a little boy sang as he turned round on the musically creaking sakia, the water wheel turned by an ox, the one eternal sakia tune. The words are ad libitum, and my little friend chanted, "Turn, O sakia, to the right and turn to the left. Who will take care of me if my father dies? Turn, O sakia," etc. Pour water for the figs and the grass and for the watermelons. Turn, O sakia. Nothing is so pathetic as that sakia song. I passed the house of the Sheykh el Abab'deh, who called out to me to take coffee. The moon was splendid and the scene was lovely. The handsome black-brown Sheykh in dark robes and white turban, Omar in a graceful white gown and red turban, and the wild Abab'deh in all manner of dingy white rags, and with every kind of uncouth weapon, spears, matchlocks, etc., in every kind of wild and graceful attitude, with their long black ringlets and bare heads, a few little brown-black children quite naked and shaped like cupids. And there we sat and looked so romantic and talked quite like ladies and gentlemen about the merits of Sakna and Almas, the 2 great rival women singers of Cairo. I think the Sheykh wished to display his experiences of fashionable life. The Copts are now fasting and cross. They fast 55 days for Lent, no meat, fish, eggs or milk, no exception for Sundays, no food till after 12 at noon, and no intercourse with the Hareem. The only comfort is lots of arrak, and what a Copt can carry decently is an unknown quantity. One seldom sees them drunk, but they imbibe awful quantities. They offer me wine and arrak always, and can't think why I don't drink it. I believe they suspect my Christianity in consequence of my preference for Nile water. As to that though, they scorn all heretics, i.e. all Christians but themselves and the Abyssinians, more than they do the Muslims, and dislike them more. The procession of the Holy Ghost question divides us all with the gulf of Jehannam. The gardener of this house is a Copt, such a nice fellow, and he and Omar chaff one another about religion with the utmost good humour. Indeed, they are seldom touchy with the Muslims. There is a pretty little man called Mikael, a Copt, vakeel to M. Mounier. I wish I could draw him to show a perfect specimen of the ancient Egyptian race. His blood must be quite unmixed. He came here yesterday to speak to Ali Bey, the Mudr of Keneh, who was visiting me, a splendid, handsome Turk he is, so little Mikael crept in to mention his business under my protection, and a few more followed, till Ali Bey got tired of holding a durbar in my divan and went away to his boat. You see the people think the Karbash is not quite so handy with an English spectator. The other day Mustapha Aga got Ali Bey to do a little job for him, to let the people in Gezira, the island, which is Mustapha's property, work at a canal there instead of at the canal higher up for the Pasha. Very well, but down comes the Nazir, the Mudir's sub, and courbashes the whole Gezira, not Mustapha, of course, but the poor fellaheen who were doing his corvée instead of the Pasha's by the Mudir's order. I went to the Gezira, and thought that Moses was at work again and had killed a firstborn in every house by the crying and wailing, when up came two fellows and showed me their bloody feet, which their wives were crying over like for a death. Shorgel el Misr, things of Egypt, like cosas d'España. Last night I bored Sheykh Yussuf with Antara and Abu Zayd, maintaining the greater valour of Antara, who slew 10,000 for the love of Ibla. You know Antara. Yussuf looks down on such profanities, and replied, What are Antara and Abu Zayd compared to the combats of our Lord Moses with Og and other infidels of might? And what is the love of Antara for Ibla compared to that of our Lord Solomon for Balkis, Queen of Sheba, or their beauty and attractiveness to that of our Lord Joseph? And then he relayed the combat of Sayyidna Musa with Og, and I thought, Hear, O ye Puritans, and give ear, O ye Methodists, and learn how religion and romance are one to those whose manners and ideas are the manners and ideas of the Bible, and how Moses was not at all a crop-eared Puritan, but a gallant warrior. There is the Homeric element in the religion here. The prophet is a hero like Achilles, and like him directed by God, Allah instead of Athena. He fights, prays, teaches, makes love, and is truly a man, not an abstraction. And as to wonderful events, instead of telling one to gulp them down without looking, as children are told with a nasty dose, and as we are told about Genesis, etc., they believe them and delight in them, and tell them to amuse people. Such a piece of deep disguised scepticism as credo quia impossibile would find no favour here. What is impossible to God settles everything. In short, Mohammed has somehow left the stamp of romance on the religion, or else it is in the blood of people, though the Koran is prosy and commonsensical compared to the Old Testament. I used to think the Arabs intensely prosaic till I could understand a little of their language, but now I can trace the genealogy of Don Quixote straight up to some Sheykh el Arab. A fine, handsome woman with a lovely baby came to me the other day. I played with the baby, and gave it a cotton handkerchief for its head. The woman came again yesterday to bring me a little milk and some salad as a present, and to tell my fortune with date stones. I laughed, and so she contented herself with telling Omar about his family, which he believed implicitly. She is a clever woman evidently, and a great sibyl here. No doubt she has faith in her own predictions. She told Madame Mounier, who is a Levantine, that she would never have a child, and was forbidden the house accordingly, and the prophecy has come true. Superstition is wonderfully infectious here. The fact is that the Arabs are so intensely impressionable, and so cowardly about inspiring any ill will, that if a man looks askance at them, it is enough to make them ill, and as calamities are not infrequent, there is always some mishap ready to be laid to the charge of somebody's eye. Omar would fain have had me say nothing about the theft of my purse, for fear the Karnak people should hate me and give me the eye. A part of the boasting about property, etc., is politeness, so that one may not be supposed to be envious of one's neighbour's nice things. My Sakka, water carrier, admired my bracelet yesterday, as he was watering the veranda floor, and instantly told me of all the gold necklaces and earrings he had bought for his wife and daughters, that I might not be uneasy and fear his envious eye. He is such a good fellow. For 2 shillings a month he brings up 8 or 10 huge skins of water from the river a day, and never begs or complains, always merry and civil. I shall enlarge his baksheesh. There are a lot of camels who sleep in the yard under my veranda. They are pretty and smell nice, but they growl and swear at night abominably. I wish I could draw you an Egyptian farmyard, men, women, and cattle, but what no one can draw is the amber light, so brilliant and so soft, not like the Cape Diamond sunshine at all, but equally beautiful, hotter, and less dazzling. There is no glare in Egypt like the south of France, and, I suppose, in Italy. Thursday. I went yesterday afternoon to the island again, to see the crops, and show Sally my friend farmer Omar's house and Mustapha's village. Of course we had to eat, and did not come home till the moon had long risen. Mustapha's brother, Abdulrahman, walked about with us, such a noble-looking man, Tall, spare, dignified and active, grey-bearded and hard-featured, but as lithe and bright-eyed as a boy, scorning any conveyance but his own feet, and quite dry while we ran down. He was like Boaz, the wealthy gentleman peasant; nothing except the biblical characters give any idea of the rich fellah. We sat and drank new milk in a lodge in a garden of cucumbers (the lodge is a neat hut of palm branches), and saw the moon rise over the mountains and light up everything like a softer sun. Here you see all colours as well by moonlight as by day, hence it does not look as brilliant as the Cape moon, or even as I have seen in Paris, where it throws sharp black shadows and white light. The night here is a tender, subdued, dreamy sort of enchanted looking day. My Turkish acquaintance from Karnak has just been here; he boasted of his house in Damascus, and invited me to go with him after the harvest here, also of his beautiful wife in Syria, and then begged me not to mention her to his wives here. It is very hot now; what will it be in June? It is now 86° in my shady room at noon; it will be hotter at 2 or 3. But the mornings and evenings are delicious. I am shedding my clothes by degrees; stockings are unbearable. Meanwhile my cough is almost gone, and the pain is quite gone. I feel much stronger too; the horrible feeling of exhaustion has left me. I suppose I must have salamander blood in my body to be made lively by such heat. Sally is quite well; she does not seem at all the worse at present. Saturday. This will go to morrow by some travellers, the last winter swallows. We went together yesterday to the tombs of the kings on the opposite bank. The mountains were red hot, and the sun went down into Amenti all on fire. We met Mr. Dumichan, the German, who is living in the temple of Deir el Bahari, translating inscriptions, and went down Belzoni's tomb. Mr. Dumichan translated a great many things for us which were very curious, and I think I was more struck with the beauty of the drawing of the figures than last year. The face of the goddess of the western shore, Amenti, Athor or Hecate, is ravishing as she welcomes the king to her regions; death was never painted so lovely. The road is a long and most wild one, truly through the valley of the shadow of death, not an insect nor a bird. Our moonlight ride home was beyond belief beautiful. The Arabs who followed us were immensely amused at hearing me interpret between German and English, and at my speaking Arabic; they asked if I was dragoman of all the languages in the world. One of them had droll theories about Amalika, America, as they pronounce it always. Was the king very powerful that the country was called Al Meleka, the kings? I said, no, all are kings there; you would be a king like the rest. My friend disapproved utterly. If all are kings, then must be taking away every man the other's money; a delightful idea of the kingly vocation. When we landed on the opposite shore, I told little Achmet to go back in the ferry boat, in which he had brought me over my donkey; a quarter of an hour after I saw him by my side. The guide asked why he had not gone as I told him. Who would take care of the lady? The monkey is Rainie's size. Of course he got tired, and on the way home I told him to jump up behind me and crouper after the fellah fashion. I thought the Arabs would never have done laughing and saying Wallah and Mashallah. Sheykh Yussuf talked about the excavations, and is shocked at the way the mummies are kicked about. One boy told him they were not Muslims as an excuse, and he rebuked him severely, and told him it was haram, accursed, to do so to the children of Adam. He says they have learned it very much of Mariette Bey, but I suspect it was always so with the fellaheen. To day a tremendous wind is blowing, excellent for the corn. At Mustapha's farm they are preparing for the harvest, baking bread and selecting a young bull to be killed for the reapers. It is not hot to day, only 84° in a cool room. The dust is horrid with this high wind; everything is gritty, and it obscures the sun. I am desired to eat a raw onion every day during the Khamseen for health and prosperity. This too must be a remnant of ancient Egypt. How I do long to see you and the children! Sometimes I feel rather downhearted, but it is no good to say all that, and I am much better and stronger. I stood a long ride and some scrambling quite well last evening. End of Letter 37. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 38 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, April 6, 1864. Dearest Alick, I received yours of March 10th 2 days ago, one also from Hekekian Bey, much advising me to stay here the summer and get my disease evaporated. Since I last wrote the great heat abated, and now we have 76 to 80 degrees, with strong north breezes up the river, glorious weather, neither too hot nor chilly at any time. Last evening I went out to the threshing floor to see the stately oxen treading out the corn, and supped there with Abdurrahman on roasted corn, sour cream, and eggs, and saw the reapers take their wages, each a bundle of wheat according to the work he had done, the most lovely sight. The graceful, half-naked, brown figures loaded with sheaves, some had earned so much that their mothers or wives had to help carry it, and little fawn-like, stark-naked boys trudged off, so proud of their little bundles of wheat, or of hummuz, sort of vetch much eaten both green and roasted. The Sakka water carrier, who has brought water for the men, gets a handful from each, and drives home his donkey with empty water-skins and a heavy load of wheat, and the barber who has shaved all these brown heads on credit this year gets his past pay, and every one is cheerful and happy in their gentle quiet way. Here is no beer to make men sweaty and noisy and vulgar. The harvest is the most exquisite pastoral you can conceive. The men work 7 hours in the day, i.e. 8, with half hours to rest and eat, and 7 more during the night. They go home at sunset to dinner, and sleep a bit, and then to work again, these lazy Arabs. The man who drives the oxen on the threshing floor gets a measure and a half for his day and night's work, of threshed corn I mean. As soon as the wheat, barley, adas, lentils, and hummuz are cut, we shall sow durra of 2 kinds, common maize and Egyptian, and plant sugar cane, and later cotton. The people work very hard, but here they eat well, and being paid in corn they get the advantage of the high price of corn this year. I told you how my purse had been stolen, and the proceedings thereanent. Well, Mustapha asked me several times what I wished to be done with the thief, who spent 21 days here in irons. With my absurd English ideas of justice I refused to interfere at all, and Omar and I had quite a tiff because he wished me to say, "Oh, poor man, let him go, I leave the affair to God." I thought Omar absurd, but it was I who was wrong. The authorities concluded that it would oblige me very much if the poor devil were punished with a rigour beyond the law, and had not Sheykh Yussuf come and explained the nature of the proceedings, the man would have been sent up to the mines in Fazaglo for life, out of civility to me, by the Mudr of Keneh, Ali Bey. There was no alternative between my forgiving him for the love of God, or sending him to a certain death by a climate insupportable to these people. Mustapha and company tried hard to prevent Sheykh Yussuf from speaking to me, for fear I should be angry and complain at Cairo, if my vengeance were not wreaked on the thief, but he said he knew me better, and brought the procès verbal to show me. Fancy my dismay! I went to Seleem Effendi and to the Cadi with Sheykh Yussuf, and begged the man might be let go, and not sent to Keneh at all. Having settled this, I said that I had thought it right that the people of Karnac should pay the money I had lost, as a fine for their bad conduct to strangers, but that I did not require it for the sake of the money, which I would accordingly give to the poor of Luxor in the mosque and in the church. Great applause from the crowd. I asked how many were Muslimeen and how many Nazrini, in order to divide the 3 Napoleons and a half, according to the numbers. Sheykh Yussuf awarded 1 Napoleon to the church, 2 to the mosque, and the half to the water-drinking place, the Sabil, which was also applauded. I then said, "Shall we send the money to the bishop?" But a respectable elderly Copt said, "Malkish, never mind, better give it all to Sheykh Yussuf, he will send the bread to the church." Then the Cadi made me a fine speech, and said I had behaved like a great Emirah, and one that feared God, and Sheykh Yussuf said that he knew the English had mercy in their stomachs, and that I especially had Mussulman feeling, as we say Christian charity. Did you ever hear of such a state of administration of justice? Of course, sympathy here, as in Ireland, is mostly with the poor man in prison, in trouble as we say. I find that accordingly a vast number of disputes are settled by private arbitration, and Yussuf is constantly sent for to decide between contending parties, who abide by his decision rather than go to law, or else 5 or 6 respectable men are called upon to form a sort of amateur jury, and to settle the matter. In a criminal case, if the prosecutor is powerful, he has it all his own way; if the prisoner can bribe high, he is apt to get off. All the appealing to my compassion was quite en règle, another trait of Egypt. The other day we found all our water jars empty and our house unsprinkled. On inquiry it turned out that the Sakkas had all run away, carrying with them their families and goods, and were gone no one knew whither, in consequence of some persons having authority, one, a Turkish cawass (policeman), having forced them to fetch water for building purposes at so low a price that they could not bear it. My poor Sakka is gone without a whole month's pay, 2 shillings, the highest pay by far given in Luxor. I am interested in another story. I hear that a plucky woman here has been to Keneh and threatened the Mudir that she will go to Cairo and complain to Effendina himself of the unfair drafting for soldiers, her only son taken while others have bribed off. She'll walk in this heat all the way, unless she succeeds in frightening the Mudir, which, as she is of the more spirited sex in this country, she may possibly do. You see these Saïdes are a bit less patient than Lower Egyptians. The Sakkas can strike, and a woman can face a Mudir. You would be amused at the bazaar here. There is a barber, and on Tuesdays some beads, calico and tobacco are sold. The only artisan is a jeweller. We spin and weave our own brown woollen garments, and have no other wants, but gold necklaces and nose and earrings are indispensable. It is the safest way of hoarding, and happily combines saving with ostentation. Can you imagine a house without beds, chairs, tables, cups, glasses, knives, in short, with nothing but an oven, a few pipkins and water jars, and a couple of wooden spoons, and some mats to sleep on? And yet people are happy and quite civilized who live so. An Arab cook, with his fingers and one cooking pot, will serve you an excellent dinner quite miraculously. The simplification of life possible in such a climate is not conceivable unless one has seen it. The Turkish ladies whom I visit at Karnak have very little more. They are very fond of me, and always want me to stay and sleep, but how could I sleep in my clothes on a mat divan, poor spoiled European that I am? But they pity and wonder far more at the absence of my master. I made a bad slip of the tongue and said my husband before Abu Rafia, the master of the house. The ladies laughed and blushed tremendously, and I felt very awkward, but they turned the tables on me in a few minutes by some questions they had asked quite coolly. I hardly know what I shall have to do. If the heat does not turn overpowering, I shall stay here. If I cannot bear it, I must go down the river. I asked Omar if he could bear a summer here, so dull for such a young man fond of a little coffee shop and gossip, for that, if he could not, he might go down for a time and join me again, as I could manage with some man here. He absolutely cried, kissed my hands, and declared he was never so happy as with me, and he could not rest if he thought I had not all I wanted. I am your memlook, not your servant, your memlook. I really believe that these people sometimes love their English masters better than their own people. Omar certainly has shown the greatest fondness for me on all occasions. End of Letter 38. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 39 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Luxor, April 7, 1864. Dearest Janet, I have continued very fairly well. We had great heat 10 days ago, now it is quite cool. Harvesting is going on, and I never did see in any dream so lovely a sight as the whole process. An acquaintance of mine, one Abdulrahman, is Boaz, and as I sat with him on the threshing floor and ate roasted corn, I felt quite puzzled as to whether I were really alive or only existing in an imagination in the Book of Ruth. It is such a kief that one enjoys under the palm trees, with such a scene. The harvest is magnificent here. I never saw such crops. There is no cattle disease, but a good deal of sickness among the people. I have to practise very extensively, and often feel very anxious, as I cannot refuse to go to the poor souls and give them medicine, with sore misgivings all the while. Fancy that Hekekian Bey can't get me an Arabic dictionary in Cairo! I must send to London, I suppose, which seems hardly worth while. I wish you could see my teacher, Sheykh Yussuf. I never before saw a pious person amiable and good like him. He is intensely devout, and not at all bigoted, a difficult combination, and moreover he is lovely to behold, and has the prettiest and merriest laugh possible. It is quite curious to see the mixture of a sort of learning with utter ignorance and great superstition, and such perfect high breeding and beauty of character. It is exactly like associating with St. John. I want dreadfully to be able to draw, or to photograph. The group at the Sheykh el Ababdah's last night was ravishing, all but my ugly hat and self. The black ringlets and dirty white drapery and obsolete weapons, the graceful, splendid Sheykh, black but beautiful like the Shalumite, I thought of Antar and Abu Zaid. Give my salaam to Madame Tastu, and ask her whether I may stay on here, or if I go downstream during the heat whether I may return next winter, in which case I might leave some of my goods. Hekekian strongly advises me to remain here, and thinks the heat will be good. I will try. 88° seem to agree with me wonderfully. My cough is better. End of Letter 39. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 40 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, April 14, 1864. Dearest Alick, I have but this moment received your letter of the 18th March, which went after Janet, who was hunting at Tel el Kebir. We have had a tremendous Khamseen wind, and now strong north wind, quite fresh and cool. The thermometer was 92° during the Khamseen, but it did me no harm. Luckily I am very well, for I am worked hard, as a strange epidemic has broken out, and I am the Hakima (doctoress) of Luxor. The Hakim Pasha from Cairo came up and frightened the people, telling them it was catching, and Yussuf forgot his religion so far as to beg me not to be all day in the people's huts. But Omar and I despised the danger, I feeling sure it was not infectious, and Omar saying Min Allah. The people get stoppage of the bowels, and die in 8 days unless they are physicked. All who have sent for me in time have recovered. Alhamdulillah that I can help the poor souls. It is harvest, and the hard work, and the spell of intense heat, and the green corn, beans, etc., which they eat, brings on the sickness. Then the Copts are fasting from all animal food, and full of green beans and salad, and green corn. Mustapha tried to persuade me not to give physic, for fear those who died should pass for being poisoned, but Omar and I are sure it is only to excuse his own selfishness. Omar is an excellent assistant. The bishop tried to make money by hinting that if I forbade my patients to fast, I might pay for their indulgence. One poor, peevish little man refused the chicken broth, and told me that we Europeans had our heaven in this world. Omar let out kelb, dog, but I stopped him and said, "O my brother, God has made the Christians of England unlike those of Egypt, and surely will condemn neither of us on that account. Mayest thou find a better heaven hereafter than I now enjoy here." Omar threw his arms round me and said, "O thou good one, surely our Lord will reward thee for acting thus with the meekness of a Muslimah and kissing the hand of him who strikes thy face. See how each religion claims humility." Suleiman was not pleased at his fellow Christian's display of charity. It does seem strange that the Copts of the lower class will not give us the blessing or thank God for our health like the Mussulman. Most of my patients are Christians, and some are very nice people indeed. The people here have named me Sitti, Lady, Noor ala Noor. A poor woman whose only child, a young man I was happy enough to cure when dreadfully ill, kissed my feet and asked by what name to pray for me. I told her my name meant Noor, light Lux, but as that was one of the names of God I could not use it. "Thy name is Noor ala Noor," said a man who was in the room. That means something like God is upon thy mind, or light from the light, and Noor ala Noor it remains, a combination of one of the names of God is quite proper, like Abdallah, Abdurrahman, etc. I begged some medicines from a Countess Braniski, who went down the other day. When all is gone I don't know what I shall do. I am going to try to make castor oil, I don't know how, but I shall try, and Omar fancies he can manage it. The cattle disease has also broken out desperately up in Esneh, and we see the dead beasts float down all day. Of course we shall soon have it here. Sunday, April 17th. The epidemic seems to be over, but there is still a great deal of gastric fever, etc., about. The Hakeem from Keneh has just been here, such a pleasing, clever young man, speaking Italian perfectly, and French extremely well. He is the son of some fellah of Lower Egypt, sent to study at Pisa, and has not lost the Arab gentility and elegance by a Frangee education. We fraternized greatly, and the young Hakeem was delighted at my love for his people and my high opinion of their intelligence. He is gone now to inspect the sick, and is to see me again and give me directions. He was very unhappy that he could not supply me with medicines; none are to be bought above Cairo, except from the hospital doctors, who sell the medicines of the government, as the Italian at Siout did. But Ali Effendi is too honest for that. The old bishop paid me a visit of 3½ hours yesterday, and pour me tirer une carotte he sent me a loaf of sugar, so I must send a present for the church to be consumed in raki. The old party was not very sober, and asked for wine. I coolly told him it was haram forbidden to us to drink during the day, only with our dinner. I will never give the Christians drink here, and now they have left off pressing me to drink spirits at their houses. The bishop offered to alter the hour of prayer for me, and to let me into the Hekil, where women must not go, on Good Friday, which will be 18 days hence. All of which I refused, and said I would go on the roof of the church and look down through the windows with the other Harimat. Omar kissed the bishop's hand, and I said, "What, do you kiss his hand like a Copt?" "Oh yes, he is an old man, and a servant of my God, but dreadful dirty," added Omar, and it was too true. His presence diffused a fearful monastic odour of sanctity. A bishop must be a monk, as priests are married. Monday. To-day Ali Effendi el Hakeem came to tell me how he had been to try to see my patients and failed; all the families declared they were all well, and would not let him in. Such is the deep distrust of everything to do with the government. They all waited till he was gone away, and then came again to see me with their ailments. I scolded, and they all said, "Wallah, ya Sitt, ya Emira, that is the Hakeem Pasha, and he would send us off to hospital at Keneh, and then they would poison us; by thy eyes do not be angry with us, or leave off from having compassion on us on this account." I said, "Ali Effendi is an Arab and a Muslim and an Emir (gentleman), and he gave me good advice, and would have given more," etc. No use at all. He is the government doctor, and they had rather die, and will swallow anything from El Sitti Noor ala Noor. Here is a pretty state of things. I gave Sheykh Yussuf £4 for 3 months' daily lessons last night, and had quite a contest to force it upon him. "It is not for money, old lady," and he coloured crimson. He had been about with Ali Effendi, but could not get the people to see him. The Copts, I find, have a religious prejudice against him, and indeed against all heretics. They consider themselves and the Abyssinians as the only true believers. If they acknowledge us as brethren, it is for money. I speak only of the low class, and of the priests; of course the educated merchants are very different. I had a priest and 2 deacons, and the mother of one, here to-day for physic for the woman. She was very pretty and pleasing, miserably reduced and weak from the long fast. I told her she must eat meat and drink a little wine, and take cold baths, and gave her quinine. She will take the wine and the quinine, but neither eat nor wash. The bishop tells them they will die if they break the fast, and half the Christians are ill from it. One of the priests spoke a little English; he fabricates false antiques very cleverly, and is tolerably sharp; but, oh mon Dieu, it is enough to make one turn Muslim to compare these greasy rogues with such high-minded, charitable Sharifa noblemen as Abd el Waris and Sheykh Yussuf. A sweet little Copt boy who is very ill will be killed by the stupid bigotry about the fast. My friend Suleyman is much put out, and backs my exhortations to the sick to break it. He is a capital fellow and very intelligent, and he and Omar are like brothers. It is the priests who do all they can to keep alive religious prejudice. Alhamdulillah, they are only partially successful. Mohammed has just heard that 75 head of cattle are dead at El Mantana. Here only a few have died as yet, and Ali Effendi thinks the disease less virulent than in Lower Egypt. I hope he is right, but dead beasts float down the river all day long. To turn to something more amusing, but please don't tell it, such a joke against my grey hairs. I have had a proposal, or at least an attempt at one. A very handsome Sheykh el Arab, Bedawi, was here for a bit, and asked Omar whether I were a widow or divorced, as in either case he would send a dellala (marriage brokeress) to me. Omar told him that I would never do. I had a husband in England; besides, I was not young, had a married daughter, my hair was grey, etc. The Sheykh swore he didn't care, I could dye my hair and get a divorce; that I was not like stupid modern women, but an ancient Arab Emeereh, and worthy of Antar or Abu Zayd, a woman for whom men killed each other or themselves, and he would pay all he could afford as my dowry. Omar came in fits of laughter at the idea, and the difficulty he had in stopping the dellala's visit. He told the Sheykh I should certainly beat her, I should be so offended. The disregard of differences of age here on marriage is very strange. My adorer was not more than 30, I am sure. Don't tell people, my dear Alick, it is so very absurd; I should be ashamed before the people. Saturday, April 23rd. Alhamdulillah, the sickness is going off. I have just heard Suleyman's report as follows. Hassan Abu Achmet kisses the Emeereh's feet, and the bullets have cleaned his stomach 6 times, and he has said the Fathah for the lady. The 2 little girls who had diarrhoea are well. The Christian dyer has vomited his powder and wants another. The mother of the Christian cook who married the priest's sister has got dysentery. The hareem of Mustapha Abu Abayed has 2 children with bad eyes. The bishop had a quarrel, and scolded and fell down, and cannot speak or move. I must go to him. The young deacon's jaundice is better. The slave girl of Khurshid Aga is sick, and Khurshid is sitting at her head in tears. The women say I must go to her too. Khurshid is a fine young Turk, and very good to his hareemat. That is all. Suleyman has got nothing on earth to do, and brings me a daily report. He likes the gossip and the importance. The Rais of a cargo boat brought me up your La Fontaine, and some papers and books from Hekekian Bey. Sheykh Yussuf is going down to Cairo, to try to get back some of the lands which Muhammad Ali took away from the mosques and the Ulema without compensation. He asked me whether Ross would speak for him to Effendina. What are the Muslimeen coming to? As soon as I can read enough he offers to read in the Koran with me, a most unusual proceeding, as the noble Koran is not generally put into the hands of heretics; but my charity to the people in sickness is looked upon by Abd el Waris the Imam and by Yussuf as a proof that I have received direction, and I am one of those Christians of whom Sayyidna Mohammed, upon whose name be peace, has said that they have no pride, that they rival each other in good works, and that God will increase their reward. There is no arrière-pensée of conversation that they think hopeless, but charity covers all sins with Mussulman. Next Friday is the Jimah el Kebir, Good Friday, with the Copts, and the prayers are in the daytime, so I shall go to the church. Next moon is the great Bairam, el Eid el Kebir, the great festival, with the Muslimin, the commemoration of the sacrifice of Isaac or Ishmael, commentators are uncertain which, and Omar will kill a sheep for the poor for the benefit of his baby, according to custom. I have at length compassed the destruction of mine enemy, though he has not written a book. A fanatical Christian dog, quadruped, belonging to the Coptic family who live on the opposite side of the yard, hated me with such virulent intensity that, not content with barking at me all day, he howled at me all night, even after I had put out the lantern and he could not see me in bed. Sentence of death has been recorded against him, as he could not be beaten into toleration. Mikael, his master's son, has come down from El Montana, where he is vakeel to M. Mounier. He gives a fearful account of the sickness there among men and cattle, 8 and 10 deaths a day; here we have had only 4 a day at the worst, in a population of I guess some 2,000. The Mouniers have put themselves in quarantine, and allow no one to approach their house, as Mustapha wanted me to do. 150 head of cattle have died at El Montana; here only a few calves are dead, but as yet no full grown beasts, and the people are healthy again. I really think I did some service by not showing any fear, and Omar behaved manfully. By the by, will you find out whether a passaporto, as they call it, a paper granting British protection, can be granted in England? It is the object of Omar's highest ambition to belong as much as possible to the English, and feel safe from being forced to serve a Turk. If it can be done by any coaxing and jobbing, pray do it, for Omar deserves any service I can render him in return for all his devotion and fidelity. Some one tried to put it into his head that it was haram to be too fond of us heretics and be faithful, but he consulted Sheykh Yussuf, who promised him a reward hereafter for good conduct to me, and who told me of it as a good joke, adding that he was Raghil Amin, the highest praise for fidelity, the sobriquet of the Prophet. Do not be surprised at my lack of conscience in desiring to benefit my own follower in quelconque modo. Justice is not of Eastern growth, and Europeo is your only wear, and here it is only base not to stick by one's friends. Omar kisses the hands of the Sidi el Keber, the great master, and desires his best salaam to the little master and the little lady whose servant he is. He asks if I, too, do not kiss Iskender Bey's hand in my letter, as I ought to do as his hareem, or whether I make myself big before my master, like some French ladies he has seen. I tell him I will do so if Iskender Bey will get him his warak paper, whereupon he picks up the hem of my gown and kisses that, and I civilly expostulate on such condescension to a woman. Yussuf is quite puzzled about European women, and a little shocked at the want of respect to their husbands they display. I told him that the outward respect shown to us by our men was our veil, and explained how superficial the difference was. He fancied that the law gave us the upper hand. Omar reports yesterday's sermon on toleration, it appears. Yussuf took the text of 'Thou shalt love thy brother as thyself, and never act towards him but as thou wouldst he would act towards thee.' I forget chapter and verse, but it seems he took the bull by the horns and declared all men to be brothers, not Muslimin only, and desired his congregation to look at the good deeds of others and not at their erroneous faith, for God is all-knowing, i.e. He only knows the heart, and if they saw aught amiss to remember that the best man need say Astaghfir Allah, I beg pardon of God 7 times a day. I wish the English could know how unpleasant and mischievous their manner of talking to their servants about religion is. Omar confided to me how bad it felt to be questioned, and then to see the Englishman laugh or put up his lip and say nothing. I don't want to talk about his religion at all, but if he talks about mine he ought to speak of his own too. You, my lady, say, when I tell you things, 'That is the same with us,' or 'That is different,' or 'good,' or 'not good' in your mind, and that is the proper way, not to look like thinking all nonsense." Esneh, Saturday, April 30th. On Thursday evening as I was dreamily sitting on my divan, who should walk in but Arthur Taylor, on his way, all alone in a big dahabieh, to Edfu. So I offered to go too, whereupon he said he would go to Assouan and see Philae as he had company, and we went off to Mustapha to make a bargain with his Rais for it. Thus then here we are at Esneh. I embarked on Wednesday evening, and we have been 2 days en route. Yesterday we had the thermometer at 110, I was the only person awake all day in the boat. Omar, after cooking, lay panting at my feet on the deck. Omar went fairly to bed in the cabin, ditto Sally. All the crew slept on the deck. Omar cooked amphibiously, bathing between every meal. The silence of noon with the white heat glowing on the river which flowed like liquid tin, and the silent Nubian rough boats floating down without a ripple, was magnificent and really awful. Not a breath of wind as we lay under the lofty bank. The Nile is not quite so low, and I see a very different scene from last year. People think us crazy to go up to Assouan in May. But I do enjoy it, and I really wanted to forget all the sickness and sorrow in which I have taken part. When I went to Mustapha's he said Sheykh Yussuf was ill, and I said then I won't go. But Yussuf came in with a sick headache only. Mustapha repeated my words to him, and I never did see such a lovely expression in a human face as that with which Yussuf said Ayah, sit. Mustapha laughed and told him to thank me, and Yussuf turned to me and said in a low voice, "My sister does not need thanks, save from God." Fancy a Shereef, one of the Ulema, calling a Frangaya sister! His pretty little girl came in and played with me, and he offered her to me for Maurice. I cured Khurshid's Abyssinian slave girl. You would have laughed to see him obeying my directions, and wiping his eyes on his gold embroidered sleeve. and then the Coptic priest came to me for his wife who was ill. He was in a great quandary, because if she died he as a priest could never marry again, as he loudly lamented before her, but he was truly grieved, and I was very happy to leave her convalescent. Verily we are sorely visited. The dead cattle float down by thousands. Monsieur Meunier buried 1,000 at El Montana alone, and lost 40 men. I would not have left Luxor, but there were no new cases for 4 days before, and the worst had been over for full 10 days. 2 or 3 poor people brought me new bread and vegetables to the boat when they saw me going, and Yussuf came down and sat with us all evening, and looked quite sad. Omar asked him why, and he said it made him think how it would seem when Inshallah should be well, and should leave my place empty at Luxor, and go back with the blessing of God to my own place and to my own people. Whereupon Omar grew quite sentimental too, and nearly cried. I don't know how Arthur would have managed without us, for he had come with 2 Frenchmen who had proper servants and who left the boat at Girgeh, and he has a wretched, little, dirty, idiotic Coptic tailor as a servant, who can't even sew on a button. It is becoming quite a calamity about servants here. Arthur tells me that men not fit to light Omar's pipe asked him £10 a month in Cairo and would not take less, and he gives his Copt £4. I really feel as if I were cheating Omar to let him stay on for £3, but if I say anything he kisses my hand and tells me not to be cross. I have letters from Yussuf to people at Assouan. If I want anything I am to call on the Kadee. We have a very excellent boat and a good crew, and are very comfortable. When the Luxor folk heard the son of my uncle was come, they thought it must be my husband. I was diverted at Omar's propriety. He pointed out to Mustapha and Yussuf how he was to sleep in the cabin between Arthur's and mine, which was considered quite satisfactorily apparently, and was looked upon as very proper of Omar to have arranged it so, as he had been sent to put the boat in order. Arthur has been all along the Suez Canal, and seen a great many curious things. The Delta must be very unlike Upper Egypt from all he tells me. The little troop of pilgrims for Mecca left Luxor about 10 days ago. It was a pretty and touching sight. 3 camels, 5 donkeys, and about 30 men and women, several with babies on their shoulders, all uttering the Zagharit cry of joy. They were to walk to Kozer, 8 days' journey with good camels, babies and all. It is the happiest day of their lives, they say, when they have scraped together money enough to make the Hajj. This minute a poor man is weeping beside our boat over a pretty heifer decked with many hagabs, amulets, which have not availed her against the sickness. It is heartrending to see the poor beasts and their unfortunate owners. Some dancing girls came to the boat just now for cigars, which Arthur had promised them, and to ask after their friend El Maghribiya, the good dancer at Luxor, whom they said was very ill. Omar did not know at all about her, and the girls seemed very much distressed. They were both very pretty, one an Abyssinian. I must leave off to send this to the post, it will cost a fortune, but you won't grudge it. End of Letter 40. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 41 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, May 15, 1864, day before Eid el-Kebir, Bahram. Dearest Alick, we returned to Luxor the evening before last just after dark. The salute which Omar fired with your old horse pistols brought down a lot of people, and there was a chorus of Alhamdulillah Salama Ya Sit, and such a kissing of hands, and welcome home to your place, and we have tasted your absence and found it bitter, etc., etc. Mustapha came with letters for me, and Yussuf beaming with smiles, and Mohammed with new bread made of new wheat, and Suleiman with flowers, and little Achmet rushing in wildly to kiss hands. When the welcome had subsided, Yussuf, who stayed to tea, told me all the cattle were dead. Mustapha lost 34, and has 3 left, and poor farmer Omar lost all, 40 head. The distress in Upper Egypt will now be fearful. Within 6 weeks all our cattle are dead. They are threshing the corn with donkeys, and men are turning the sakias (water wheels) and drawing the ploughs, and dying by scores of overwork and want of food in many places. The whole agriculture depended on the oxen, and they are all dead. At El Montana and 9 villages around Halim Pasha's estate 24,000 head have died; 4 beasts were left when we were there 3 days ago. We spent 2 nights and days at Philae, and wallahi it was hot. The basalt rocks which enclose the river all around the island were burning. Sally and I slept in the Osiris chamber, on the roof of the temple on our air beds. Omar lay across the doorway to guard us, and Arthur and his Copt, with the well bred sailor Ramadan, were sent to bivouac on the pylon. Ramadan took the hareem under his special and most respectful charge, and waited on us devotedly, but never raised his eyes to our faces, or spoke till spoken to. Philae is 6 or 7 miles from Assouan, and we went on donkeys through the beautiful Shellaliya, the village of the cataract, and the noble place of tombs of Assouan. Great was the amazement of everyone at seeing Europeans so out of season; we were like swallows in January to them. I could not sleep for the heat in the room, and threw on an abaya (cloak) and went and lay on the parapet of the temple. What a night! What a lovely view! The stars gave as much light as the moon in Europe, and all but the cataract was still as death and glowing hot, and the palm trees were more graceful and dreamy than ever. Then Omar woke, and came and sat at my feet, and rubbed them, and sang a song of a Turkish slave. I said, "Do not rub my feet, O brother, that is not fit for thee," because it is below the dignity of a free Muslim altogether to touch shoes or feet, but he sang in his song, "The slave of the Turk may be set free by money, but how shall one be ransomed who has been paid for by kind actions and sweet words?" Then the day broke deep crimson, and I went down and bathed in the Nile, and saw the girls on the island opposite in their summer fashions, consisting of a leathern fringe round their slender hips, divinely graceful, bearing huge saucer shaped baskets of corn on their stately young heads, and I went up and sat at the end of the colonnade looking up into Ethiopia, and dreamed dreams of him who sleeps in Philae, until the great Amun Ra kissed my northern face too hotly, and drove me into the temple to breakfast, and coffee, and pipes, and kief. And in the evening 3 little naked Nubians rowed us about for 2 or 3 hours on the glorious river in a boat made of thousands of bits of wood, each a foot long, and between whiles they jumped overboard and disappeared, and came up on the other side of the boat. Assouan was full of Turkish soldiers, who came and took away our donkeys, and stared at our faces most irreligiously. I did not go on shore at Kom Ombos or El Kab, only at Edfu, where we spent the day in the temple, and at Esneh, where we tried to buy sugar, tobacco, etc., and found nothing at all, though Esneh is chef lieu with a Moudir. It is only in winter that anything is to be got there for the travellers. We had to ask the Nazir in Edfu to order a man to sell us charcoal. People do without sugar, and smoke green tobacco, and eat beans, etc., etc. Soon we must do likewise, for our stores are nearly exhausted. We stopped at El Montana, and had a good dinner in the Mouniers' handsome house, and they gave me a loaf of sugar. Madame Mounier described Rachel's stay with them for 3 months at Luxor, in my house, where they then lived. She hated it so, that on embarking to leave she turned back and spat on the ground, and cursed the place inhabited by savages, where she had been ennuyée à mort. Madame Mounier fully sympathized with her, and thought no femme amiable could live with Arabs, who are not at all galant. She is Levantine, and, I believe, half Arab herself, but hates the life here, and hates the Muslims. As I write this I laugh to think of the galanterie and Arab in one sentence, and glance at my brother Yussuf, who is sleeping on a mat, quite overcome with the Simoom which is blowing, and the fast which he is keeping to day, as the eve of the Eid el Kebir great festival. This is the coolest place in the village. The glass is only 92½ degrees now, 11 a.m., in the darkened divan. The Cadi and the Maōhn and Yussuf came together to visit me, and when the others left he lay down to sleep. Omar is sleeping in the passage, and Sally in her room. I alone don't sleep, but the Simoom is terrible. Arthur runs about all day, sight-seeing and drawing, and does not suffer at all from the heat. I can't walk now, as the sand blisters my feet. Tuesday, May 17th. Yesterday the simoom was awful, and last night I slept on the terrace and was very hot. To-day the north wind sprang up at noon and revived us, though it is still 102 degrees in my divan. My old great-grandfather has come in for a pipe and coffee. He was Belzoni's guide, and his eldest child was born 7 days before the French under Bonaparte marched into Luxor. He is superbly handsome and erect, and very talkative, but only remembers old times, and takes me for Madame Belzoni. He is grandfather to Mahomet, the guard of this house, and great-grandfather to my little Achmet. His grandsons have married him to a tidy old woman to take care of him. He calls me my lady granddaughter, and Omar he calls Mustapha, and we salute him as grandfather. I wish I could paint him, he is so grand to look at. Old Mustapha had a son born yesterday, his 10th child. I must go and wish him joy, after which I will go to Arthur's boat and have a bathe. The sailors rigged me out a capital awning. We had a good boat and a capital crew. One man, Mohammed, called Alati, the singer, sang beautifully, to my great delight, and all were excellent fellows, quiet and obliging, only his servant was a lazy beast, dirty and conceited, a Copt spoiled by an Italian education and Greek associates, thinking himself very grand because he was a Christian. I wondered at the patience and good nature with which Omar did all his work and endured all his insolence. There was one stupendous row at Assouan, however. The men had rigged out a sort of tent for me to bathe in over the side of the boat, and Ramadan caught the Copt trying to peep in, and half strangled him. Omar called him dog, and asked him if he was an infidel, and Macarius told him I was a Christian woman, and not his hareem. Omar lost his temper, and appealed to the old Rais and all the sailors. O Muslims, ought not I to cut his throat if he had defiled the noble person of the lady with his pig's eyes? God forgive me for mentioning her in such a manner. Then they all cursed him for a pig and an infidel, and threatened to put him ashore and leave him for his vile conduct towards noble hareem. Omar sobbed with passion, saying that I was to him like the back of his mother, and how dare Macarius take my name in his dirty mouth, etc. The Copt tried to complain of being beaten afterwards, but I signified to him that he had better hold his tongue, for that I understood Arabic, upon which he sneaked off. End of Letter 41. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 42 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, Monday, May 23, 1864. Dearest Mutter, I meant to have written to you by Arthur Taylor, who left for Cairo yesterday morning, but the simoon made me so stupid that I could hardly finish a letter to Alick. So I begin one today to recount the wonders of the season here. I went over to Mustapha's island to spend the day in the tent, or rather the hut, of doura stalks and palm branches, which he has erected there for the threshing and winnowing. He had invited me and his worship the Maōhn to a picnic. Only imagine that it rained all day, a gentle slight rain, but enough to wet all the desert. I laughed and said I had brought the English weather, but the Maōhn shook his head, and opined that we were suffering the anger of God. Rain in summer time was quite a terror. However, we consoled ourselves, and Mustapha called a nice little boy to recite the noble Koran for our amusement, and out of compliment to me he selected the chapter of the family of Amran, the history of Jesus, and recited it with marvellous readiness and accuracy. A very pleasant mannered man of the Sharufa of Gurna came and joined us, and was delighted because I sent away a pipe which Abu Rahman brought me. It is highly improper to smoke while the Koran is being read or recited. He thanked me for the respect, and I told him I knew he would not smoke in a church, or while I prayed. Why should I? It rather annoys me to find that they always expect from us irreverence to their religion, which they would on no account be guilty of to ours. The little boy was a fellah, the child of my friend Omar, who has lost all his cattle, but who came as pleasant and smiling as ever to kiss my hand and wait upon me. After that the Maōhn read the second chapter, the cow, in a rather nasal, quavering chant. I perceived that no one present understood any of it, except just a few words here and there, not much more than I could follow myself from having read the translation. I think it is not any nearer spoken Arabic than Latin is to Italian. After this Mustapha, the Maōhn, Omar, Sally, and I sat down around the dinner tray and had a very good dinner of lamb, fowls, and vegetables, such as bahamias and melukia, both of the mallow order, and both excellent cooked with meat, rice, stewed apricots, mishmish, with nuts and raisins in it, and cucumbers and watermelons strewed the ground. One eats all durcheinander with bread and fingers, and a spoon for the rice, and green limes to squeeze over one's own bits for sauce. We were very merry if not very witty, and the Maōhn declared, Wallahi, the English are fortunate in their customs, and in the enjoyment of the society of learned and excellent Harimat, and Omar, lying on the rushes, said, this is the happiness of the Arab. Green trees, sweet water, and a kind face, make the garden paradise, an Arab saying. The Maōhn joked him as to how a child of Cairo could endure fellow life. I was looking at the heaps of wheat and thinking of Ruth, when I started to hear the soft Egyptian lips utter the very words which the Egyptian girl spake more than 1,000 years ago. Behold my mother, where she stays I stay, and where she goes I will go. Her family is my family, and if it pleaseth God, nothing but the separator of friends, death, shall divide me from her. I really could not speak, so I kissed the top of Omar's turban, Arab fashion, and the Maōhn blessed him quite solemnly, and said, God reward thee, my son, thou hast honoured thy lady greatly before thy people, and she has honoured thee, and ye are an example of masters and servants, and of kindness and fidelity. And the brown labourers who were lounging about said, Verily it is true, and God be praised for people of excellent conduct. I never expected to feel like Naomi, and possibly many English people might only think Omar's unconscious repetition of Ruth's words rather absurd, but to me they sounded in perfect harmony with the life and ways of this country and these people, who are so full of tender and affectionate feelings, when they have not been crushed out of them. It is not humbug, I have seen their actions. Because they use grand compliments, Europeans think they are never sincere, but the compliments are not meant to deceive, they only profess to be forms. Why do the English talk of the beautiful sentiment of the Bible and pretend to feel it so much, and when they come and see the same life before them they ridicule it? Tuesday. We have a family quarrel going on. Mohammed's wife, a girl of 18 or so, wanted to go home on Bairam day for her mother to wash her head and unplait her hair. Mohammed told her not to leave him on that day, and to send for a woman to do it for her, whereupon she cut off her hair, and Mohammed in a passion told her to cover her face, that is equivalent to a divorce, and take her baby and go home to her father's house. Ever since he has been mooning about the yard, and in and out of the kitchen very glum and silent. This morning I went into the kitchen and found Omar cooking with a little baby in his arms, and giving it sugar. Why, what is that? Say I. Oh, don't say anything. I sent Achmet to fetch Mohammed's baby, and when he comes here he will see it, and then in talking I can say so and so, and how the man must be good to the hareem, and what is this poor, small girl going to do when she is big enough to ask for her father? In short, Omar wants to exercise his diplomacy in making up the quarrel. After writing this I heard Mohammed's low, quiet voice, and Omar's boyish laugh, and then silence, and went to see the baby and its father. My kitchen was a pretty scene. Mohammed, in his ample brown robes and white turban, lay asleep on the floor with the baby's tiny pale face and little eyelids stained with kohl against his coffee brown cheek, both fast asleep, baby in her father's arms. Omar leant against the fournaise in his house dress, a white shirt open at the throat and white drawers reaching to the knees, with the red tarboosh and red and yellow kufia silk handkerchief round it turban-wise, contemplating them with his great soft eyes. The two men made an excellent contrast between Upper and Lower Egypt. Mohammed is the true Arab type, coffee brown, thin, spare, sharp-featured, elegant hands and feet, bright glittering small eyes and angular jaw, not a handsome Arab but bien caractérisé. Omar, the colour of new boxwood or old ivory, pale, with eyes like a cow, full lips, full chin and short nose, not the least negro, but perfectly Egyptian, the eyes wide apart, unlike the Arab, moustache like a woman's eyebrow, curly brown hair, bad hands and feet not well made, but graceful in movement and still more in countenance, very inferior in beauty to the pure Arab blood which prevails here, but most sweet in expression. He is a true Akul and Banat, brother of girls, and truly chivalrous to Hareem. How astonished Europeans would be to hear Omar's real opinion of their conduct to women. He mentioned some Englishman who had divorced his wife and made her frailty public. You should have seen him spit on the floor in abhorrence. Here it is quite blackguard not to forfeit the money and take all the blame in a divorce. Friday. We have had better weather again, easterly wind and pretty cool, and am losing the cough and languor which the damp of the Simoom brought me. Sheykh Yussuf has just come back from Keneh, whither he and the Cadi went on their donkeys for some law business. He took our saddle bags at Omar's request, and brought us back a few pounds of sugar and some rice and tobacco. Isn't it like Fielding's novels? It is 2 days' journey, so they slept in the mosque at Kous half-way. I told Yussuf how Suleiman's child has the smallpox, and how Mohammed only said it was min Allah, from God, when I suggested that his baby should be vaccinated at once. Yussuf called him in and said, "O man, when thou wouldst build a house, dost thou throw the bricks in a heap on the ground and say the building thereof is from God? Or dost thou use the brains and hands which God has given thee, and then pray to him to bless thy work? In all things do the best of thy understanding and means, and then say min Allah, for the end is with him." There is not a pin to choose in fatalism here between Muslim and Christian. The lazy, like Mohammed and Suleiman, one Arab and the other Copt, say min Allah or any form of dawdle you please, but the true Muslim doctrine is just what Yussuf laid down. Do all you can and be resigned to whatever be the result. Fais ce que dois advienne qui pourra is good doctrine. In fact, I am very much puzzled to discover the slightest difference between Christian and Muslim morality or belief, if you exclude certain dogmas, and in fact very little is felt here. No one attempts to apply different standards of morals or of piety to a Muslim and a Copt. East and West is the difference, not Muslim and Christian. As to that difference I could tell volumes. Are they worse? Are they better? Both and neither. I am, perhaps, not quite impartial, because I am sympathique to the Arabs and they to me, and I am inclined to be kind to their virtues if not blind to their faults, which are visible to the most inexperienced traveller. You see all our own familiar bunkum, excuse the vulgarity, falls so flat on their ears; bravado about honour, veracity, etc., etc., they look blank and bored at. The schoolboy morality as set forth by Maurice is current here among grown men. Of course we tell lies to Pashas and Beys, why shouldn't we? But shall I call in that ragged sailor and give him an order to bring me up £500 in cash from Cairo when he happens to come? It would not be an unusual proceeding. I sleep every night in a makab sort of veranda open to all Luxor, and haven't a door that has a lock. They bother me for baksheesh, but oh how poor they are, and how rich must be a woman whose very servants drink sugar to their coffee, and lives in the Kasr palace and is respectfully visited by Ali Bey, and, come to that, Ali Bey would like a present even better than the poorest fellah, who also loves to give one. When I know, as I now do thoroughly, all Omar's complete integrity, without any sort of mention of it, his self-denial in going ragged and shabby to save his money for his wife and child, a very great trial to a good-looking young Arab, and the equally unostentatious love he has shown to me, and the delicacy and real nobleness of feeling which come out so oddly in the midst of sayings which, to our ideas, seem very shabby and time-serving, very often I wonder if there be anything as good in the civilized West. And as Sally most justly says, all their goodness is quite their own, God knows there is no one to teach anything but harm. Tuesday. 2 poor fellows have just come home from the Suez Canal work with gastric fever, I think. I hope it won't spread. The wife of one said to me yesterday, "Are there more Sittat ladies like you in your village?" "Wallah," I said, There are many better and good doctors, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, said she, then the poor people don't want you so much, and by God you must stay here for we can't do without you, so write to your family to say so, and don't go away and leave us. Thursday, June 2nd. A steamer has just arrived which will take this letter, so I can only say good bye, my dearest mother, and God bless you. I continue fairly well. The epidemic here is all but over, but my medical fame has spread so that the poor souls come 20 miles from Kous for physic. The constant phrase of "O our sister, God hath sent thee to look to us," is so sad. Such a little help is a wonder to my poor fellaheen. It is not so hot as it was, I think, except at night, and I now sleep half the night outside the house. The cattle are all dead, perhaps 5 are left in all Luxor. Allah Kareem, God is merciful, said Fellah Omar, I have 1 left from 54. The grain is unthreshed, and butter 3 shillings a pound. We get nothing here but by post, no papers, no nothing. I suppose the high Nile will bring up boats. Now the river is down at its lowest, and now I really know how Egyptians live. End of letter 42, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 43 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, Sunday, June 12, 1864. Dearest Alec, 3 letters I have received from you within a few days, for the post of the Saeed is not that of the Medes and Persians. I have had an abominable toothache, which quite floored me, and was aggravated by the Oriental custom, namely, that all the beau monde of Thebes would come and sit with me, and suggest remedies, and look into my mouth, and make quite a business of my tooth. Sheykh Yussuf laid 2 fingers on my cheek and recited verses from the Koran, I regret to say with no effect, except that while his fingers touched me the pain ceased. I find he is celebrated for soothing headaches and other nervous pains, and I dare say is an unconscious mesmerizer. The other day our poor Maōhn was terrified by a communication from Ali Bey, Mudir of Keneh, to the effect that he had heard from Alexandria that someone had reported that the dead cattle had lain about the streets of Luxor, and that the place was pestilential. The British mind at once suggested a counter-statement, to be signed by the most respectable inhabitants. So the Cadi drew it up, and came to read it to me, and took my deposition and witnessed my signature, and the Maōhn went his way rejoicing, in that the words of the Englishwoman would utterly defeat Ali Bey. The truth was that the worthy Maōhn worked really hard, and superintended the horrible dead cattle business in person, which is some risk and very unpleasant. To dispose of 300 or 400 dead oxen every day with a limited number of labourers is no trifle, and if a travelling Englishman smells one a mile off he calls us lazy Arabs. The beasts could not be buried deep enough, but all were carried a mile off from the village. I wish some of the dilettanti who stop their noses at us in our trouble had to see or to do what I have seen and done. June 17th. We have had 4 or 5 days of such fearful heat with the Simoom that I have been quite knocked up, and literally could not write. Besides, I sit in the dark all day, and am now writing so, and at night go out and sit in the verandah, and can't have candles because of the insects. I sleep outside till about 6 a.m., then go indoors till dark again. This fortnight is the hottest time. To-day the drop falls into the Nile at its source, and it will now rise fast and cool the country. It has risen 1 cubit, and the water is green, next month it will be blood colour. My cough has been a little troublesome again, I suppose from the Simoom. The tooth does not ache now, alhamdulillah, for I rather dreaded the muezzin (barber) with his tongs, who is the sole dentist here. I was amused the other day by the entrance of my friend the Maōhn attended by Osman Effendi and his cawass and pipe bearer, and bearing a saucer in his hand, wearing the look, half sheepish, half cocky, with which elderly gentlemen in all countries announce what he did, i.e. that his black slave girl was 3 months with child and longed for olives, So the respectable magistrate had trotted all over the bazaar and to the Greek corn dealers to buy some, but for no money were they to be had, so he hoped I might have some and forgive the request, as I, of course, knew what a man must beg or even steal for a woman under those circumstances. I called Omar and said, "I trust there are olives for the honourable hareem of Seleem Effendi. They are needed there." Omar instantly understood the case, and, praise be to God, a few are left. I was about to stuff the pigeons for dinner with them. How lucky I had not done it. And then we belaboured Seleem with compliments. "Please God the child will be fortunate to thee," says I. Omar says, "Sweeten my mouth, O Effendium, for did I not tell thee God would give thee good out of this affair when thou boughtest her?" While we were thus rejoicing over the possible little mulatto, I thought how shocked a white Christian gentleman of our colonies would be at our conduct to make all this fuss about a black girl. He gave her sixpence, under the same circumstances I mean. He'd see her damned first, and my heart warmed to the kind old Muslim sinner as he took his saucer of olives and walked with them openly in his hand along the street. Now the black girl is free, and can only leave Seleem's house by her own good will, and probably after a time she will marry and he will pay the expenses. A man can't sell his slave after he has made known that she is with child by him, and it would be considered unmanly to detain her if she should wish to go. The child will be added to the other 8 who fill the Maōhn's quiver in Cairo, and will be exactly as well looked on and have equal rights if he is as black as coal. A most quaint little half-black boy a year and a half old has taken a fancy to me, and comes and sits for hours gazing at me and then dances to amuse me. He is Mohammed, our guard's son, by a jet black slave of his, and is brown black and very pretty. He wears a bit of iron wire in one ear and iron rings around his ankles, and that is all, and when he comes up little Achmet, who is his uncle, makes him fit to be seen by emptying a pitcher of water over his head to rinse off the dust, in which of course he has been rolling. That is equivalent to a clean pinafore. You would want to buy little Said, I know, he is so pretty and so jolly. He dances and sings and jabbers baby Arabic and then sits like a quaint little idol cross-legged quite still for hours. I am now writing in the kitchen, which is the coolest place where there is any light at all. Omar is diligently spelling words of 6 letters, with the wooden spoon in his hand and a cigarette in his mouth, and Sally is lying on her back on the floor. I won't describe our costume. It is now 2 months since I have worn stockings, and I think you would wonder at the fellaha who owns you, so deep and brown are my face, hands, and feet. One of the sailors in Arthur's boat said, "See how the son of the Arabs loves her, he has kissed her so hotly that she can't go home among English people." June 18th. I went last night to look at Karnak by moonlight. The giant columns were overpowering. I never saw anything so solemn. On our way back we met the Sheykh el Beled, who ordered me an escort of 10 men home. Fancy me on my humble donkey, guarded most superfluously by 10 tall fellows with such spears and venerable matchlocks. At Mustapha's house we found a party seated before the door, and joined it. There was a tremendous Sheykh el Islam from Tunis, a Maghribi, seated on a carpet in state receiving homage. I don't think he liked the heretical woman at all. Even the Maōhn did not dare to be as politeful as usual to me, but took the seat above me, which I had respectfully left vacant next to the holy man. Mustapha was in a stew, afraid not to do the respectful to me, and fussing after the Sheykh. Then Yussuf came fresh from the river, where he had bathed and prayed, and then you saw the real gentleman. He salaamed the great Sheykh, who motioned to him to sit before him, but Yussuf quietly came round and sat below me on the mat, and leaned his elbow on my cushion, and made more demonstration of regard for me than ever, and when I went, came and helped me on my donkey. The holy Sheykh went away to pray, and Mustapha hinted to Yussuf to go with him, but he only smiled, and did not stir. He had prayed an hour before down at the Nile. It was as if a poor curate had devoted himself to a rank papist under the eye of a scowling Shaftesbury bishop. Then came Osman Effendi, a young Turk, with a poor devil accused in a distant village of stealing a letter with money in it addressed to a Greek moneylender. The discussion was quite general, the man, of course, denying it all. But the Nazir had sent word to beat him. Then Omar burst out, "What a shame to beat a poor man on the mere word of a Greek moneylender who eats the people! The Nazir shouldn't help him." There was a Greek present who scowled at Omar, and the Turk gaped at him in horror. Yussuf said, with his quiet smile, "My brother, thou art talking English," with a glance at me, and we all laughed, and I said, "Many thanks for the compliment." All the village is in good spirits, the Nile is rising fast, and a star of most fortunate character has made its appearance, so Yussuf tells me, and portends a good year and an end to our afflictions. I am much better to day, and I think I too feel the rising Nile; it puts new life into all things. The last fortnight or 3 weeks have been very trying with the Simoom and intense heat. I suppose I look better for the people here are forever praising God about my amended looks. I am too hot and it is too dark to write more. End of Letter 43. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 44 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, June 26, 1864. Dearest Alick, I have just paid a singular visit to a political détenu, or exile rather. Last night Mustapha came in with a man in great grief, who said his boy was very ill on board a cangia, just come from Cairo and going to Assouan. The watchman on the river bank had told him that there was an English Sitt who would not turn her face from anyone in trouble, and advised him to come to me for medicine, so he went to Mustapha and begged him to bring him to me, and to beg the Cawass (policeman) in charge of El Bedrawee, who was being sent to Fazoghlou in banishment, to wait a few hours. The Cawass, may he not suffer for his humanity, consented. He described his boy's symptoms, and I gave him a dose of castor oil, and said I would go to the boat in the morning. The poor fellow was a Cairo merchant, but living at Khartoum. He poured out his sorrow in true Eastern style. "Oh, my boy, and I have none but he, and how shall I come before his mother, a Habashiyeh, O lady, and tell her, thy son is dead?" So I said, "Allah Kareem ya Sedi," and Inshallah Tayyib, etc., etc., and went this morning early to the boat. It was a regular old Arab cangia lumbered up with corn, sacks of matting, a live sheep, etc., and there I found a sweet graceful boy of 15 or so in a high fever. His father said he had visited a certain Pasha on the way, and evidently meant that he had been poisoned or had the evil eye. I assured him it was only the epidemic, and asked why he had not sent for the doctor at Keneh. The old story, he was afraid; God knows what a government doctor might do to the boy. Then Omar came in and stood before El Bedrawee and said, "O my master, why do we see thee thus? Mashallah, I once ate of thy bread when I was of the soldiers of Said Pasha, and I saw thy riches and thy greatness, and what has God decreed against thee?" So El Bedrawee, who is, or was, one of the wealthiest men of Lower Egypt and lived at Tanta, related how Effendina (Ismail Pasha) sent for him to go to Cairo to the citadel to transact some business, and how he rode his horse up to the citadel and went in, and there the Pasha at once ordered a Cawass to take him down to the Nile and on board a common cargo boat, and to go with him and take him to Fazoghlou. Letters were given to the Cawass to deliver to every Moudir on the way, and another despatched by hand to the governor of Fazoghlou with orders concerning El Bedrawee. He begged leave to see his son once more before starting, or any of his family. No, he must go at once and see no one. But luckily a fellah, one of his relations, had come after him to Cairo, and had £700 in his girdle. He followed El Bedrawee to the citadel and saw him being walked off by the Cawass, and followed him to the river and on board the boat, and gave him the £700 which he had in his girdle. The various Moudirs had been civil to him, and friends in various places had given him clothes and food. He had not got a chain round his neck or fetters, and was allowed to go ashore with the Cawass, for he had just been to the tomb of Abu'l Hajjaj, and had told that dead Sheykh all his affliction, and promised, if he came back, to come every year to his Moolid (festival) and pay the whole expenses, i.e. feed all comers. Mustapha wanted him to dine with him and me, but the cawass could not allow it, so Mustapha sent him a fine sheep and some bread, fruit, etc. I made him a present of some quinine, rhubarb pills, and sulphate of zinc for eye lotion. Here you will know we all go upon a more than English presumption, and I believe every prisoner to be innocent and a victim; as he gets no trial, he can never be proved guilty; besides, poor old El Bedrawee declared he had not the faintest idea what he was accused of, or how he had offended Effendina. I listened to all this in extreme amazement, and he said, 'Ah, I know you English manage things very differently; I have heard all about your excellent justice.' He was a stout, dignified looking, fair man, like a Turk, but talking broad Lower Egypt fellah talk, so that I could not understand him, and had to get Mustapha and Omar to repeat his words. His father was an Arab, and his mother a Circassian slave, which gave the fair skin and a reddish beard. He must be over 50, fat and not healthy; of course he is meant to die up in Fazoghlou, especially going at this season. He owns or owned, for God knows who owns it now, 12,000 feddans of fine land between Tanta and Samuhod, and was enormously rich. He consulted me a great deal about his health, and I gave him certainly very good advice. I cannot write in a letter which I know you will show what drugs the Turkish doctor had furnished him with to strengthen him in the trying climate of Fazoghlou. I wonder was it intended to kill him, or only given in ignorance of the laws of health equal to his own? After a while the pretty boy became better and recovered consciousness, and his poor father, who had been helping me with trembling hands and swimming eyes, cried for joy, and said, 'By God the Most High, if I ever find any of the English, poor or sick or afflicted up in Fazoghlou, I will make them know what I, Abu Mahommed, never saw a face like the pale face of the English lady bent over my sick boy.' And then El Bedrawee and his fellow kinsmen, and all the crew blessed me and the captain, and the cawass said it was time to sail. So I gave directions and medicine to Abu Mahommed, and kissed the pretty boy and went out. El Bedrawee followed me up the bank, and said he had a request to make. Would I pray for him in his distress? I said, 'I am not of the Muslimeen,' but both he and Mustapha said, 'Maleesh, never mind,' for that it was quite certain I was not of the Mushkireen, as they hate the Mussulmen and their deeds are evil, but blessed by God, many of the English begin to repent of their evil, and to love the Muslims and abound in kind actions. So we parted in much kindness. It was a strange feeling to me to stand on the bank and see the queer, savage looking boat glide away up the stream, bound to such far more savage lands, and to be exchanging kind farewells quite in a homely manner with such utter aliens in blood and faith. God keep thee, lady; God keep thee, Mustapha. Mustapha and I walked home very sad about poor El Bedrawee. Friday, July 7th. It has been so awfully hot that I have not had pluck to go on with my letter, or indeed to do anything but lie on a mat in the passage with a minimum of clothes quite indescribable in English. Alhamdulillah, laughs Omar, that I see the clever English people do just like the lazy Arabs. The worst is not the positive heat, which has been above 104° and as low as 96° at night, but the horrible streams of hot wind and dust which are apt to come on at night and prevents one even lying down till 12 or 1 o'clock. Thebes is bad in the height of summer on account of its expanse of desert, and sand and dust. The Nile is pouring down now gloriously, and really red as blood, more crimson than a Herefordshire lane, and in the distance the reflection of the pure blue sky makes it deep violet. It had risen 5 cubits a week ago; we shall soon have it all over the land here. It is a beautiful and inspiring sight to see the noble old stream as young and vigorous as ever. No wonder the Egyptians worshipped the Nile; there is nothing like it. We have had all the plagues of Egypt this year, only the lice are commuted for bugs, and frogs for mice; the former have eaten me, and the latter have eaten my clothes. We are so ragged. Omar has one shirt left, and has to sleep without it and wash it every night. The dust, the drenching perspiration, and the hard fisted washing of Mahomet's slave woman destroys everything. Mustapha intends to give you a grand fantasia if you come, and to have the best dancing girls down from Esneh for you, but I am consternated to hear that you can't come till December. I hoped you would have arrived in Cairo early in November, and spent a month there with me, and come up the river in the middle of December when Cairo gets very cold. I remain very well in general health, but my cough has been troublesome again. I do not feel at all like breathing cold damp air again. This depresses me very much, as you may suppose. You will have to divorce me, and I must marry some respectable Kadee. I have been too lazy Arab, as Omar calls it, to go on with my Arabic lessons, and Yussuf has been very busy with law business connected with the land and the crops. Every harvest brings a fresh settling of the land. Wheat is settling at £1 the ardeb here on the threshing floor, and barley at 116 piastres. I saw some Nubians pay Mustapha that. He is in comic perplexity about saying Alhamdulillah about such enormous gains. You see it is rather awkward for a Muslim to thank God for dear bread, so he compounds it by very lavishly almsgiving. He gave all his fellaheen clothes the other day, 40 calico shirts and drawers. Do you remember my describing an Arab emancipress Fräulein at Siout? Well, the other day I saw as I thought a nice looking lad of 16 selling corn to my opposite neighbour, a Copt. It was a girl. Her father had no son and is infirm, so she works in the field for him, and dresses and does like a man. She looked very modest and was quieter in her manner than the veiled women often are. I am glad to hear such good accounts of my Rainey and Maurice. I can hardly bear to think of another year without seeing them. However, it is fortunate for me that my lines have fallen in pleasant places, so long a time at the Cape or any colony would have become intolerable. Best love to Janet. I really can't write, it's too hot and dusty. Omar desires his salaam to his great master and to that gazelle Sitti Ras. End of Letter 44. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org.